The Deadly Daiquiri, an Enchanted Coast Magical Mystery, Enchanted Coast Magical Mystery Series Book 1, written by Tegan Maher, narrated by Megan Kelly. Chapter 1. Stan, what have I told you about bringing the Cupid's bow into the bar? And adjust your diaper. None of us wants to see what's under that. I heaved a sigh of exasperation. I loved my job, but sometimes I felt more like a babysitter at a daycare center than a cocktail waitress at a magical beach resort. He scowled as he reached for his margarita.
It's a loincloth. And what do you want me to do? Leave my bow and arrows in my room? They won't fit in the safe.
Siri, the fairy sitting one table over, turned to look at him. That's easy enough to fix, she said, adjusting her lavender ponytail. She dipped her finger into a waterproof pouch hanging from the pink lanyard around her neck, then sprinkled a small pinch of sparkling dust over the bow and quiver. Stan watched in fascinated horror as the tool of his trade shrunk to 1/10 of its size.
You can't just do that,
he said, indignant.
What if I get called out to a job?
She snorted. That's like your 4th margarita. You're in no condition to fly anyway, and I've only been with Aiden a few months. It would be a disaster if he accidentally nicked himself with one of those arrows on his way to the bathroom. I'm not ready for the whole L-word scenario. I smiled as I walked away. Stan was in the middle of an existential crisis. His problem was that he was a romantic at heart, and his job wasn't just a job to him. It was his passion. Between the free love movement and easy DIY divorces, he was having a hard time believing he hadn't outlived his purpose. So, he was on an extended vacation to find himself and decide whether or not he should retire. But just because I felt sorry for the guy didn't mean I could give him a pass on the bow. Can you imagine how the "I love you, man" phase of intoxication would work if a hammered Cupid wanted to make the whole bar happy at closing time? Yeah, no love-laced arrows allowed. I delivered the last drinks on my tray to a group of sunbathing selkies that were regulars, thinking how hot their sealskin beach blankets must be. Before you get upset about animal cruelty, selkies are seals in the water, but shed their skins to become human on land. The skins they were lying on were their own. I couldn't blame them for keeping them secure, though. Julius, their leader, had left his skin unattended at the bar when he'd gone to the bathroom a while back, and we'd had to lock down the whole resort for a couple of hours. A beach attendant had mistakenly picked it up and thrown it into the laundry, and since I'd been the one to call for the lockdown and the one to find it, he'd granted me honorary membership in his pod. In short, when they came every few months, they requested me, and they always tipped generously. It was job security, but it made me feel good, too. Angie, Julius's wife, passed the martinis down the row, taking a sip from the last one. Divine as always, she said, licking the vodka mustache off her upper lip. Tell Bob he used just the right amount of anchovy juice. I bit back a shudder at the phantom flavor and assured her I would. As I picked my way through the tables back to the shade of the tiki bar, I picked up a few more drink orders along the way. Plunking my tray down on the server's deck at the bar, I leaned over and rested my chin in my hand while I waited for Bob, the Bigfoot bartender, to finish telling a joke to a broody werewolf. I don't know why he bothered. The guy hadn't cracked a smile the whole week he'd been there. He'd eaten his weight in steak and was a fat tipper, though, so I guess Bob felt obligated. The big lug tended to be a people-pleaser anyway, so the more somebody rejected his efforts, the harder he tried. That alone kinda made me want to crack the shifter with my tray for being such a buzzkill. I shifted over a couple of feet and adjusted a fan so that it was blowing in my face. The heat was brutal, and there hadn't been a mermaid or water nymph around all day. I liked it when they came because it gave me an excuse to wait out to the water bar to wait on them. A definite plus when the thermometer pushed past 90. We also had a huge salt chlorinated, zero-entry infinity pool that had a direct connect to the ocean, so it was available to everybody. Unfortunately, it was closed for cleaning. A group of unicorns had their son's birthday party there the day before, and kids were kids. So no waiting around the edges to deliver drinks. The van would have to do. Bob lumbered over to pick up my drink ticket.
Man, that guy's tough,
he whispered.
I'm throwing my best material at him, and nothing. I can't get him to look away from that laptop.
I tilted my head and examined the guy in question as he stared at the screen like it held the secrets to the universe. Good-looking, as most werewolves were, but he lacked the lightheartedness that marked most of his kind. What's his deal, anyway?
No idea,
Bob said, muddling mint and simple syrup for a mojito.
He's met with Cass a couple times, but that's it. And every time he has, his mood seemed worse.
That wasn't an atypical response to dealing with our boss, though, so it didn't add anything to the speculation. It would have been more unusual had he come away smiling. Speaking of...
Maganti!
Someone bellowed my last name from behind me. Before turning, I pulled a deep breath in through my nose and blew it out through my mouth, counting to 5 as I did. My boss, Cassiel, otherwise known as the disgraced Angel of Temperance, was a blowhard and an idiot. I wasn't sure who'd assigned him to be the figurehead of that particular virtue, but apparently they hadn't been practicing it themselves when they'd made the call. It had taken a few millennia, but he'd finally pushed his luck one too many times with the powers that be and was tossed out on his ear, much to the chagrin of everybody in the mortal realm, or at least those of us who lived on the Enchanted Coast. Managing the beach bar was his booby prize, and he lorded over it like the planet owed him a living. As usual, he was already half in the bag, which meant he was going to be even more horrid than he was when sober. He was the only downside to this job. Well, him and sand in awkward places, but the latter was an easy fix. Bob finished making the last of my drinks and ambled the couple of steps back to me, a concerned expression on his heavy features as he set them down.
Don't bait him, Destiny,
he pleaded under his breath.
Just find out what he wants, do it, then ignore him. He's just looking for an excuse to can you. Again.
He can try, I said, lifting a shoulder. He'd fired me the previous summer for 3 weeks until word spread to my regulars. It seemed I had a following that had some pull with the higher-ups. Not only had I been reinstated, but I'd also gotten a raise. Needless to say, that hadn't gone over well with Cassiel. Still, I loved my job, and goodwill was a fickle beast. As a people person and a water witch who didn't want to live in the closet, the Enchanted Coast, a magical vacation resort on the Gulf of Mexico designed to meet the needs of paranormals, was the best of all worlds. So, in the interest of keeping the peace, I pivoted toward him, gritting my teeth and pasting on a smile. "Yeah, Cass?" I said, putting everything I had into being pleasant. Not even attempting to return the courtesy, he gestured toward the outside tables.
The place is a mess. That table needs to be bussed, and there are empty cups everywhere. And those fans are for guests only, not lazy waitresses.
I glanced around the area and ran my tongue over my teeth. First, I said, still trying to maintain my fragile mask of civility, that table is occupied. They're in the water. Second, there are exactly 2 empty cups, both of which just blew out of the trash can when you stormed by it and flexed your wings. I decided to let the fan comment drop. But I'll get right on it. I had no idea what the reason was for his animosity. He'd despised me from day one, even before he'd had to eat crow and hire me back. I could get along with the devil himself if he was willing to meet me halfway, but despite my efforts, Cass refused to play nice. After a while, I'd given up. The only thing I could figure was I'd been offered his job before he was sentenced to it. I turned it down because I would have gotten paid less to do more after I added in my tips.
"And since you have time to stand around,"
he sneered, foul as always,
"go clean out the unicorn pen. People can see those rainbow turds from the hotel, and the cotton candy smell is disgusting."
Bending over to pick up the cups, I muttered an anatomically impossible suggestion for what he could go do.
"What was that?"
he asked, narrowing his bloodshot eyes at me. I heaved a sigh. As usual, I was going to have to be the bigger person. "Nothing, Cass," I said, waving him off as I went for the shovel. "Just have another drink." With one stroke of the ginormous ashen wings that marked him as a fallen angel, he was towering over me, swaying a little, the smell of old whiskey seeping from his pores. I straightened my spine as my magic surged. The last thing I was willing to do was give in to a bully, even if he was an angel, and my boss to boot.
"Hey, Cass,"
a centaur named Evan called from behind him.
"Cut her some slack. My drink hasn't gone empty all day, and she just finished busting her ass keeping a 10 top of Gorgons happy. She's earned a minute in front of the fan."
Fiona, the leader of the Gorgons he was referencing, exited the bathroom in time to hear Evan's comment, patting her turban to make sure all her snakes were safely tucked away. She glided over to me and handed me an extra 50, assessing the situation as she did. Cass was no stranger to her, nor was he a friend.
"Thanks, sweetie. You are a doll as always,"
she said, giving me a faint smile along with the bill. She peered down her nose at Cass, her lip curled in disgust.
"Bitter angel. Unless you'd like a peek at my girls, I suggest you be nice."
She was talking about the ones under her turban, not the ones under her bathing suit wrap. You know, the ones that could turn him to stone. Fascinated as everybody else was with the exchange, they turned away just in case.
"That won't be necessary,"
he ground out, glaring at me.
"Pity,"
she said, flapping a hand.
"The resort could use an angel statue, and it would be my pleasure to donate one."
She maintained eye contact for a couple of seconds, possibly hoping he'd give her a reason, then turned and strode away. Cass turned to me as I picked up the cups and pointed an angry, albeit shaky, finger at me.
"One of these days I'm gonna find a reason to fire you for good."
My thin veneer of respect slipped, and I spun on him, my sense of fair play offended beyond reason. I hadn't done anything to deserve his attitude. "Yeah," I said, shoving the cups down in the can with more force than was necessary. "And one of these days, my fairy godmother's gonna grant my wish, and you'll drop dead for good. But until one of those days arrives, I guess we're stuck with each other." Chapter 2. After making himself a jack in water, Cass strode past the mystery werewolf, who was at his regular spot at the bar, as if he didn't know him, and out to a waterside table where two of his minions, a couple of shady-looking gargoyles, were sitting. Amber and Dax, a local mermaid couple who stopped by once or twice a week, showed up not long after the exchange. "Hey, guys," I said, thankful for the chance to wade out into the cool water. "Your usuals?" "Yes, please," Amber replied. "Can you ask Bob to put it in a tall glass? I have to pick the kids up later, so I need to keep it between the water markers." "Sure thing," I grinned. She was one of the sweetest people I'd ever known, and they were fat tippers to boot. I loved to see them pop up. On my way back to the bar, two boogie-looking women sitting at a patio table close to the pool flagged me down. "Hey, ladies," I said. "We haven't met yet. I'm Destiny. What can I get for you? Bob's margaritas are amazing, and he makes a mean rum runner, too." The older of the two, a brunette with expensive highlights, pulled her oversized sunglasses down and looked at me over the top of them, brow raised.
"I have my doubts. Bring me a martini. Dirty."
The younger girl, a strawberry blonde about my age, flushed with embarrassment and gave an apologetic smile. The rum runner sounds awesome. I'll give it a try, and some chips and salsa would be great too. I felt bad for her and hoped the woman was nicer to her than she had been to me. For her sake, I bit my tongue and didn't tell the battle axe she was with exactly what she could do with her martini. Instead, I ignored her altogether and smiled at the nice one. I'll be right back with that, and I'll bring a couple of menus, too. That elicited a real smile from her, and a mild wave of inertia washed over me, followed by an echo of attraction. Whoa, a succubus. Usually, I was fully prepared for situations like that and had my magical guards up, but her companion's rudeness had distracted me. She gave me an understanding smile. The older woman gave a huff of disgust. Don't bother with the menu. I'm sure the martini will be bad enough. She flipped a room card at me. Put it on this. I glowered at the woman, but zipped my lip. I didn't need the hassle. I'd learned long ago that miserable people loved company, and I refused to play her game. Wow, I told Bob when I made it to the bar. I wish I were the type of waitress to spit in somebody's drink because that dirty martini would have a bonus ingredient. She's awful. Bob gave a dismissive wave.
Screw her. If she wants to be miserable, let her. Life's too short.
He waggled his brows.
Plus, there's no need to waste a good rum runner on somebody who wouldn't appreciate it anyway.
Tempest, my black and white fox familiar, peeped an eye open from where she was curled up on a pillow in front of a fan. Turn her into a gnat. I'd just taken a drink of water, and I about choked. Say what now? The heat made her grumpy, but she was usually the voice of reason in our relationship. She raised her head from the pillow. Not for good or anything. I mean, obviously you'd have to turn her back, but I swear, people like that stroll through life walking on waitresses and bartenders and anybody else who has no choice but to put up with them, and there are zero consequences. 10 minutes as a gnat might do her some good. Teach her some respect. You'd be doing everybody in the service industry a favor. I'm pretty sure I can't do that, even if it would. She tilted her head. Sure you can. It's one teensy-weensy little spell. I can't talk to you right now, I said, holding my hand up. You've obviously lost your mind. She stood up, turned in a circle so that the fan was blowing on her back, then laid back down. Suit yourself. You've already taken your heapin' dose of crap this morning, though. Enough's enough. Ah, so that was it. She was angry for me because of the way Cass had treated me. My heart swelled a little. I did love that little fox. I'll take it under consideration, I said with a half smile as I loaded their drinks along with the ones for Amber and Dax onto my tray. She didn't respond, but she did give the tiniest of shrugs. Apparently, the conversation was over. The two women were gone when I took the martini and rum runner to their table, but their stuff was there, so I just dropped the drinks off and sent a little thanks out to the universe for the pass. I smiled when I thought about Tempest's suggestion. If I turned every rude customer I dealt with into a gnat, there'd be a worldwide bug spray shortage some days. It sure was tempting, though. When I got back to the water bar, Dax was giving Cass, who was knocking back shots with the gargoyles, the stink eye. A couple of months back, Cass had hit on one of Amber's sisters when she'd been in town for vacation. Of course, she'd gone full mermaid on him and had only missed getting a hold of a wingtip by inches. That would have gone badly for Cass because mermaids were as vicious as they were beautiful when you crossed them. Dax was still holding a grudge.
The man's such a tool,
he said, glowering toward my waist of a boss.
Look at him, taking shots like he's the one on vacation, and with gargoyles no less. He has no shame.
Just ignore him, sweetheart, Amber told him as I handed her a coconut rum and pineapple juice. He's not worth it, right, Des? Right, I agreed as Dax took his draft beer from me. Though I agree, I don't know what I did to piss off karma. I thought I'd been a good girl. Ignoring my attempt to be flip, Dax just shook his head, disdain coloring his ruddy features.
I don't get it. I mean, I know this is supposed to be his punishment for being the family embarrassment, but what did we do to deserve him?
I'd asked myself that so many times I'd lost count. I don't know, Dax. They probably didn't take us little people into consideration when the decision was made. They just got a kick out of forcing him into servitude.
I guess,
Dax said, then tore his gaze away and changed the subject. I chatted with them for a few more minutes, enjoying the coolness of the water seeping into my Crocs. The water bar extended out into the water several yards so that water creatures of all kinds could visit and was one of the resort's biggest moneymakers. Sort of like a floating covered dock, it was a long oval with an elbow rest built all the way around it. Stools were attached sporadically as it extended farther offshore so land dwellers could enjoy their drinks in the water if they wanted. Most of the servers hated it because it required extra walking, but I loved it. It fed my innate love of water and felt like heaven on my feet when the temperatures extended beyond hellfire. A couple of elves were making their way from the hotel to the tiki, so I left Amber and Dax to enjoy their drinks. One of the gargoyles snatched me by the wrist on my way past their table. I glared pointedly at his hand, then looked him in the eye. 3, I said, irritation rising.
3?
He queried, confused. Yeah, that's the number of seconds you have to let go of me if you want to walk away with that hand still attached. As I said it, I sent a little jolt of electricity skittering over the surface of my skin. He jerked his hand back, glowering at me, but I didn't care. I was within my rights. According to resort policy, I had the right to defend myself and to refuse service to anybody who became physically or magically aggressive toward me. I brushed the gargoyle cooties off my arm. Now that we've all agreed to the basic playground rules of keeping our hands to ourselves, is there something I can get you, gentlemen? I stressed that last word mostly because it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
The one who hadn't grabbed me growled in a gravelly voice.
We want a round of strawberry daiquiris.
I furrowed my brow, wondering if he was being sarcastic. They weren't exactly daiquiri kind of guys. Are you serious?
They said strawberry daiquiris, Maganti, now!
Cass snapped, and my irritation bubbled.
Make my mango, but bring 5 strawberries.
He leered at his buddies.
We're expecting company, aren't we, fellas?
Well, then, I said, droll. I'll hurry. I don't know the hourly rate of company, but I'd hate to waste your money.
Speaking of hourly rates,
Cassiel called as I spun on my heel and walked away.
How much were you making before you slept your way into one of the best positions on the island?
I froze in place, rage tearing through me. Soft fur wound around my ankles. Let it go, Destiny. This isn't the hill you want to die on. Tempest nudged the back of my legs with her head, all her bluster from earlier gone. You baited him, and you know he always has to one-up you. That was about 10 up, but keep walking. She was right, of course. I needed to learn to keep my mouth shut, but between our earlier exchange and the handsy incident, I wasn't feeling the love. Fine, but I'm picturing him being crushed by a tsunami. I'm okay with that, as long as you don't actually conjure one. I hate getting wet. She shuddered. I snorted. She never failed to make me feel better. You're a bigger woman than I am, Elsa, an elven woman, said when I stopped to greet them. I would have turned him into a tree, then conjured pigeons. Now there was a visual, along with a lesson. Don't mess with elves. They were beautiful to the point of being ethereal, but they were hardcore. He's a tool, I said, waving a dismissive hand in his direction. You learn to live with him. Talth, her husband replied.
It took me 300 years to reach your level of tolerance," he said. "You were not here the last time we were, but he heckled the poor brownie who'd taken your place to the point of tears. It's disturbing that he remains."
That was Cass, spreading sunshine everywhere he went. I suspected that it played a huge part in why I'd been called back and why I had so much latitude. I don't think we'd had anybody stay there for more than a few weeks, other than me, of course. I wonder how karma deals with angels, I mused. Elsa laughed. I should hope the same as she does with all other beings. She is her own boss and a master bookkeeper. Then hope remains. It's nice to see you two, by the way. I smiled and took their orders, then headed to the bar. I was surprised to see the hot werewolf was still sitting there. He hadn't spent much time at the bar beyond eating and sometimes working on his laptop. He glanced up and caught my eye, and I smiled. I was almost sure the corners of his mouth twitched into a brief smile before he glanced back down at his phone. That had happened a few times over the course of the week, and I couldn't help but wonder how he'd look smiling, his eyes glinting with humor. He'd wear it well, I decided. It took Bob a few minutes to make the drinks. While I was waiting, Stan tripped through behind me, spilling his drink down my leg and crashing into a table of fairies. Bamboo food containers flew from the table and several drinks spilled. Damn it, Stan. I snatched the glass out of his hand and swabbed the drinks off the table with the bar towel I kept tucked in my apron. Fortunately, fairies are quick, and they managed to escape before the liquid ran off and into their laps, but they didn't look pleased to have lost their lunches. With them standing, it was easy for me to flick a wrist and start the cleanup. Stan's face reddened, and he began stuttering out apologies. I waved him off when he tried to help. Bob came out from behind the bar to guide him back to his table, then returned to finish my drinks while I magicked the rest of the mess up. I'd worked in human restaurants before and had hated it because I'd had to do everything by hand, sans magic. That had been such a time suck. It only took me a couple of minutes to have them squared away, including reordering the food, and Bob had fresh drinks for them on the bar a minute later. As I arranged the daiquiris and Elsa and Tolf's drinks on my tray, I glanced across the bar and was a little disappointed to see the werewolf guy was gone. After dropping off the elves' drinks, I made my way to Cass's table. 3 ladies, the painted variety, had joined them. I set the drinks in front of them, biting my tongue to hold back the wide variety of snarky comments burbling in my brain, just waiting to fall out. Instead, I just took a deep breath, pictured the tsunami again, and asked if they were hungry. The one with Cass licked her lips, then wrapped them around the straw in what I'm sure she thought was a sexy move. She missed the mark by about 8 miles, at least in my opinion, but that was probably because I saw her glamour slip for just a second. I couldn't see what was under there, but if she considered what she was wearing an improvement, I'd hate to see her without the glamour. I shuddered, surprised that as an angel, Cass fell for that trick. His beer goggles weren't doing him any favors. Thankfully, not my circus, not my monkeys. I was the waitress, not the good taste police. A new couple had joined Amber and Dax out at the water bar, and I welcomed the chance to go out. My shoes were still a little sticky from the drink Stan had spilled on me, and that would get miserable quickly. I barely made it to the end of the dock when a high-pitched scream pierced the air behind me, nearly rupturing my eardrums. I handed Dax and Amber their drinks. Then, since the screaming hadn't abated, I raced back toward the beach. It crossed my mind that maybe one of Fiona's girls had come back and accidentally turned somebody to stone. I was always a little on edge when the Gorgons were around. Great gals, but just thinking about their idea of fun gave me hives. And if that was what had happened, it was going to be a PR nightmare. It only took me a few seconds to reach the end of the dock, and the screamer was still hard at it. I cringed, and several emotions flitted through my brain when I saw Cass slumped over the table, his fingers draped over his knocked-over daiquiri glass. Everything was still until a tin of breath mints slipped out of his sagging shirt pocket and hit the concrete tiles. The sticky, half-melted mango goo pooled under his face, and the eyes staring at me were sightless. I'd never seen his face relaxed and peaceful, and I realized for the first time how beautiful a man he must have been at some point. A ray of golden light began to stream from the center of his back, pulling upward into a string and hovering in a cloud until the last of it trailed from his body. After what seemed like forever, but was likely only seconds, it shot straight toward the sky, disappearing into the rays of the sun. "Well," said a bored voice behind me. I turned to see Steph, a Valkyrie, leaning on the bar with one elbow, rocking the daylights out of a black and gold bikini. "It looks like this place is about to get a lot more pleasant. Which one of you finally manned, or womaned up, and did it?" I looked around, wondering the same thing, and was surprised to see that everybody else was looking at me. Chapter 3. "Oh no," I said, shaking my head. "I've wished for it 1,000 times, but I didn't do it."
"Nobody would cast blame on you if you did, lass,"
Tolth said gently, his deep Gaelic accent lilting. Elven law was much different than witch law, the rules I had to abide by. By their law, I could have called Cass out 100 times over and been within my rights had I killed him, but witches had, by necessity, modernized. Also, I was pretty sure there was a policy somewhere in my employee handbook that made it against the rules to kill your boss. I held up my hands. First things first, how do we know he didn't just, I don't know, choke to death or have a heart attack? One of the women who had been with them glared at me, probably because she and her gal pals weren't going to get paid now that he was dead. "He didn't choke or have a heart attack. We were sitting right there. He just dropped dead mid-sentence," she preened. "Right when he was telling me how sexy he thought I was." I raised a brow. Proof right there that Cass really had needed to quit drinking. Another of the gum smackers, this one wearing a shimmering blue beach wrap that was 3 sizes too small, shook her head, her huge hair barely moving. "Nope, wasn't no heart attack I've ever seen, and I've seen plenty." It was then that I noticed the third one, the one who'd worn the glamour, was gone. I narrowed my eyes. "Where's Big Hair?" "Beg pardon?" Cass's femme fatale asked. I cringed a little at the term even before I'd finished the thought. I pulled in a deep breath and released it slowly, reaching for the remaining wisps of my patience. "The one who was actually with the dude who dropped dead." "Oh," she said, looking at the other one, who shrugged and snapped her gum again. "No clue. She said she was going to powder her nose, and I ain't seen her since." Heaving a huge sigh, I glanced down at Tempest. "Will you go tell Blake we need him and that he needs to lock the place down?" She gave a curt nod and disappeared into thin air. A year ago, I would have told him myself, since we'd been engaged, but I sort of lost the desire to deal with him at all when he confessed that he'd kissed his secretary. I'm odd like that. Still, he was the executive director of the resort, which was the reason Cass had made the crack about sleeping my way to the top. I picked my way around the table because nobody else was moving and placed my finger on his carotid. Nothing, nada, zip. "Oh, he's dead, Des," Amber said, crossing her arms and biting her lip. She and Dax, along with their friends, had assumed human form and followed me up the dock. "We all saw his essence leave. There's no putting that genie, angel, back in the bottle." "Then everybody needs to stay put," I said, trying to get a handle on the situation. "Blake's gonna want to talk to everybody here. Did anybody see anything?" A popping noise I knew was Blake apparating in sounded behind me, followed by a deep voice that still gave me chills as well as pissed me off.
"Excellent question, but our security team will take it from here. I'm sure they'll want to talk to everybody individually rather than as a group."
Blake's sharp blue eyes turned to me.
Destiny, I believe you'd be a good place to start. I'll meet you in the office in 5 minutes.
I need to clean this up, I protested, a little bit in shock. The waitress in me had apparently taken over because all I could see was the mess. The whole situation was beginning to feel surreal. He'd complained about a couple of cups on the ground earlier, yet there he was, sprawled on his table in a puddle of orange.
That's not really the priority,
Blake said, a ghost of a smile on his lips. I wanted to punch him because there was also a huge dose of concern on his face, and the last thing I wanted from him was that. You need to get your poop in a group, Destiny. Tempest butted her head against my leg. I glanced down at her deceptively innocent face into her translucent green eyes and struggled to pull myself together. It wasn't like me to fall apart in a crisis. I sucked in a deep breath through my nose, then blew it out through my mouth, centering myself. Okay, I said to Blake. I'll be in Cass's office.
Wait,
he said, realizing at the same time I did how compromising that could be.
Just take a seat at the bar until I can get to you.
Security personnel rushed past me to the body on my way to the tiki. I scooted up onto one bar stool, and Tempest jumped onto another. Bob pushed a glass of icy lime water toward me, and I took a gulp, my mouth as dry as sand. What do you think happened? I asked, more to fill the silence than anything else.
From what I can see, somebody up and killed him,
he said, raising a furry shoulder as he wiped the bar. No shit, Sherlock, I said, rolling my eyes. But how do you think? It almost had to be poison.
Yeah,
he said, drawing his bushy eyebrows down.
But what type of poison kills an angel?
I didn't know you could kill an angel, period, Tempest said. She didn't usually speak in public, but it was more because she was a bit of a snob than because she couldn't. The attention made her nuts. Bob was an exception, though, and I suspect it had as much to do with the food he snuck her as it did with the fact that he was just a nice guy all around. I turned the question over and over in my mind. I wasn't an earth witch, so I had no idea what blend of herbs would be lethal to an angel. I had some friends and family who were earth witches, but I sucked at herbology. I mean, I knew deities were pretty much immortal unless you had their kryptonite, so to speak, but it seemed logical that angels may be another story altogether. Oh, that's easy, Elsa said as she and Tolt joined us at the bar. Elsa was right in her element. As an elf, nature was her thing. Not for all of us, I said, smiling down into her crystal blue eyes. Care to enlighten the rest of the class? None, she said, shrugging. What do you mean none? I asked. Tolt smiled.
No poison, at least none in the traditional sense, could kill an angel. They're immune to everything in nature. The only lethal concoction he could have ingested would have been a death elixir.
They had me stumped. Okay, that sounds suspiciously close to poison. No, she said, shaking her head. Well, yes, but it has much more than just herbs in it. It has to be brewed using death essence. Elves were exhausting. They were quite literal and, because they were also brilliant, tended to assume everybody else knew exactly what they were talking about. This time, though, I had an inkling. You mean it can't be made by just anybody? Or more accurately, it can't be made using anything the average person has access to?
Exactly,
Tolt replied. All right, Tempest growled, scowling. Plain English. Surprisingly, it was Bob who answered.
It had to come from an angel of death. You know, a reaper.
Despite what most humans believed, there wasn't just one reaper. It was one of the sillier beliefs, in my opinion. I mean, thousands of people died every second. Let's be realistic. Even assuming one being could manage such a colossal task, the overtime pay alone would be off the chain. And what if the poor guy caught the flu or something? Come again? I said. You're saying a Reaper did this? As far as I knew, Reaper magic was genetic, just like my magic. They touched somebody with the intent of separating the soul from the body, and, poof, the person was a goner. But I was almost positive they couldn't transfer their magic or have it stolen. Not necessarily, Elsa said. Reaper magic leaves a residue in the body for a minute or two, just to make sure it takes, so to speak. Death essence can be harvested from the body after the angel leaves, but it's complicated. I can only think of a handful of people, elves included, who could do it. Okay then, so we're dealing either with a Reaper or somebody with some powerful juju, I said.
Yeah.
Bob nodded his head, causing a clump of hair-gelled fur to fall forward over his forehead.
Or somebody who bought it off the black market.
I threw my hands in the air. Oh, for crying out loud! You just told me it was rare and special, and now you tell me you can buy it at the same place you buy knockoff Rolexes and TVs that fell off the truck? Bob made the iffy gesture with his hand.
Not quite that simple, because you need a ton of money and the right connections. But you have the right idea. Reapers are supposed to stay around long enough for the essence to evaporate, but they have huge caseloads.
Could a Reaper have been the one responsible? I asked. Tolth pressed his lips together.
It's possible, but I can't imagine it. Reapers are rigorously vetted, and their penalty for killing even an excommunicated angel, or anybody not on the approved list, for that matter, is far worse than death. They'd be insane to risk it.
Elsa cleared her throat loud enough to catch my attention and tipped her head toward the whole hot mess behind me. Your former beloved is on his way, along with his head of security. I scowled. Please don't use that term. I prefer the loathsome lip locker, or you can just say asshat X. She laughed, the sound tinkling. Well, whatever your preference, Blake is on his way over here, and he doesn't look pleased. Chapter 4. I took a deep breath and turned in the direction she was looking. Sure enough, tall, blonde, and despicable, was stomping toward me with a muscle-bound meathead, and both of them looked like they'd just sucked a lemon. I crossed my arms, put on my best bored expression, and waited for them to come to me. This is not the time to cop an attitude, Tempest reminded me. You and Cass weren't exactly BFFs, and now somebody's pulled his plug. Yeah, I replied, knowing she was right. It was impossible for me to smile at him, though, so bored was the least aggressive expression I could manage.
Destiny,
Blake said, inclining his head toward me. Muscles didn't bother to say anything. Blake, I replied, trying to read his expression. Normally he could control everything except his eyes. They were always a combination of regret and sadness when he looked at me. Today, though, they were inscrutable.
If you'll follow me, I have some questions.
He led me back to the office, and the guard followed, sandwiching me in between the two of them so I couldn't run even if I wanted to. Tempest kept tight to my ankles, trotting along beside me. There was barely room for all of us in the cramped, cluttered office space, so Blake moved around behind the desk and motioned to a chair across from him. Cass, being the overbearing jerk that he was, always had the seat adjusted so it was lower than his was. A mental mind screw meant to intimidate. I chose to stand, placing my hands on the back of my chair instead.
Cass is dead,
he said, stating the obvious. Yeah, I gathered as much from the lack of bitterness on his face and the mango slush dripping unheeded off his nose. Blake slammed his fist on the desk, causing a container of breath mints to bounce. My mind disconnected for a second and focused on the metallic clang rather than the anger and frustration oozing from Blake's every pore. Tempest shot me a glare. I sighed. Look, I don't know what you want me to say. I was out on the water bar talking to Amber and Dax. I heard a scream and came running back to shore, and that's when I saw him. A couple seconds later, his essence left, and that was it. I asked Tempest to get you. He rubbed his temples.
See, the thing is, a couple of patrons heard you wish him dead not 15 minutes before he keeled over.
I snorted. If me wishing him dead actually caused it, he'd have been a goner the first day we met. You know as well as I do that he's hated me from day one.
I realize that, and I also know why, but that's beside the point. What matters is that the feeling was mutual, and...
He paused for a second, then turned to the guard.
Step outside for a minute, please.
For a second, the guy hesitated, but then turned and did as he was told. Blake leaned his elbows on the desk, moving closer to me. He lowered his voice.
You have access to death elixir.
Me? My voice was about 3 octaves higher than normal. Blake glanced toward the door, and I lowered my voice. How do you figure I have access to it? I didn't even know it was a thing until 5 minutes ago when Elsa explained it to me. He drew his brows down.
You and I both know how you have access.
I ran my tongue over my teeth and struggled to maintain my cool. He was talking about my brother, Michael. In his misspent youth, he'd wasted quite a bit of his time in unsavory places. When his best friend was killed in an alley, it had scared him straight, and he'd become an agent with the Paranormal Criminal Investigations Bureau. The contacts he'd made during his years on the dark side proved useful in his career, and he'd quickly climbed the ladder. I narrowed my eyes at the implication. You know as well as I do, Mike went straight years ago when he joined the PCIB. He dipped his head and pulled in a breath.
You know that, and I know that, but it's bound to come out. That gives you motive, opportunity, and ability.
I plopped down in the chair, but reached beneath it to raise it up so I was eye level with Blake. You know I didn't do this. After searching my face for a few seconds, he said,
I know you didn't, but I also know it's only a matter of time before they find out about Michael, and then you're done. They'll bury you.
The worst part of it was that he wasn't necessarily being figurative. In many situations, this one included, the penalty for murder was death if the location fell under the PCIB jurisdiction, which the Enchanted Coast did. With such a wide variety of species that could kill with just a look or touch, they had to take a hard stance on it. So what are you saying? I asked. The familiar pleading look was back in his eyes.
I'm saying that I'm going to do everything I can to clear you from this side, but you're going to have to dig in too. I don't have the same access you do to people. Find out who saw what.
He ran his fingers through his hair.
In essence, dig like your life depends on it, because it does.
Well then, I had to hand it to him. He really knew how to motivate a girl. Chapter 5. He called his muscleness back in and proceeded to grill me on who I'd seen Cass talk to, what he'd said to me, where I'd seen him go, and who'd been in the bar and on the beach while he was there.
Does anybody in particular stand out to you?
I thought, but nothing was outside the norm. Of course, that covered a lot of ground when the clientele ranged from drunken cupids to vampire young. I shrugged helplessly. No, we had our regulars, then we had several tables of vacationers. Oh, and a couple of women, a middle-aged one and a succubus about my age, who sat at 82 over by the pool. The older one was awful.
Did you get names?
I shook my head. No, but they put it on a room card. I didn't pay any attention to it when I ran it because I was busy, and it was right before everything happened. Come to think of it, though, I didn't see them at all after Cass bid it. He scribbled a note on his clipboard.
I'll follow through on that. Did Jim stop by?
Jim was a reaper who usually stopped in a couple times a week when he had a day off. He was one of those quiet guys who just wanted to have a couple beers and relax. He usually hung out with Stan or Evan, probably because both of them were immune to his magic. If he had a little too much to drink, he didn't have to worry about killing them if they helped him up. No, I replied. As a matter of fact, he hasn't been in all week that I know of." He thought for a couple of minutes, and the silence became uncomfortable. I glanced toward the door. "Are we finished?"
"For now,"
he said.
"And Tempest?"
My little fox turned to him, brow raised.
"Thank you for coming to get me. I'm glad you're at Destiny's side."
She tilted her head at him, and something passed between them, though it was brief. As soon as the door clicked shut, I asked her about it out loud. "He simply asked me to stay by your side and take care of you." "Why would he say that?" "He still cares about you, Destiny." "Then he probably should have kept his lips to himself," I said, irritated by just the thought. "I'm not saying he gets a pass, just that he knows he screwed up and that it's not a good idea to ostracize him right now. Now that handsome werewolf," I smiled. "He is kind of hot, isn't he?" "He's a predator. That's part of his arsenal." "I don't know," I said. "I think that's more a vampire thing. Werewolves don't need to attract food. And besides, it's gauche to eat people these days." She laughed. "Yeah, I'm sure that's why it's passed out of fashion."
"Well,"
Bob said once I made it back to the bar.
"What did he say?"
"Nothing. Just asked me about our argument this morning and about who was here. He sat several drinks onto the server's deck."
"These are for table 5. Did he mention any suspects?"
"Yeah," I said, barking out a dry laugh. "Me." I scooped up the tray and went to greet the group. When I made my way out to the beach tables, I noticed they'd taken Cass away, but hadn't cleaned up the mess. Great, the man was a pain in my backside to the very end. The last thing I wanted to deal with was mango slime that had dripped off a dead angel, or anything dead for that matter, but it didn't look like I had a choice. Even using magic for most of it, I still had to wipe the table down to get all the sticky crap off, then carry the nasty rags. The last thing I needed was to drop them on somebody if I tried to magic them back to the bar. Amber and Dax had left, probably to get the kids, but Elsa and Tolth were there for the week. After I cleaned up the mess, I took them another round of drinks, then cringed when Blake's voice raked across my nerves yet again.
"Des, I need you to watch the bar while I talk to Bob,"
he called. I gave him a thumbs up, unwilling to walk back and interact with him face to face again. "You know, it's likely you'll be seeing much more of him at least until this is resolved," Elsa said, a dry smile curving her plump lips. "Yeah, I know," I said with a huff. "But that doesn't mean I have to like it." I stopped by a couple tables on my way back to the bar and cast a glance down to the deck of the water bar just to make sure nobody was waiting for me there. Even though there was a service bell, I'd found many people thought it was rude to actually ring it to get my attention. I stepped behind the bar to make my drink and shifted the fan in my direction. Ah, one of the first benefits of Cass being dead, I thought, as the cool air brushed over my sticky skin. I felt like that thought should have made me feel bad, but it really didn't. He'd been a horrible person. I wasn't exactly glad he was dead, but I was grateful I'd never have to deal with him again. While I was waiting for a Guinness to pour, I wondered who his replacement would be. Probably Bob, at least for the interim. Within 15 minutes or so, the place was filled to capacity. Nothing like a good murder to bring in the crowds. The chatter bounced back and forth between tables, each sharing the information they'd already picked up. I grinned as I hustled my buns off to serve everybody. Being from a small town, I was intimately familiar with the efficiency of the gossip tree, and the resort was its own little community. The only difference between the human world and the paranormal one was that there wasn't such an underlying need to be fake about it or pretend to be sorry when you weren't. The place took on an almost festive air, and I smiled to myself as I thought about making a drink special in honor of the occasion. Maybe use a little Midori or Kiki liqueur to make it a green tint. Call it the Cass's Grass Martini. Probably too soon. And definitely indelicate, but again, I was dealing with people who drank blood, ate raw fish, and shot people in the ass with heart-shaped arrows for a living. Political correctness really wasn't a thing. Me being a suspect was, though, so I figured it would be best to at least pretend to maintain a modicum of propriety. Bob filed back out of the office, jumping behind the bar when he saw how busy we'd gotten.
"Wow,"
he said.
"Gossip mongers? Or is everybody just as happy as we are?"
I smacked him on the arm as I filled my tray with the drinks I'd just made. "I'm not really glad he's dead. Can you pour me 3 house reds and grab me a couple of bottles of Big Wave?" He cocked a brow at me.
"Yeah, you sound real tore up about it."
It's no skin off my nose, but I'm not glad about it. Pretending I was torn up would be suspicious for sure. I'm just ambivalent, but choosing to see the silver lining. I pushed back through the crowd, and eventually somebody stuffed a few bucks in the jukebox. It was hard not to feel at least a little bit of the positive energy of the crowd when everybody was laughing and the sunny strains of one Buffett song after another floated on the tropical breeze. What did it say about Cass that dying was the only thing he'd ever done to brighten up the place? Chapter 6. Wow, what a night, I told Bob once the last customer had cleared out. I was thankful the tiki was only open until 11. It was almost midnight, and the party hadn't stopped since that afternoon. We hadn't been that busy since the last leprechaun wedding we'd hosted. Now those folks could drink. They were tight with their gold, though, so it was always a good idea to add the gratuity to their check rather than depend on their generosity. Vampires and wares, on the other hand, fat tippers in general, but the job was a little more hazardous because they tended to play rough once they got a few drinks in them. I took off a shoe and flexed my foot, pulling my toes back toward my shins and rolling my ankles. Bob collapsed on a chair beside me.
"You ain't kiddin',"
he replied. "Grab the drawer," I said. "You count and I'll clean." With a few flicks of my wrist, the mop was chasing the broom across the worn wooden planks of the floor, and the beer was floating from the stockroom, filling the coolers. He shook his head.
"I loved Glendale,"
the brownie he'd worked with while I'd been on my forced hiatus.
"but I gotta say, you're much handier to have around at closing time."
It didn't take him any time at all to count the till, separating out the credit card receipts from the room charges. I ran the cash-out slip from my register and did the same thing. When I was done, I had a nice stack of cash left over. "Not too shabby," I said as I finished counting my tips. "Did you do okay?" He was grinning.
"A little better than okay, I'd say."
We'd both made more than we usually made in 3 nights, and considering we had dirt-cheap room and board at the resort, it was basically pure profit.
"I do feel a little bad, though,"
he said.
"I mean, we made most of it because Cass was murdered."
I lifted a shoulder. "Don't look at it like that. He'd be dead regardless of whether we made $10 or $10,000. He lumbered back behind the bar and poured 2 shots of Irish whiskey and handed me one.
"To Cass,"
he said. "May he finally have that stick out of his ass," I added, clinking glasses. In truth, I really did hope he was happy wherever it was that angels went when they died. I'd always suspected he was miserable for a reason, and nobody knew the true story behind why he got the boot. I grimaced as I took the shot, and Tempest spoke aloud. "You know, you should be careful saying things like that. We know you're innocent, but others may take a different view on comments like that." The mop and broom were finished and hovering outside the closet, so I opened the door with the swish of a couple fingers and put them away. "Like who? There's nobody else around."
"Like me?"
Blake said, stepping off the dark path from the hotel and into the light. I sighed. "You know I didn't do it just as well as Bob and Tempest do. Now, if you had one of your minions with you, that would be another story." He scowled at the term.
"You know those are some of the most highly trained magical investigators and guards on the planet, right?"
They still look like goons, I replied, slipping my feet back into my shoes.
Any progress?
Bob asked. Blake shook his head.
Not yet, but I forgot to leave the keys earlier.
He pulled some keys out of his pocket and handed them to me. What am I supposed to do with them? I asked, confused.
Do you mind being interim manager until I can find somebody?
Color me shocked. That was the last thing I'd expected to hear, but then again, I'd expected whatever he had to say to be punctuated by one of his gorillas putting cuffs on me. I don't mind, but do you think it's a good idea considering I'm suspect numero uno?
Since I'm the executive director of the resort, I get to decide what's a good idea. So yes, I think it's a good idea. You've done the job before and done it well. I'd offer it to you full-time once this is over if I thought you'd take it.
He slid onto a stool beside me, and I was irritated because the smell of his cologne still made my heart stutter. Scowling, I moved down a stool, under the pretense of reaching for Bob's drawer so I could do the second count and deposit it into the magical safe in Cass's office. Well, I guess, for now, it was my office. From there, it went directly to the accounting department. As always, his count was right. Blake walked around the bar and pulled out 3 beers, handing one to me and one to Bob, and keeping one for himself.
We have to figure this out,
he said, raking his fingers through his wavy blonde hair.
For cripe's sake, an angel was murdered at my resort. And to make matters worse, Destiny is the one everybody's gonna be looking at. Assigning you interim manager is a proactive step to show my confidence in you, but we need to solve this thing, he said. Bob cracked his beer and took a big swig. We're not exactly detectives, he said. It's not like we're golfing with these people. No, Blake replied, waving his bottle toward Bob. You're non-threatening and, if memory serves, a damned good bartender. People talk to you. That's true, I said. It never ceases to amaze me that you're 7 feet tall and have hands that could crush skulls, but still manage to come across as harmless. People are more scared of me than they are of you. That's because you're terrifying, Bob said. What? I am not. I'm one of the friendliest people I know. And I'm like 1.5 feet shorter and $1.50 lighter than you. I raised a brow at Blake, telling him to back me up. It was the least he could do, really. He pinched his lips together and pointed at me. That look right there, he said. That's terrifying. I'm afraid to disagree with you, and I'm a 9th-level wizard. Don't get me wrong, you're friendly too, people love you, but you're a prime example that they're not mutually exclusive traits. And it's not ideal that Cass had it out for you so bad, Bob said. Blake's words from earlier drifted back to me. He'd said he knew why Cass didn't like me. You two should probably fill me in on that because I've been working with the jerk for 2 years now and haven't been able to figure it out. They both looked at me like I was nuts or blind. I couldn't figure out which. You didn't know? Bob asked, scratching his head. Know what? I felt like I was the only one who was missing the punchline of a joke. There was a reason he got the manager's job when you declined it. He got it because the higher-ups wanted him to emulate you. Come again? I said, raising my brows. Surely I hadn't heard that right. You're exactly what he was supposed to be, but wasn't, Blake said. People love you, but don't walk on you. You have a temper, but you control it. You love cake and beer as much as the next person, but you eat and drink in moderation. You know how to walk the fine line between enough and too much, at least most of the time, but he couldn't or wouldn't figure it out. It's what made him so horrible at his job, this one and the angel gig. He always went too far one way or the other. Temperance, remember? I snorted. I'm the poster child for a lot of things, but temperance isn't one of them. Okay, Bob said, then pulled another beer for each of us from the cooler. I eyeballed the beer because it had been a hell of a day,
but sighed and waved him off. I'm good. Apparently I have to be here to open in the morning, and heat and hangovers don't mix. Blake raised a brow at me.
Oh, the irony.
Glowering at him, I snatched the beer from him just to prove him wrong. Chapter 7. 8 hours later, I really regretted that second beer. I was a lightweight when it came to drinking, and between the shot and the 2 beers, I'd gone to bed with a bit of a buzz. Thankfully, Elena, a cute Italian vampire, was waitressing that day, so all I'd have to do was schmooze and help out as needed. Unlike Cass, I just didn't have it in me to let the place go down in flames rather than jump in and help. She was good at her job and wasn't afraid to work, so the most I ended up doing all day was bussing a few tables and refilling a few drinks. Besides that, I took advantage of the time to talk to folks who'd been there the day before. Though I worked it into the conversation, I managed to find out in one way or another exactly what everybody was doing there. Considering there were only a few people missing from the day before, it wasn't hard. By the end of the day, the only people I couldn't nail down were the mystery werewolf, a gorgon who wasn't there with Fiona's group, and a couple witches who'd managed to fly under my radar. Bob was working again, and I jumped in and helped him when the gorgon group came for lunch at the same time a bunch of nymphs showed up at the water bar. We worked through the tickets, and once we were through the rush, I helped him clean up. So, no mysterious werewolf guide today? I asked, restocking the cooler with Cabernet, one of the blood wines we used in our vampire sangrias and wine slushies. I wasn't much for the cutesy name, but the vampire portion of our community loved it. He shot me a sideways glance as he sat down the extra case of Miller Lite he'd just brought up from the back.
I wouldn't go so far as to call him mysterious,
he said.
He just wasn't much of a talker. It's not like he was using John Doe on his room card.
He put his hand to his chin and wrinkled his forehead.
Though I did actually know a John Doe once. British Cyclops. The man kicked ass at darts, but couldn't play poker for squat.
I tilted my head and took a deep breath, waiting for him to catch back up.
Sorry,
he said.
I think of that guy every time I hear the name.
That's only logical since it was his name, I said. But what I need to know is the werewolf's name. And did he say what he was doing here?
His name is Colin Moore, and he said he's here on business.
What business? I asked, frustrated. It's your job to dig this information out of people.
No,
he said, drawing the word out.
It's my job to provide an excellent customer experience. And for him, that amounted to keeping his beer full and making sure his steak was cooked right.
He was right. I'd seen him trying to engage the dude and falling flat every time he tried to interact.
But I did happen to overhear some of his conversation with Cass while I was, cleaning the cooler,
he said, looking smug.
For some reason, people forget Sasquatches have excellent hearing.
I grinned. The coolers were self-cleaning, but Cass wouldn't have known that because he'd never sullied himself behind the bar. Leaning a little closer because he wasn't the only paranormal with super hearing, I said. I knew it was bugging you too. What did you hear?
That part's kinda disappointing,
he said.
It didn't make much sense to me, but Cass wasn't happy about it. They reviewed some paperwork, and Cass stormed off when the guy mentioned something about a decision. Mr. Moore didn't show much reaction. He just kinda watched him, speculating. I got the feeling he didn't like him much, though.
That caught my attention. What gave you that feeling? Bob lifted a shoulder.
Just the way he looked at him, kinda like Cass was centaur crap on the bottom of his shoe. After that, every time Cass came out of his office and saw the werewolf, he looked pissed and avoided him. Then yesterday, while you were down at the water, Cass came to the bar to get more whipped cream.
I cut him off with a snortle, and he held up his hand.
I know,
he said, closing his eyes.
But please, I'm giving it my best shot not to get that visual. Anyway, when he came to the bar, Moore told him they needed to talk, but Cass ignored him. Moore called after him that Cass was forcing him to do something he didn't want to do, and then he left.
He finished polishing the wine glass in his hand while I let that sink in. So that didn't strike you as worth mentioning before now, maybe? I asked, brow raised.
It did, but Blake said somebody else had already mentioned it to him. Besides, the dude was long gone by the time Cass bit it.
Tempest sighed from her spot at the end of the bar. For somebody looking at hard time or death, you're not putting much effort into this. I thought back to the incident with Stan the day before when he'd spilled his drink on me and knocked all the food off the table. Bob had been in the process of making the daiquiris for Cass's table and had left them unattended while he was occupied dealing with the incident. When I reminded him of that, a look of dawning crossed his face.
I'd forgotten all about that. Those drinks weren't 3 feet from him. It would have been a piece of cake for him to reach across and add something to it. For that matter, a few people could have done it.
It looks like we finally have at least one suspect who isn't me, then, I said, picking up my phone. It was time to do a little checking up on Colin Moore. Chapter 8. The first person I called was Blake, since Bob had said somebody else had talked to him about Colin. Rather than the cooperation I'd expected after our talk in the office, he stonewalled me.
It wasn't Colin, Destiny, he said. I can't say more than that, but you're just going to have to trust me.
Trust you? I bit out before I could stop myself. I'd made that mistake once, and look what it had gotten me. I could practically see his spine stiffen, and it reflected in the tone of his voice.
Yes, trust me. Mr. Moore isn't the one who killed Cass.
And how, exactly, do you know that? He had at least one conversation with Cass, and it didn't go well. After that, Cass avoided him like the plague, and the guy told him he was forcing him to do something he didn't want to do.
Yeah, I know all that already,
he said.
Unless you saw him drop the elixir in with your own 2 eyes. Drop him off the list, though.
List? I snapped. He is the list. Oh, and don't forget about me. He heaved a deep breath.
I wish I could tell you more. Really, I do. But my hands and my lips are tied on this. You have to take me at my word.
He lowered his voice.
You may think I'm a lot of things, Des, but you have to admit I've never lied to you.
I had to admit that was the truth, even though I would have rather pulled one of my own teeth than say it out loud. He wasn't a liar. That doesn't necessarily mean you're right, though, I said. Maybe it just means you're telling me what you've been told.
No, I've been thoroughly briefed on his mission here. I'm not being told anything but that one way or another, but knowing why he was here, I can tell you he didn't kill him. Plus, I played a couple of rounds of golf with him, and I didn't get any bad vibes.
One of Blake's superpowers was sensing the truth. He was a literal walking, talking lie detector. Just like most powers, though, it wasn't infallible, and it wasn't 100% dependable. I knew that for a fact because there'd been a few times I'd had to work around it during our relationship in order to plan surprises or avoid him guessing what he got for Christmas. I was a stickler for that because presents should always be a surprise. That was half the fun. Did you discuss the murder with him? Ask him flat out if he did it?
No,
he said, biting out the word.
I haven't seen him since it happened.
Well then, we can't rule him out.
Destiny.
No, Blake. I was beyond the point of irritation. He had the opportunity and maybe ability. At least as much as I have, anyway. He wasn't getting along with Cass for whatever reason, and I'm sorry, but he yelled a threat across a bar not 15 minutes before Cass bit it. So, why should I be on the suspect list, but he shouldn't?
You're not going to let this go, are you?
Not unless you give me a reason to. Putting off positive vibes during golf doesn't quite meet that standard. We'd come to an impasse. As far as I was concerned, Colin Moore was at least as good for the murder as I was, and I only knew for a fact that one of us was innocent. After I hung up with Blake, I helped Elena and Bob get ready for the dinner rush. Celeste, a succubus, was leaning against the bar doing a much better job of making a straw look sexy than Cass's date had done. I sighed. "Hey, Destiny," she said. "Hey, Celeste," I answered, giving her a small half-smile. One of the safety enchantments of the resort dampened the allure of predatory creatures such as succubi, incubi, and sirens, but that didn't do anything about her natural assets. Legs that went on forever, glistening hair that curled halfway down her back even in its ponytail, or the almond-shaped eyes that screamed sex. To her credit, she came to the resort exactly because of the enchantment, and I got it. She was 300 years old and looked 30. A hot 30. She was perfectly suited to her career as a litigation attorney, but her powers of persuasion were a personal hindrance. I couldn't imagine not even being able to run to the grocery store in sweats and an old t-shirt without turning the bag boy on when I accidentally made eye contact to say thank you. Still, she could wear a potato sack and look better than most of us even without the enchantments. I'd hate her a little, but she was too much of a sweetheart. "Did you work things out with Blake yet?" she asked. I scowled at her. "No. Why would you even think that?" She lifted a shoulder. "I don't know. I just figured he'd have worn you down by now." "No," I said, my stomach turning. "There's no wearing me down. I can't come back from that." "Okay, sweetie." She pushed herself onto the stool behind her and crossed one leg over the other. "What else is new, then?" "How much time you got?" I asked with a dry smile. She patted the stool beside her. "I'm here for a week. That enough time?" "It's a start." I slid onto the stool and told her about the whole Cass debacle. "Well," she said, "I can't say I'm sorry he's dead, but I will say I'm surprised. I didn't know angels could die, except at the hands of other angels." "You know," I said, rubbing my chin, "that's a good point. I didn't either until Elsa told me about it. Is it common knowledge and I was just the last to know?"
"I didn't know either,"
Bob said.
"And I've been around a while."
"I doubt they want it advertised," Celeste said, adjusting her bathing suit top when she noticed a surfer boy vampire staring at her cleavage. She narrowed her eyes at him, and he snapped his gaze to the bar in front of him. Only on the supernatural food chain, tricentenarian sex demon ranked way higher than post-pubescent undead. "I couldn't help but overhear what you two were talking about a minute ago. I'm trying to think of where I've heard the werewolf's name before," she went on, fishing a cherry out of the bottom of the drink with her straw. "It's familiar, but I can't think of why." "So should I take Blake's word for it and drop it?" She cocked an eyebrow at me. "Honey, I literally mess with men's minds to survive, both financially and physically. If there's one thing I know, it's that nobody's mind is impervious to suggestion. It's your hide on the line, and somebody killed an angel. That's no joke. I wouldn't take anybody's word for anything." Truer words. I hopped off the stool and headed back to my office, grabbing a lime water on my way. Then I have some uncomfortable calls to make. Chapter 9. As bad as I hated to, I was going to have to call my brother. Blake was right about one thing. Michael knew the dark underbelly of the paranormal world. The problem would be getting a hold of him. I was pulling his number up on my phone when Tempest blinked into my office, causing my ears to pop. She landed in the chair across from me. "Where have you been?" She took the time to lick her paw before she answered. "I was up snooping around in Blake's office. I heard what he told you, and don't like that he's apparently under some kind of magical gag order. Those come with too many strings." I waited for her to continue, but she went back to licking her paws. "So?" I said, impatient. "Did you find anything?" "Oh, yeah." She looked up at me, her fuzzy little brow furrowed. "Actually, it's what I didn't find that's interesting." "And what was that?" Talking to a fox was similar to talking to a cat. They thought in different patterns than we did, so some patience was required. She was smart and analytical, though, so it was rarely time wasted. "An address for Colin Moore, or any personal information for that matter? I found credit card receipts, a phone number, and menu preferences. That's it." "That was all that was on his guest sheet?" "Yep," she said, popping the pea. "Weird, right?" I'll say. The guest registry sheet for the resort was necessarily long. When you dealt with such a wide array of species, even the drilled-down list was extensive. I'd been itching to get my fingers on it and streamline it since I'd started, but it hadn't made my priorities list when I was dating Blake. When our relationship blew up, helping him run the place was akin to going to the dentist, the gyno, and the DMV all at the same time. I'd met him a few months after I started working there when he'd brought a group of shifter investors to lunch at the Tiki. I'd never seen him in all that time. Then all of a sudden, I was seeing him everywhere. He'd stop in for a drink after work, or I'd run into him at the employee pool. We talked, and it took me more than a month to figure out he wanted to ask me out, but was afraid to because of his position. So, I asked him. The hotel didn't have a dating policy per se. We had enough rules and regulations as it was. To cover the little stuff like injuries and sexual harassment, we signed arbitration clauses when we were hired, and trust me, frivolous lawsuits weren't an issue. The arbitration committee was made up of harpies, and you did not want to go before them, either as a plaintiff or defendant, unless you absolutely had to. It kept everybody straight on both sides of the aisle. Anyway, we followed the standard lovey-dovey song and dance. Despite what Cass had said, I hadn't slept my way into any position. I'd been doing the same job since the day I started. The only thing that had changed was that, as I gained seniority, I got better shifts and more responsibility, standard practice in most jobs. He proposed on our first anniversary under a full moon on the beach. Then less than a month later, he told me he'd kissed his secretary, but tried to explain it away. I hadn't even known there was an attraction. So that was the story of Blake and Destiny, no less, no more. It's only relevant because in the time I'd known him, I'd learned that he was a stickler for paperwork. Every box must be checked, every line filled out. So the fact that Mr. Moore's paperwork was so lacking was puzzling indeed. I was just about to call Michael, I told Tempest. "I think that's a grand idea," she said. "And ask him how hard it is to actually get a hold of the death elixir." She tilted her head to the side. "On second thought, don't ask him anything over the phone. Let's meet him for lunch instead." "Are you suggesting that because you're worried somebody's listening, or because you want to see Rocky again?" Rocky was my brother's wolf familiar, and Tempest had a soft spot for him. She made a show of examining her paw, even though she'd just cleaned it. "You never know who's listening," she said, trying to be sage. "After all, an angel was killed. This is going to be the top priority for every law enforcement agency on the planet." "That's it?" I asked. "Well, and it'll be nice to see them, too. Rocky has such soft-looking fur, but that air of danger." She gave a little shudder and grinned. "Wicked fox," I said, smiling back. "But I agree. It'll be good to see Michael and Rocky. It's been too long." I hit dial and was disappointed but not surprised when it went to voicemail. If he was on an undercover job somewhere, he wouldn't be able to answer. He was good about calling me back, though, so I decided to move on and just go up to the resort and talk to Blake face to face. He wasn't the only one with a bullshit meter, and I wanted to see where he pinged on mine. Chapter 10. Even though I was one of the few employees with teleporting privileges, I opted to walk. I loved running my fingers across the top of the sea oats, and the packed sugar sand felt good beneath my bare feet. It also gave me time to think about how I was going to approach Blake again, considering he'd been so firm on the phone. The more I thought about it, the more hopeless the situation felt. There had been at least 5 people who had access to the drinks on Cass's table. I didn't consider them to be particularly viable, though, considering 4 of them plus Cass would have had to be distracted enough for one of them to slip the elixir into his daiquiri unseen. Out of that group, the gargoyles were the most suspicious, if only because the girls didn't strike me as the sharpest crayons in the box. Besides, with Cass dead, I doubt they got paid. The gargoyles, on the other hand, were shady. I doubted there was any honor among that particular group of thieves, and gargoyles were known for being ruthless and fickle. If Cass had crossed one of them, or all of them for that matter, they wouldn't have hesitated to off him if they stood to profit, angel or no. They were equal opportunity con artists with moral compasses guided by greed. The other point of access would have been the bar. In addition to Colin, the 2 witches had been there, though I couldn't for the life of me remember seeing them. Considering I made it my business to keep track of everybody in the place in order to keep drinks full and shenanigans to a minimum, I was disappointed in myself. I could understand missing the Gorgon. Fiona and her crew had been down for lunch, so I would have assumed she was with them. The witches, on the other hand, were a mystery. I'd asked Blake about them too, though Bob said they'd paid cash. As always, the main building took my breath away a little bit. The entire resort was grand. It had been funded by a group of uber-wealthy interspecies investors who wanted a place to go where they could be themselves. The first season was booked before the place was even built, but there were a few bumps. As a result, the founders had pulled together an advisory committee that evaluated areas of improvement and planned the expansion. As a result, they doubled the size of the resort and added extra charms, allowing a wider array of species to enjoy the amenities, the dampening charm for the succubi and incubi being one of many. The main hotel was 20 stories high and housed more than 1,000 rooms, a casino, 6 pools, 5 conference areas, and a handful of restaurants, bars, and beach-themed shops. In other words, Blake had his work cut out for him just keeping it running. Thus, the meticulous bookkeeping. The main entrance was massive, probably 100 yards across, split in 2 by a huge sphinx. She wasn't just for looks either. She was yet another clever security measure. Since nobody except Blake, the security team, and a handful of employees could use teleportation into or out of the hotel, folks were much less likely to commit crimes if they knew they'd be eaten as soon as they dashed out the front doors. "Hey, Margot," I said. Yes, the Sphinx was a woman. "Destiny," she exclaimed, her stone face breaking into a smile. "What a pleasant surprise. I never see you up here anymore. I miss our late-night chats." When I was the early-out waitress at the Tiki, I'd wait outside for Blake to get off work, sitting between her paws and enjoying the ocean view. We'd talk about anything and everything. I know, I miss them too. I close the Tiki pretty much every night now, and since Blake and I pinched my lips together and huffed out a breath. She nodded in sympathy. "I know, dear. It was all I could do not to eat the home-wrecking tart when she left that day. She deserved a few good chomps." I patted her paw. "You're a good friend. I had to restrain myself, too." "If it's any consolation, she hasn't been back, and I haven't seen him with another woman." Lifting my shoulder, I said, "It doesn't really matter. I want him to be happy, but it just can't be with me. She gave me the side eye.
"Don't forget who you're talking to, young lady."
Oh yeah, she saw into the hearts of all, whether they were beating or not. I straightened my shoulders. Well, I figure if I say it enough, one of these days it'll be true. She clucked and shook her head.
"Enough with the unpleasantness. To what do I owe the pleasure?"
Well, it's actually another bit of unpleasantness, at least from a legal standpoint. I assume you heard Cass was murdered? She dipped her head, and some sand cascaded to the ground around her. Even though she was stone, I'd always felt bad for her when the occasional high wind would blow sand in her face.
"I did," she said. "Nasty business, that. Bad for the resort, too. If we don't solve it quickly, it will be a PR nightmare."
Did you sense anything odd yesterday or in the past few days? She pulled in a deep breath.
"No, but since they started selling day passes online, not everybody comes through here now."
She paused.
"There was something odd a few days ago with those gargoyles Cass hangs out with. They met with a succubus right over there, and not one of the good ones either. Something changed hands, but it was too small for me to tell what it was. Then they went that way."
She motioned with her head to the south entrance.
"And on their way past me, one of them said they were glad they weren't going to have to deal with Cass much longer. Called him a fool who'd gotten what he deserved."
I frowned. Do you think it could have been the elixir? She puckered her lips, thinking.
"I suppose it could have been, but I can't say for sure."
So the gargoyles were at the top of my list, but they weren't the only ones. What about a werewolf named Colin Moore?
She said, scrunching her forehead. "Moore? Handsome devil? Hair just a bit too long?"
That's him. He threatened Cass not long before he keeled over.
"Yes," she said gently, inclining her head a little. "But so did you. If everybody that ever threatened that hideous man were a suspect, the investigation would be sunk."
I thought belatedly about Fiona. You're right, I guess. Fiona threatened to turn him to stone because he was being a jerk to me. Margot smiled.
"I do love that woman. She comes out and talks to me some nights while she's here. She can relax around me and let her hair down, literally, since I'm already stone."
Yeah, Fiona's great. Speaking of, I said, have there been any lone gorgons lately?
"Actually, yes. One checked in yesterday. She's a hotel inspector, so this trip is a mix of business and pleasure."
She cringed a little.
"You didn't hear that from me. Now that I think about it, she's probably a mystery guest."
I groaned and made a mental note to tell Bob and Elena. Mystery guests were the pits. Either the hotel or somebody from the council would send somebody in periodically in the guise of a guest. The person would stay a few days, use as many of the amenities as possible, then score each one. Personally, I thought it was dirty pool, especially if the mystery guest had never worked in the industry, but I was just a peon. So probably not the murderer, I concluded. Margot lifted a shoulder.
"I'd say no. She doesn't strike me as the brightest bulb. And I didn't pick up any murder in her heart. She does have a mean girl streak, though, and a heaping dose of rookie-level pettiness."
Her biggest gift, or mixed blessing as she called it, was seeing the sins in a person's heart. I think it's why she tended to cut Blake a break. She knew he sincerely didn't intend to do anything wrong, yet he did, intentionally or not.
"Anybody else you want to know about?"
she asked. A couple of witches. Bob said they looked youngish, but you and I both know that doesn't mean anything.
"Sorry, sweetie. There are at least 100 witches here right now. They're having a convention starting tomorrow, and many of them came early."
Thanks for your help anyway, I said, patting one of her enormous paws. No problem, she replied. Come back and see me more often. It gets lonely up here. A shadow crossed her face. And Des? Yeah, Margot? When you have to make a choice, have faith. General advice or specific? I asked. Despite the cloak of humanity, she was a sphinx. Riddles were her thing, and she often saw the future, at least in snippets. Both, she said, smiling before she turned back toward the ocean and faded back into a statue again. With a final pat to her toe, I stood and headed to see Blake. At least I'd managed to eliminate the Gorgon. The field was narrower by one. Chapter 11. I took my time wandering through the bottom floor of the hotel on my way to the elevators that would take me to Blake's penthouse office. I wasn't sure what I was going to say to him, and the last time I'd been in there was when he'd told me what he'd done. I'd had to walk past her on my way out, and it wasn't a memory I wanted to rehash. Though there was a mishmash of everything from beachy souvenir shops to chic restaurants on the bottom floor of the resort, everything somehow worked. Even though I'd been there for almost 4 years, I still got the festive vacation-y feel when I walked through, and it calmed me. I picked up a new pair of flip-flops from one of the shops, then womaned up and headed toward the bank of elevators. Turns out, I didn't make it to his office. I'd just pushed the up button when the doors a couple of elevators to my left slid open and Blake stepped out. He was laughing with a woman that fit the description of one of the pair of witches Bob had seen at the bar. The smile slid off his face as they stopped in front of me.
Destiny, hey,
he said, glancing back and forth between me and Ms. Perfect. My gaze slid to the cute brunette next to him as I reached deep and pasted on my best, don't give a shit look. She was dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, but somehow she made it look classy. I felt self-conscious in my cutoffs and tank top and wished I'd taken the time to at least put on some eyeliner. He recovered first and started to make the introduction. The hole in the floor I'd been wishing for appeared in the form of the elevator door sliding open in front of me. I smiled and pointed. I'd love to stay and chat, but Fiona called and needs my help with something. Trying not to be obvious, I stepped into the elevator, jabbed the close button on the panel, and picked a random floor. I leaned against the brass rail at the back of the cabin and pulled in a couple of deep breaths, willing my heart not to pound out of my chest. That could have gone better, but I supposed it was bound to happen sometime. The elevator slowed, then stopped, and I glanced above the door to see where I was at. The 13th floor. Weird, because that was my lucky number. I guess it was the universe saying, "You're welcome for the quick save." The doors slid open before I could hit the down button again, and who, to my wondering eyes, should appear but Mr. Colin Moore himself? Well, I thought, stepping aside so I wasn't invading his personal space. I flashed him the distant, strangers in an elevator, smile, and clasped my hands behind me as he reached for the panel.
What floor?
He asked. Ground, please. He punched the button, then stepped back and mirrored my stance on the other side of the cabin. Somehow it seemed like he was taking up a lot more of the space than I was. Seeing as how I hadn't heard him say a peep the entire time he'd been there, I was surprised when he cleared his throat and spoke.
Destiny, right? From the tiki?
Yeah, I said, glancing at him. I've seen you there. And you are? I figured he didn't need to know I already knew who he was. One side of his mouth tipped up in a wry half-smile, though he kept his eyes straight ahead.
Colin Moore.
So, Colin Moore, what brings you to our delightful beach getaway? I kept my gaze trained straight ahead, too. Two could play the calm, cool, and collected game.
A mix of business and pleasure,
he answered, turning his head to look at me sideways.
And what brings you to it?
I barked out a laugh. Oh, the usual. I got bored jet-setting and decided to come down here and pretend to be a poor waitress for a couple of years. I figured slumming it would be a gas. Plus, I'm a sucker for the shoes and apron. For the first time, I got to see that smile I'd imagined half a dozen times over the last week, and it looked even better on him than I could have guessed. I smiled back, even while the logical part of my brain was trying to tell the part that controlled the girly bits that he might be a murderer. To be fair, though, that would pretty much make him my type. The guy I'd gone out with twice before Blake hadn't been quite that bad, but only because he'd lacked motivation. He preferred to snatch purses off little old ladies, a fun fact about himself that he'd left off the About Me section of his Facebook page. I found out the hard way when he tried to pay for our dinner with a credit card belonging to a woman who had apparently reported it stolen. He left in cuffs, and I got stuck with the bill. At least we'd decided to skip dessert. The elevator jolted to a stop, and the doors slid open. I took a deep breath, hoping Blake and Ms. Perfect had left the vicinity. My anxiety level spiked a little, but I figured fate surely wouldn't bitch-slap me twice in the same hour. I was correct. He turned toward the front of the building and continued by my side, matching my pace.
Are you going back to the tiki?
He asked as we stepped outside. I am, but I'm off. I was just going to check in on things. The day was slipping into evening, and the sun hovered just over the water, spreading waves of brilliant violets, pinks, and oranges across the horizon. The positioning of the entrance wasn't accidental. The ocean view never failed to take my breath away every time I stepped outside, no matter what time of day it was. The colors were outstanding even for the Enchanted Coast, and I stumbled, sucking in a breath when I saw the HD display of colors stretched across the sky. Colin slowed too and gave a low whistle.
Wow, that right there makes the whole trip worth it.
I gave him a wispy half smile. I joked about the shoes and apron, but if I have to work, why would I pick anywhere else? The faintest of breezes kicked up, and the smell of his cologne, a clean breezy scent that mimicked the ocean air, wafted over to me, almost making my mouth water. I wished much more fervently than before that I'd bothered a little more with my appearance. He moved a few inches closer to me, and I couldn't decide if it was intentional or if he was just taking in the astounding display and had shifted his weight to get comfortable. I kicked myself a little because my goofy libido hoped he'd done it on purpose. We were standing beside Margot, who shifted ever so slightly to look at Colin, then give me a wink before turning her face back toward the water. I rolled my eyes, then shuffled over a little and hopped up onto her pedestal, settling in to watch the show. It was my favorite spot on the whole resort, both because of the view and because of Margot. You go ahead, I told Colin. I'm going to stay here and watch the sunset. He tilted his head, examining me, and his gaze flickered to my legs before he jerked it back to my face.
Do you mind if I join you?
On impulse, I shrugged and scooched over, patting the space beside me. Not at all. I even saved you a seat. I knew I should be taking advantage of the situation to ask him some questions, but there was just something about a sunset over the Gulf of Mexico that demanded your whole attention. The colors grew more brilliant as the edge of the sun slipped behind the horizon. A few minutes later, the final bit slipped out of sight, followed by a slight green blink. I smiled, wondering if he knew how rare it was to witness that. No magic on earth could force it to happen. It was all on nature. He took a deep breath beside me, and when I chanced to look, he was smiling again.
No matter how old I get, an ocean sunset never gets old,
he said. I know, definitely a perk of the job. I knew I should push off the pedestal and go check on Bob, but I hated to break the moment. A group of young witches ran by, streaming sparklers behind them, doing it for me. Reality crashed back, and he cleared his throat.
I guess we should head down to the tiki,
he said, a note of regret in his voice. I guess so, I replied, pushing off the pedestal. He followed suit, and when I looked back to wave at Margot, she was smirking just a little bit. Chapter 12. As we walked, I was trying to think of a way to broach the whole Cassiel thing when he did it for me. Any progress on the murder? My sense of humor ran toward the bazaar when I was nervous, and I huffed out a little laugh. I'm pretty sure the murder progressed exactly as planned, I said. It's the investigation that could use some help. He furrowed his brow at me, and I wished I could pull the words back until he laughed. Semantics, he said. As an attorney, I can appreciate that. You're a lawyer? For some reason, that surprised me, probably because my first guess had been an international assassin or spy James Bond style. Though to be fair, some of the skill sets were similar. Sort of, he answered, and left it at that. I couldn't resist. So how did you know Cass? He stuffed his hands in the pockets of his khaki shorts. I wondered when you were going to come around to that, or if you were. You brought it up, I reminded him, stepping over a blob of melting ice cream in the sand. Fair enough. I didn't know Cass per se, and my business with him was confidential, but I didn't kill him. Well, that clears everything right up then. You're off the list. He cocked a brow at me. I didn't know I was on it. I heaved a sigh. It's nothing personal. As far as I'm concerned, there are several suspects. And you're at the top of the list. It grated, but only because it was true. I did my best to tamp down my irritation. So I've been told, but I'm the only one I know for a fact didn't do it. If it makes you feel any better, you don't strike me as the poisoning type. I snorted. You've got that right. I'm more of a crime of passion type of girl. If I'd have done it, it would have been much messier and more painful. Another grin flashed across his face, and I found myself wanting to see more of it. It tickled through the back of my brain that the fact I was so attracted to him was probably more evidence against him. I'd have to agree with you, he said. Poisoning's too sneaky for you. You strike me as the type who'd want him to see it coming. Well, when you put it like that, it just sounds mean. That didn't mean he wasn't right, though. So tell me why I should believe you didn't kill him, I said. We were cresting the last rise before the tiki, and I was a little disappointed the walk was over. Do I strike you as the type to poison somebody? I examined him for a minute, rubbing my chin. I don't know. It's not werewolf style, but you're also a lawyer, so until I'm sure, I'm not leaving any open drinks alone with you. He laughed. That's wise of you. Unnecessary, but wise. Bob raised a brow at me when we popped around the corner, and it reminded me of how taciturn Colin had been all week. What's your beef with Bob? The poor guy's been trying to entertain you all week, and you haven't cracked so much as a smile. He sighed. I know. I've had a lot on my mind. If you had any idea why I was here, you'd understand. Well, since you're not willing to share that information, be nice to him. He's a good guy. Yes, ma'am, he said. He went to the bar, and I watched to make sure he made good on his word. When he greeted Bob and started making small talk like a normal person would, I turned toward the patio. Stan wasn't there, which was surprising. Siri and Aiden were walking along the beach, and the Gorgons had built a bonfire a little farther down, right before the magical border that kept humans out and the resort invisible. From the other side, it just looked like cliffs jutting out of the sand, making the way impassable. No confusion spells or repulsion spells necessary. Simple, yet brilliant. It had been one of Michael's ideas. The thought of him brought back the events of the afternoon. Tempest curled around my feet. Your mood just went from hero to zero, she said, and I was glad she was keeping it private rather than speaking out loud. I explained what had happened. I'm sorry. she thought, rubbing her head on my leg. Too bad he didn't see you with the hottie over there. I thought we had him on the suspect list, though. We do. I sighed. It's complicated. He's nice and funny, but I can't rule him out, at least until I know what his business was with Cass. Shame. He sure is something to look at. I couldn't argue with that. Either people had partied themselves out the night before or were entertaining themselves in the main bars up at the hotel because the tiki was quiet. A few tables were having dinner, and Bob had a handful of folks at the bar, but that was it. Elena had things under control, so I slipped into the office to do payroll, Tempest on my heels. It was quick and easy thanks to automation rather than magic, and I had it done in no time. Did Michael call back? Tempest asked, running her claws through the fluff on her tail. Not yet, I said, checking my phone for the 100th time just to be sure. We can't just sit around here and wait for them to come get you, she said, hopping onto my desktop. You're resilient, but death isn't really something you come back from. She paused, then added, Well, you can, obviously, but not with a body. And let me tell you, it's bad enough not having thumbs. I'm aware. I scowled at her and pulled the payroll backup paperwork from under her fluffy butt. But what else is there to do? You could always talk to your werewolf friend out there into escorting us to see him. Absolutely not, I told her, then made a quick decision. But I am going to go have dinner with him. I need to find out what he's hiding. If Michael doesn't call back by tomorrow morning, we'll come up with something. Chapter 13. I slid onto the stool beside Colin. So what's a nice werewolf like you doing in a place like this? He rolled his eyes. Sitting here awash in disappointment that a really cute witch would throw such a cheesy pickup line at me. It worked, didn't it? Sadly, yes. Either you put some mojo on it, or I need to socialize more. Bob wiped off the bar in front of me and tossed down a coaster. Lime water or beer? Beer, please, and a grilled cheese with bacon and tomato. Just the thought of the cheesy, bacony deliciousness made my mouth water. Colin raised a brow. No salad, squeeze of lemon, hold the dressing? Oh, hell no, I said. I prefer salads exactly where they were meant to go, on top of a burger. He grinned, and for the first time ever, I saw the incorrigible gleam I was used to seeing in the eyes of werewolves. My kind of girl. Bob laughed. Better hold off on that. She's not kidding. I tried to sneak a fry off her plate once, and about took an elbow to the nose. She doesn't play. In my defense, I was raised with 4 brothers and an older sister, and 2 of my werewolf cousins were there half the time, too, I said. I learned early to throw an elbow if I didn't want to starve. Colin about choked on his beer. Did you say you have werewolf cousins? As in blood relatives? Yeah, I said, narrowing my eyes. Many paranormals frowned on mixed-species relationships, and I was about to throw down. I loved my oddball family. I have 5 werewolf first cousins. One of them, Corey, is a half-witch, half-were, and is alpha of her regional pack and sheriff of her small town, too. His eyebrows shot up. Oh, wow. I know of your family, but just so you know, I was only surprised, not judging. I realized I was probably being a little too sensitive, so I changed the subject. I have to say, you've done a complete 180 today. What gives? 2 days ago, you were broody and frowny, and now you're, well, not. He pulled in a deep breath. A couple things. I was wrapping up a huge case for a client long distance. I really needed to be there to handle it, but since I couldn't, I had to do it online. It didn't start well, and it didn't get any better as it went. He glanced at Bob. Thus, the failure to laugh at your mostly funny jokes. The one about the unicorn and the cyclops in the bar, though?
Horrible, man.
I smothered a laugh. That was Bob's favorite joke, but Colin was right. It was bad. Bob scowled.
You were probably so buried in work you just didn't hear it right. Oh no, I heard it. It was so bad my beer went flat. But the one about the priest, the rabbi, and the merman? Priceless.
That put a smile back on Bob's face.
Yeah, that's one of the ones you actually half smiled at.
Tempest hopped up on the cooler in front of Bob and introduced herself. Out loud. I cocked a brow at her. What? I can speak whenever I want, but it's exhausting hearing the oohing and ahhing. It's bad enough when I don't speak, but Lord Almighty, every time I open my mouth, it's like nobody's ever heard a talking fox from the South. I kind of want to punch 'em in the throat or bite them on the calf. Colin glanced at me.
You're familiar, I assume?
Tempest scowled at him. See what I mean? I'm right here.
She's even meaner than Destiny,
Bob told him.
I never thought I'd be afraid of a 20-pound anything, but Tempest lives up to her name.
Our food arrived, saving us from any more ranting. Tempest and I were alike in more ways than one. I gave her a quarter of my sandwich and a few fries, and we settled into the business of eating. I cringed a little when Colin offered her a couple of onion rings because onions gave her gas. When it came to flatulence, that little fox could give a skunk ape a run for his money. I glared at her, but she just smirked and popped one of them into her mouth. She found it hilarious when she gassed me out of our room. While we munched, we discussed the murder in general, gossipy terms, until he asked about the gargoyles. I don't know, I said, dragging a fry through my ketchup. They started coming around a couple months ago. They show up every couple of weeks and cast covers whatever they want. They're rude, crude, not too bright. Not to give him too much credit, but I was surprised Cass had anything to do with them. He thought he was better than everybody and didn't bother to hide it.
Who are they?
He asked. I lifted a shoulder. No clue. I don't think I ever heard him call them by name. Cass always comped everything, so I've never run a credit card on them. I thought hard on it for the next few minutes, then decided to share what Margot told me, though I left her name out of it.
So, do you think it was possible that's when the elixir came in?
He asked once I'd finished. Maybe, I said, wadding up my napkin and tossing it on my plate. As far as I know, Cass wasn't going anywhere, so that was an odd thing for them to say. I'm waiting to hear back from my brother. He has a finger on the pulse of the seedier side of our world. He shifted his weight. Something passed over his face too quickly for me to catch it, but Bob said something before I could call him on it.
Cass was just a bitter, angry bully all around,
my lumbering friend said.
If he weren't an angel, I wouldn't be so surprised somebody helped him check out early.
Yeah, the only people he actively avoided offending were other angels, I added. But even then, he only managed that because he avoided them altogether whenever they'd stop by. Bob placed a glass of lime water in front of me.
She's right. The resort founders came as a group a few years ago just to check on things and brought their wives and kids. Cass remembered all of a sudden that he had important business somewhere off resort, and I suspect it's because one of them was Ariel.
In case you're not up on your angels, Ariel is the angel of water, and he likes to pop in every couple of months. The resort was a pet project of his. I'd been more than a little intimidated the first time I'd heard he was coming. I mean, hello, angel. Not like disgraced angel Cass, but a full-fledged member of the winged super society. Despite what you may have heard, angels are neither inherently good nor evil, nor are they perfect. Cass was proof of that. And though there were the handful of elite angels who'd been created in the beginning, most were carefully chosen from the mortal pool, especially guardian angels. Regardless of the position, the selection process for angels was rigorous, and the final decision required unanimous agreement by the entire bank of elite angels. I wasn't sure how Cass had managed to scrape under the limbo stick to begin with. I could only assume he hadn't always been a bonehead. Colin crinkled his brow, confused.
But Ariel is awesome. He's the one who worked with the sea folks to get the water borders up for the resort.
Just like there were mirages used to keep non-magical people from entering via land, there were water and air boundaries too. Those charms were much more intricate than the cliff mirages. I laughed, thinking back to when I was still a noob at the resort. The first time I heard Ariel and the other founders were coming, I was a train wreck. Nobody knew exactly when, but Blake did tell me that they'd likely spend most of their time at the beach. My cheeks got hot with embarrassment just thinking about what came next. Anyway, this really cool surfer guy had shown up that morning with some friends, and I got the news while I was waiting for Bob to make them all drinks. I made it to their cabana, but was so rattled I tripped over a cabana peg, and the tray went flying. Thankfully, somebody was able to freeze it before the whole thing landed right in a girl's lap.
"Oh, yeah,"
Bob said, chortling.
"I remember that day. I've never seen you discombobulated."
Tempest snorted. A hot mess is what she was. She's waited on every head of state from the Queen of England to the Queen of Fairy, yet one angel and a bunch of rich folks had her all in a tizzy. Colin was smiling.
"So did your customers get mad because you spilled their drinks?"
No, but the situation got awkward when I explained why I was so rattled, I said. The memory still made me blush. After I explained, they introduced themselves using first and last names. The surfer dude's name was Ari. A look of dawning crossed his face.
"Ari? Ariel and his friends?"
I pressed my lips together and nodded. Some of the other founders and their significant others. I'd almost dumped a whole tray of drinks in the Angel of Death's wife's lap. He laughed at me, and I couldn't help but smile back. We'd had a blast all day, and I'd had no idea who they were. They thought it was hilarious, but took pity on me and laughed with me rather than at me. And they left me a huge tip when they left at the end of the week. The point I was trying to get around to, though, is that Cass took a vacation that week. Ari comes around to see us every couple of months, and whenever he does, Cass disappears. Bob rubbed his chin.
"You know, I'd forgotten about that day. I wonder how much it played into your getting your job back. If Ari stood up for you, I bet that really pissed Cass off."
He had a point. But oh well, Cass had always been his own worst enemy, and I refused to feel bad about it. "Wait," I said, Colin's words sinking in. "How do you know Ari?" He made a point of studying his plate.
"I've met him a few times. Business."
That seemed to be all I was going to get, and I opted to leave it alone. I couldn't see how it mattered anyway. We ate quietly for a few minutes, and I turned things over in my head. I'd asked Colin about his complete change of personality for a reason. He seemed like a nice guy, now, but it was a bit convenient that he only became Mr. Personality after the murder. As much as I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, that had rarely worked out for me. Before too much tension would creep in, my phone dinged with an incoming text from Michael.
We'd love to see you. Angelo's? 10 tomorrow?"
I was surprised, yet pleased. I loved my brother, but he wasn't exactly an exclamation point kind of guy. Something more along the lines of, "Okay, tomorrow 10 a.m. Angelo's," would have been more up his alley. I didn't know if it was because his job had hardened him, or if he was just naturally a man of few words when it came to texting. I figured it was probably a combination because he'd been serious as a kid, too. Even when it came to practical jokes, he'd been sort of a buzzkill because even on the rare occasion we managed to get one over on him, he never reacted. He just got even. Regardless, he was my favorite brother because underneath the hard exterior, he was a marshmallow and fiercely protective, at least when it came to me and Tempest. Even though Angelo's catered to a rough crowd, It was in Abaddon's Gate, after all. They made a great lasagna, so I was in. D. See you then. I relayed the message to Tempest via our mental link, and though she tried to play it cool, I knew she was excited. I was a little disappointed when Colin quieted down a little, then called it an early night. I picked through our conversation, trying to think of anything I might have said to offend him, but nothing jumped out at me. When he left, I watched him go. Don't judge. And was surprised to see Cass's merry band of gargoyles sitting at their regular table. They were staring at me intently, the light from the tiki torches flickering in their beady black eyes. A sliver of ice slid down my spine. I went to the restroom, and when I came back, they were gone. "Elena," I said as she came back carrying their empty cups, "how long were those gargoyles sitting there?" She shrugged and plunked her tray on the bar. "An hour or so? They came right after you sat down with Yummy Wolf Boy." She wrinkled her nose. "It's a shame they smell like wet dogs because some of them are fine fine." I grinned, thankful for once that I didn't have that heightened sense of smell. I wish I had the hearing, though, because maybe I'd have overheard Cass's stony cronies. My bigger worry, though, was had they heard me? It was almost closing time, so I hopped up to help Bob and Elena clean up, telling them about the Gorgon restaurant spy so they'd be ready. I was counting Bob's drawer when Blake's text notification sounded from my phone. I cringed and glanced around to make sure we were alone because it wasn't exactly nice. I was relieved to see we were, but dreaded opening the message because the last thing I wanted was an explanation about the hot chick he'd been with on the elevator. I knew him, and I knew he wouldn't let that go without addressing it. I pulled up my big girl undies and unlocked my phone. If I didn't respond, he'd just keep blowing it up.
B. We need to talk.
D. We really don't.
B. Come on, Des. It's not what you think. It's work.
D. Yeah, okay. Not my business. I'm going to Abaddon's Gate tomorrow, just FYI. I'm off, but should be back by early afternoon to help if they need me.
B. Be careful. And we really do need to talk about work when you get back.
D. Okay. I sighed and shoved the phone back in my pocket. That was a conversation I was looking forward to about as much as if I were having a tooth drilled. Chapter 14. I set my alarm for 7 the next morning because if I had to leave the resort, I wanted to grab some supplies while I was out. We had plenty of stores on site, but some things, including cold cereal, a third of my sustenance, and cosmetics were crazy expensive. The more I thought about Michael's text, the more my bullshit meter screamed. He just wasn't that bubbly. I was going to feel like a real jerk if I turned out to be wrong, but Tempest agreed. As much as I'd like to think he was just sharing the love, you and I both know he's not all sunshine and roses. I vote we browse the shop directly across the street and watch for him to get there first. That was pretty specific, and I dug through my mind to figure out what was there. When I did, I laughed. You just want chocolate-covered bacon. Choco Latte was a funky coffee and candy shop owned and ran by a man who was both a chocolatier and a Java connoisseur. Maybe, she said. But you can't argue that it's not the best vantage point. No, I could not. I'd like to stop and see Calamity, too, she added. Calamity was her sister and was my cousin Milo's familiar. Yeah, I was already planning to stop there. We haven't seen them in a while. She smiled and trotted along beside me as I slung my backpack over my shoulder. We decided to walk to the north gate, which was the closest exit rather than teleport. Nobody could teleport onto or away from the resort for security reasons, but with my clearance, I could have gotten us as far as the resort boundaries. The weather was beautiful, and between the sound of the ocean and the cry of the gulls, I was happy and peaceful. only a little of the shine was dulled by the prospect that somebody may have set me up. I couldn't even work up any irritation over being a suspect in Cass's murder as I walked along, running my fingers over the sea oats as the sun warmed my hair. I told myself I was probably overreacting. Michael had one of the most secure lines on the planet. The PCIB didn't do anything by halves, so I knew he hadn't been hacked. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling something wasn't right, and I'd learned a long time ago never to ignore my gut. The resort's border was marked by red flags that fluttered in the breeze perpendicular to the water. It was see-through on our side. The flags were the only thing that gave it away. The only thing off was a door standing all by itself several yards above the high tide line. Much like an amusement park, you could leave any time you wanted, but you had to go through an exit, and guests had to have a passcode to open the door, regardless of whether they were leaving or coming back. It was just another layer of security in place to protect all guests at the resort. There were emergency lockdown measures in place so that if need be, such as when Julius's skin came up missing, nobody could come or go from the resort even if they had a passcode. There were 2 ways to exit the resort. You could simply walk through any of the gates if you wanted to teleport, or you could use the banks of ports, earth and sea, in the main hotel. Those led to hundreds of locations around the world. There was a portal in almost every major city, including many in the oceans to accommodate water folks. Employees had the luxury of simply porting to one of the gates and using our fingerprints to get back in. It sounds complicated, and I'm leaving out a lot of details and exceptions, but think of it as the magical version of Disneyland. One entrance, a few exits, many ways to get there, and you can't get in without a pass of some sort. So, once I got to the boundary, I crossed through the door, picked up Tempest, and pictured a little boutique a street over from Choco Latte in Abaddon's Gate. Though it was a dangerous place, Abaddon's Gate was like many cities struggling not to succumb to the darker side of its society. Because it was a city for paranormal people only, it was utterly unique. There were street vendors and shops that sold everything from designer clothes to real voodoo dolls. And like Bob said, if you knew where to look and who to ask, you could find almost anything. I stopped at a street booth and picked up a new case for my cell to replace the one I'd broken a couple days before. My magic messed with technology some, and the protective case kept my energy from screwing with it as much. Otherwise, I had to charge it a couple of times a day, and reception would get spotty. It only took a minute, but Tempest was squirming in my arms. "Knock it off, or I'm going to set you down," I said, frowning as I tried to keep from dropping her. She hated to walk on the street because of the grime, and to be honest, I couldn't blame her. The streets always seemed to be wet, and the faint smell of stagnant water, among other scents, clung to the place. Fortunately, the pleasant aromas of fresh-baked bread, cooking meat, roasting veggies, candy, coffee, and a myriad of other smells emanating from the hodgepodge of shops in the immediate vicinity mostly covered it. It wasn't even 9 yet, so I decided to do some shopping. Like most people I knew, I bought the majority of my clothes at the big discount stores in the human world. However, there were some things, such as the phone case that blocked paranormal energy, they just didn't carry. Hair products were another great example of a product standard engineering couldn't match. There was nothing in the human world strong enough to manage my curls, but a witch who owned a shop a couple of streets over had invented one that kept the frizz away, no matter what. She also carried a non-clumping waterproof mascara that actually lived up to its hype. You just can't do either one of those without at least a dab of magic. I went there to stock up, then made my way to Mila's, excited to see her. Tempest was happy too. She chattered nonstop all the way there, switching from one of my shoulders to another as she pointed at things. Mila owned her own magical version of Bath and Body Works. She had candles, lotions, soaps, bath potions, liniments, supplements, you name it. She was an earth witch, and a damned good one. If you had a problem, physical or mental, chances were good she had something that would help. When I opened the door to her shop, the blast of cool air from the AC felt like heaven. I smiled as my mood lifted a bit, another cool trick she'd come up with. The bell above her door was spelled to be cheerful, a light charm to lift your spirits when you came in. She said it worked both ways. She got to make people happy, and they weren't as prone to be hateful to her. I couldn't even tell you how many times I'd wished for a bell like that when I'd had mean guests, but I would have probably whacked them with it rather than rang it for them anyway. Despite what Blake and Bob seemed to think, I was not the poster child for patience, goodwill, temperance, or any other virtue. Well, maybe loyalty. Before I pushed the rest of the way inside, a flicker of black caught my eye, and I swung my head to see a 30-ish woman looking at a Paranormal People magazine at a stand across the street. As engrossed as she seemed to be, she'd been at a vendor across from the cell phone case booth, too. I watched her for a minute, but she simply bought the magazine after chatting with the vendor for a second, then walked away. Mila stood at the counter inside, smiling. "Were you born in a barn?" she asked when I didn't move in straight away. I gave myself a mental shake and returned her smile, stepping in and letting the door slap shut behind me. I was just being paranoid. Mila had a little fairy blood in her distant ancestry, and she got the genetics for perfect skin from them. Well, that and her products were the bomb. Her family was Black Irish, so her porcelain skin was in stark contrast to her raven's wing hair and brilliant, smiling blue eyes. She rushed out from behind the counter and scooped me into a hug. "Where on earth have you been, girl? I haven't seen you in a coon's age." Though Mila and I were cousins, we'd been raised together like sisters in the hills of North Georgia. Her mama and mine were sisters as well as best friends. She went home more than I did, so her accent was a little sharper, and it was good to hear a voice from home. How she'd ended up in Abaddon's Gate was a story for another time, but right at that moment, I was glad she was there. "I know, and I'm sorry," I said. "I hardly ever leave the resort." She pushed me back to arm's length and gave me a once-over. "Yeah, it must be such a cross to bear, living and working in paradise. That tan looks great on you. But let me load you up on moisturizers and a couple of products I have that'll let you tan but keep you from turning into a piece of leather before you're 40. I laughed. "See? What would I do without you? Turn into a raisin, that's what." She put her hand to her chin and puckered her lips. "Though if I just let nature take its course, I'll be the young-looking hottie at our reunions." That was a joke. She was one of the most beautiful women I'd ever met, inside and out, so she already held that spot. Of course, I wasn't a hag myself. I wasn't vain, but I also wasn't ashamed of my game. Still, "Better load me up on the good stuff then," I told her, still smiling. I reached into my bag. "I brought you something, too." She squealed. "Ooh, what?" I pulled out one of a set of shell necklaces I'd made. Each had a little conch pendant, and I'd imbued hers with the scent of sea air, then used a little sliver of my own magic to form a connection between the two, so that when she touched it and thought of me, I'd know, and vice versa. She swiped a tear after she clasped it around her neck, then fanned her face with her hands. Now look, my mascara's going to run." I reached into my pack and pulled out one of the 2 tubes of waterproof mascara I'd just bought, and she laughed, smacking me on the arm. "Shut up! What else do you have in there? A couple of princes, maybe?" "Toads, more like it." I told her about Blake and his new slice of arm candy. She chewed on her lip. "Do you think maybe it really was work? I mean, maybe she's a guest or a business person." When she saw my raised brow, she backpedaled like any good friend does. "You're right. What a hoe. And he's a jerk." "Of course he's a jerk." Tempest sniffed as she strolled back into the front area of the shop with Calamity, her sister, and Mila's familiar. Whether the girl's a hoe or not, but she totally is. Total skank, Calamity agreed. Who are we talking about? And that was why I loved all of them. We chatted for a while longer, and I left her shop happy and laden down with goodies. Chapter 15. When we stepped out, I looked up and down the street for the woman, but she was gone. I wasn't one to jump at shadows, but an angel connected, however unwillingly, to me was dead, and I was in Abaddon's Gate. Both reasons to err on the side of caution. We made our way to Chocolate, and the smell of roasting coffee and melted chocolates was manna when we walked in. Charlie, yes, I recognized the unfortunate coincidence, greeted us, a cheerful smile beneath his beeswaxed handlebar mustache. Tempest had already climbed to my shoulder and was checking out the different confections. He made the best truffles I'd ever eaten, and I already knew what she wanted, so I ordered for us, adding on as she pointed out a goodie I'd missed, or I saw something I thought Bob or his wife or Elena might like. At the last minute, I thought of Colin and threw an extra pound of chocolate-covered bacon on my order. Can you put that in a permacold bag, please? We're going to lunch, and I don't want them to melt. Another great thing about being magic. I glanced outside and was happy to see that Michael was at our favorite patio table at Angelo's. My phone rang right as I was paying. I fished it out of my pocket and glanced at the screen as I stepped out of the shop, holding the door open so a large family with strollers and diaper bags could get in. Speak of the devil, I thought, swiping to answer. Hey, brother, I said, dodging a puddle of sludge on the sidewalk. I just left Chocolate. I figured I'd wait there until you got to the restaurant, but I see you. I'll be there in 5 seconds. There was silence on the other end, and I checked to make sure I hadn't dropped the call.
You're in Abaddon's Gate?
He asked after a couple more seconds. Yeah, I said. You told me to meet you at Angelo's for brunch. You're sitting on the patio. I see you. A cold finger of foreboding slid down my spine, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up.
No,
he said.
I didn't. I just got your voicemail. I didn't get any texts from you, and I didn't send you any, and I'm not at Angelo's. Stop what you're doing and get back inside the chocolate shop right now. Don't leave until you hear from me.
I thought back to the weird feeling I'd had when he'd texted earlier. Wait, if that's not you, then who is it? Where are you? I asked, but the line was already dead. Tempest had heard the conversation. Turn around now, Des. I don't think we should be on the street. She had her tail wrapped around my neck and was gripping me so hard with her claws that I could feel the tips of them even through the backpack strap. Scrunching my forehead, I shoved my phone back in my pocket and pivoted back toward the shop. I swiveled my head back and forth, looking for anything suspicious. The thing was, everything there was a little shady. I caught a familiar flash of black out of the corner of my eye. The woman was striding across the street toward me, her arm out. I'm no magical wimp, but I'm not stupid either. We were in the middle of Abaddon's Gate, and it wasn't a place where angry fairy tale princesses threw unicorn poop and glitter at you. Plus, it was a powder keg. If one magical brawl broke out on the streets, there was a better-than-average chance all hell would break loose. I reached for my magic, but I wasn't at full steam because I was landlocked. Still, I was no slouch and was pulling together a stunning spell, one I felt would cause the least disturbance, when somebody grabbed my arm from behind. Tempest growled and pivoted on my shoulder, and I let loose with a stunning spell toward the woman. My aim was dead on, and she fell forward onto the street. I felt a surge of satisfaction when she landed face down on the asphalt. That was going to leave a mark. The hold on my arm tightened and yanked, pulling me backward.
You need to come with me,
he said, his voice gravelly. Tempe's tail brushed against my chin as she growled again and flung herself toward my attacker. For just a second, the hold on my arm loosened and I jerked free. I'd never seen the man before. He used both hands to rip Tempest off his face and sling her to the ground, and rage tore through me when I heard her cry out. That was it. Tempest had bought me just enough time that magic crackled between my fingertips. I was about a second away from raining a heaping helping of wrath on him, and damn the consequences. Nobody hurt my fox. Or manhandled me either, for that matter. Just as I drew back to blast him in the face, the man's face went slack, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he tilted forward, finally gaining momentum and landing with a satisfying crunch right on his face. Colin was standing behind him, holding an iron skillet he'd pulled off a nearby dwarf's cart. I froze without a clue as to what to do next. He lowered the skillet and took a step toward me, glancing over my shoulder as he did so. I noticed the Michael impersonator was gone from Angelo's and wondered if that was the guy Colin had just choked. I wasn't willing to risk it. Tempest had recovered and was standing by my side, hackles up and growling. "Do we trust him?" I asked her. "Do we have a choice? Besides, we know the guy he took out was a threat, so right now, enemy of our enemy? Unless he's playing us." She heaved a huge sigh. "I don't see where we have much choice unless you want to take him down too. The other two aren't going to be out much longer. We need to move." A crowd had gathered, which was a bad thing in the gate, and I stepped forward. "Back on my shoulder, please. I don't want to risk getting separated." She hopped into my arms and resumed her position, and I pushed past Colin.
"Wait,"
he said.
"I have a place. Follow me."
Making a judgment call, I did as he said because I didn't have a better idea. I didn't know anybody other than Mila there, and I damn sure wasn't dragging them to her. We darted up an alley, Colin looking back at us every few steps, then broke out onto a busy street behind a flower cart. People were bustling around us as usual, going about their business. We slowed to a walk, blending in.
"Wow,"
Colin said after a moment.
"You stay busy on your days off."
I scowled at him.
"Too soon?"
he asked, brow arched. "You think? Who were those people?" Now that I wasn't in obvious mortal danger, I was getting pissed.
"I don't know who that man was,"
he said.
"But the woman may have been on your side. She was an angel's assistant."
"Say what?" I asked, unable to believe the mess the day had turned into.
"An angel's assistant. I'm not sure which ones, though."
"How do you even know that much? And why were you following me?" I asked, drawing my brows together. He waved me off.
"It doesn't matter how I know about the assistant. I was following you because I might have caught a peek at the text from your brother last night and didn't want you traipsing around the gate by yourself." He ran his hand through his hair, rumpling it. "You weren't ever supposed to see me."
"Well," I said, realizing that no matter what, at least I wasn't dead or locked away somewhere. "You kind of failed at that part, but I can't complain, in the scheme of things."
"Speaking of your brother, where was he?"
"Oh, crap, Michael. If he was already at Chocolate, he'd be freaking out." "It was a setup," I said, pulling my phone from my pocket and hitting my brother's number. He answered on the first ring.
"Where are you?"
he demanded. "I'm safe," I said. "I'm a couple streets over in front of—" I looked around for a landmark. "The Cracked Cauldron."
"Go in there. Go to the bar and tell the bartender you're my sister. I'll be there in 5 minutes."
"Okay. Well, I'm with somebody, so you—" I was going to tell him he didn't have to worry so much, but he interrupted me.
"You brought one of your beach friends to Abaddon's Gate?"
He sounded irritated.
"Fine. Take her with you. Just don't leave the place until I get there."
Then he hung up. Colin lifted a brow when I stared down at my blank phone. Well, it looks like we're going to the Cracked Cauldron then. I took a deep breath and released it. Indeed it does. Chapter 16. The Cracked Cauldron was dark, but I was surprised at the appearance once my eyes adjusted to the dim lighting. A long polished mahogany bar with a brass foot railing ran along one side and booths lined the other. Tables sat in between, and in the back there was a stage and dance floor. It looked just like any other dive bar I'd ever been in, but somehow pulled off more of an old-school pub feel. Rather than stop at the first stools at the bar, Colin chose ones at the far end and sat between me and the door. Considering I still wasn't sure of his motives, I didn't know whether that was a good thing or not, but he hadn't given me a reason to doubt him yet. The bartender was a large biker-looking dude with a full beard and a ready smile.
"Welcome to the Cracked Cauldron. Name's Shane,"
he said as he slid 2 coasters in front of us. "I'm Destiny," I said. "My brother's Michael Maganti, and he'll be here in a minute. Michael had said to name drop, so he must trust the place. Plus, if Colin turned out to be on team Let's Kill Destiny, the man looked like a good person to have on my side."
"So what's your poison, Destiny Maganti?"
Shane asked. I cringed a little at the unfortunate word choice, but it wasn't like he could have known. Or maybe he did. I'd learned never to take anything at face value in the gate. Deciding it wasn't exactly a lime water kind of place, I decided to order something a little stronger. "What's on tap?" He grinned.
"Glad you asked. Our house tap is Summer Souls, a golden ale, made in-house and has a mild hoppy flavor with a slightly fruity finish."
I pressed my lips together and nodded, surprised. "That's right up my alley then. I'll do a pint." Colin raised 2 fingers, indicating he'd take one too.
"And a menu, please."
The man turned and lumbered toward the beer taps, and I wondered what type of creature he was. Not human, because it was Abaddon's Gate, but I couldn't peg him, which meant he was probably a shifter. Colin leaned toward me and confirmed my suspicions.
"Bear shifter."
Shane returned with our beers, sliding a third in front of the empty seat beside me with a huge wink.
"Your brother'll be wanting that when he gets here. No need to make him wait."
Sure enough, Michael pushed through the door a few seconds later, stepping immediately to the side so that his back was against the wall rather than the door. I felt a little bad that he did it without forethought, because that meant he was used to having his own back and to being in situations where he needed to. He strode down the bar toward us, giving Colin the once-over, then said hello to me.
"When you said you were with a friend, I thought you meant a girl."
If you bothered to listen for 5 more seconds rather than cut me off then hang up on me, you would have known. "Colin Moore, this is my brother, Michael Maganti." Rather than shake, they continued to take each other's measure. "Oh, for hell's sake, both of you stand down. My beer's getting warm, but I don't want to turn my back in case the playground showdown turns to a shoving match. Michael, Colin saved my hide back there." I glanced at the smug look that slid over the werewolf's features and added, "Though that doesn't mean I trust him. He's not given me a reason not to, though. He's been at the resort all week, so he's not a total stranger." Michael gave a curt nod and slid onto the stool beside me, then downed a quarter of his beer in one drink.
"Tell me what's going on,"
he said,
"and try not to leave anything out."
Starting at the beginning, the day Cass was killed, I brought him up to speed. He glanced at Colin.
"Anything to add?" "Yeah, the woman she knocked out in front of the chocolate shop was an Angel's assistant."
Michael's jaw flexed, and he took another drink of his beer.
"Why wouldn't Angel's assistant be after her?"
Colin shook his head.
"I have no idea, except your sister's a suspect in Casil's murder."
My brother whipped his gaze to me.
"Why are you a suspect?"
I shrugged. As usual, he was being a dick and said he wished he could fire me. I told him I wished he'd drop dead. and a few minutes after I took him and his friends and hookers their drinks, he did." Michael rolled his eyes.
"Seriously, Destiny, have you ever had a thought that didn't fall right from your brain to your mouth?"
"That's not fair," I said, scowling. "You know as well as I do Cass hated me. And yes, I have. I'm keeping quite a few of them trapped up there right now, for the good of advancing this conversation." Tempest poked her head out of my lap, her fluffy little eyebrows drawn down. "I'm not. You're being a jerk. We were almost killed or kidnapped or something, and you need to be nice. Shame on you." She peered down at the floor. "And where's Rocky?" Michael pointed his finger at her.
"You're no better than she is. I thought as her familiar, you're supposed to be the voice of wisdom. Rocky's outside, keeping guard."
Tempest narrowed her eyes at him. "I do my job, and I'll have her back. You realize if she's found guilty, she gets the death sentence, right? I figured if it took a trip to the gate to get information, then it was worth the risk." Michael sighed and slumped in his chair, the attitude draining from him.
"I know, and I'm sorry. It should have been available."
To her credit, Colin said, trying to put a positive spin on the situation.
"There were several people who could have killed him besides her. As far as I'm concerned, she's the least likely suspect." "Yeah,"
Michael said, scratching his stubble. Problem-solving was his thing, and I was glad when he switched into that mode and out of protective bossy brother mode.
"I don't like the snippet the Sphinx overheard. Gargoyles aren't exactly known for loyalty, and there's something going on with them right now, though we haven't been able to figure out what."
He turned to me.
"Can you have Blake pull the security footage of them? Maybe I'll recognize them. If not, I can run it through our database."
"Sure," I said, pulling out my phone. I wasn't going to risk another text going sideways, so I hit speed dial instead. While I waited for him to pick up, Colin ordered both of us a burger. I raised my brow at the assumption, but it's what I would have ordered anyway. For once that day, luck was favoring me. Sort of. And Blake picked up after a couple of rings. Rather than engage him, I just said, "Michael wants to speak with you," and handed the phone over. He told Blake what he needed, then rattled off a secure number.
"And if you have any footage of the two witches that were at the bar when the drinks were vulnerable, send that, too."
He listened for a minute and hung up.
"He's pulling it up and sending it to me now,"
Michael said. The guys ordered another beer, and it wasn't long before our burgers came out. "I didn't hear you order anything," I said to my brother as Tempest climbed off my shoulder and onto the bar. Shane smiled and slung his bar towel over his shoulder.
"He didn't have to. In the 5 years I've known him, he's never ordered anything other than that right there."
Michael gave him a half smile as he squeezed ketchup onto his plate.
"If it ain't broke, don't fix it."
It was one of the few times he let his southern roots slip through, and I smiled, glad to catch a glimpse of the old him. We were halfway through lunch when his phone chimed. He glanced down at it, then nodded to us.
"It's the video."
I scooched closer because I wanted to see the witches. As luck would have it, there was a plant blocking the part of the bar where the drinks were sitting, and I made a mental note to remedy that as soon as I got back. It cleared the witches, a couple of giggly chicks who ordered layered frozen drinks. I disliked them on principle because those drinks were a pain in the backside to make, but had to rule them out as suspects. Unfortunately, the plant was blocking where Colin had been sitting too, so he was not in the clear. A little ripple of disappointment coursed through me.
"What about the video of the gargoyles?"
Colin asked. We were both hovering over Michael, one of us watching over each shoulder. Michael pulled up the next video. It showed me delivering the drinks, then the exchange between Cass and me. I had to admit, the look of disdain on my face as I left the table didn't do anything to aid my cause. He froze it on the next frame, the one that showed both of the gargoyles' faces clearly. Michael jabbed a finger at the screen, pointing at the middle-aged gargoyle.
I don't recognize the other two for sure, but that one's been hanging around the Brass Tack, an antique store that's a front for the gargoyle faction in town. Money laundering, stolen goods, gambling, loan sharking.
He'd have access to death elixir then, Colin said. Michael nodded.
Whether he's got the pull and the cash to get it is another question, but I have no doubt that crew could get whatever they wanted.
So, Tempest said, stuffing one of Michael's tater tots into her mouth. We've narrowed it down to 3 then, and 2 of them are sitting right here.
Well, technically the women still count too, but I don't see what they'd have to gain by knocking off the cash cow. Plus, there's the other gargoyle.
Tempest looked back and forth between me and Colin, then appraised him, head tilted. She had her own special kind of magic, but she didn't let on what she saw. I say we go home, she said, turning to me after a long moment. You have no business chasing after gangster gargoyles in the armpit of the supernatural world. Your brother can do that. She turned to Colin. As far as you're concerned, you need to figure out where your loyalties lie. You're holding back. I don't know what, but you know more than you're saying. Chapter 17. Once we were outside the cracked cauldron, I figured Michael would go his way and we'd go ours. Colin said he had some business to take care of, but I was surprised when Michael turned in the same direction as I did. I shouldn't have been, though. As protective of me as he was, I should have figured he'd see me home safely. He led me into an empty alley, glanced around, and held out his hand. I scooped up Tempe, and Rocky leaned against Michael's leg.
Come on,
he said.
We'll go together.
I furrowed my brow. I've been porting since I was 12, I said. I think I can manage. Rather than argue with me, he scooped up my hand, grinned, and the next thing I knew, we were standing outside the northern border of the resort.
See? How hard was that?
He said once I regained my balance. Not hard at all, which is why I would have been fine doing it myself, I said, hefting my backpack into a better position. Michael hadn't let go of my hand, and he squeezed it.
Destiny, please let me handle this. And don't be alone with the werewolf until we figure out what he's hiding. For me?
I sighed. To be honest, I wasn't sure where to go from there anyway. Okay, I said. But I'll keep watch for them around here. I have a feeling Cass wasn't the end of it.
Fair enough,
he said, pulling me into a one-armed hug.
Just don't leave the resort.
Yes, Dad. He shoved me toward the door, marked by 2 boulders on either side of it. To a human, it would just look like a couple of big rocks against the cliff among a ton of other big rocks. He crossed his arms and waited as I placed my palm against the cliff and didn't move as I stepped through. I turned back to him after it swung shut behind me, and he gave a general wave in my direction. He could no longer see me. I could see him, though, as he snapped his fingers and disappeared. Tempest jumped down from my shoulders. I worry about them. They seem darker every time we see them. Yeah, me too, I said, stepping onto the path that led back to the resort. I just hope my troubles don't get him killed. I used the time it took to get back to the resort to mentally organize the puzzle pieces I had. Some of them worked, but most of them were just random parts of a picture I couldn't see. What would a gargoyle gain from killing an angel, and what prize was big enough to make it worth the risk? Why would an angel's assistant, whatever that was, be following me? I tried to puzzle out the expression she'd been wearing when she was crossing the street toward me. She'd had her hand out and had looked determined. But determined to what? Kill me or protect me from the guy who grabbed me from behind? Michael'd been miffed that we hadn't tied the guy up or restrained him in some other way so he could have questioned him. But after I explained that things were turning ugly, he got over it. He, of all people, knew how fast the fire could spread in that area of town. I didn't say anything at the time, but I wished I would have thought of it too. Hindsight was 20/20, though. Dimitri, our second bartender, was behind the bar. It always amazed me how different the fleet-footed fairy was than Bob, yet they were both great bartenders. Whereas Bob tended to be laid back and rocked the whole relaxed island vibe, Dimitri was the life of the party, kicking it to Buffett on the jukebox and tossing together fruity drink shooters for Elena to sell.
"Hey, Des,"
he said, smiling as he slid a citrus water toward me. He liked to use lemons, oranges, and limes. It gave it a different flavor than my usual, so it was a nice change. "Hey, Dimitri," I answered, taking a big drink of my water. It was a scorcher, and I'd broken a sweat even though the walk from the border wasn't that far. "Has everything been okay?"
"Sure,"
he said, wiping down the bar.
"Fiona and her crowd came down for lunch. This is their last day, so she said to tell you she'd see you next time."
He seemed to want to say something, but was holding back. "Anything else?" I prompted.
"Yeah."
He drew in a deep breath, then released it.
"Though I didn't know if I should mention it or not."
He was paying extraordinary attention to a non-existent dirt spot on the bar. It only took me a second to figure out what he was trying to get around to. Blake and the brunette. As badly as I wanted to think of her as a bimbo, I couldn't. She'd seemed classy, and the smile she'd given me when he'd tried to introduce us had been real. And I didn't want him to be alone and miserable forever. Much. "Don't worry," I said. "I ran into them up at the resort yesterday." "Phew!" He blew a puff of air out through his cheeks.
"I didn't want to be the one to tell you, but I didn't want it to blindside you either."
"Oh, it did that all right," I said. "I was on my way to his office when they came off the elevator together."
"Ouch,"
he said, then glanced at my outfit.
"Please tell me you didn't go see him dressed in anything like that, and that you had some makeup on."
I glowered at him. "What's wrong with what I'm wearing?" It stung a little, though, because he'd hit the nail on the head, since I'd been wishing I'd taken the time to clean up, too.
"Then, double ouch,"
he said, taking my protest as a confession. "Yeah," I replied, turning my back to him and propping my elbows on the bar behind me so I could gaze out over the water. Double ouch for sure. Chapter 18. Since everything was going well at the tiki, I figured I'd go to my cottage to put away my goodies. I'd spelled the backpack to hold everything I needed, but I didn't want to risk breaking the candles or having the lotions Mila'd given me leak all over the cereal I'd picked up. The candies were probably already squished beyond redemption, but that wouldn't stop me from plowing through them later. I noticed a half-empty glass of water sitting on the bar a few stools down, the coaster under it soggy as though it had been there for a while. Stan made his way from the bathroom and pulled himself up on the stool rather than heading to his usual table. I figured I must have mistaken the water for a vodka tonic, but Dimitri shook his head and whispered, "He's been sitting there like a kicked hellhound pup all day, sipping water and sighing a lot. He won't talk." I was shocked when I took a closer look. His usually pristine white diaper, loincloth, wasn't so pristine. It was a dingy gray with what I prayed were barbecue sauce stains on it. His elbows were on the table, and his head hung forward between his shoulders. A good 3 days' worth of stubble covered his sunburned cheeks, and his curly blonde hair was stringy and matted. In short, he looked like he'd hit rock bottom. "You're gonna have to do something about that before we go anywhere," Tempest said, and she was right. I sighed and swung my backpack gently onto the nearest stool, then headed toward the hangdog cherub, hoping he didn't burst into tears. I didn't deal well with those sorts of situations. I tried to breathe through my mouth as I approached him. If I had to guess, he hadn't had a date with a bar of soap in at least 3 days. He pivoted his head sideways to look at me through bloodshot eyes when I patted him on the shoulder. "Stan, my man, what's going on?" He heaved a great sigh.
"I'm obsolete, Des."
"Aw, Stan, that's not true."
"It is,"
he replied, and his eyes welled up. Aw, crap. So much for no crying. Still, my heart went out to the poor guy. "No, what you need to do is find a better class of people. Stop hanging out in bars and following the dating websites. Those were great for a few years, but they've grown passé. People go there for kicks, not true love. Or most people do anyway. Anyone looking for love on a bar stools fell farther down the rung than you have."
"Really?"
he asked, a trickle of hope in his voice.
"You think finding some new workplaces would help?"
"I know it would. Try places like this. Or maybe those couples retreats. Singles cruises, they'll watch out for the players there. Outdoor events, sporting events. Anywhere people go to enjoy shared interests. Maybe take a closer look at the older crowd, too. Some people have never found love, and some have loved and lost, but would love to find it again." He was starting to perk up a little and reached forward for his glass.
"Yeah, and maybe I should be a little more selective, too. For the last few decades, I've been going for quantity over quality."
I raised my brows and smiled. "See there? Another way to up your game. Those arrows are valuable. Don't dilute your product by firing them at just anybody. Do some research. Put a little effort into it." Dimitri ghosted his way down the bar, and when he heard things going well, he chimed in,
"And I'm sure there's a ton of work that needs to be done on the other end of the love spectrum, too."
Stan scrunched his brows together.
"What do you mean?" "We get couples in here all the time that have been married for decades, or even centuries. They still love each other, but the romance is gone. A good power-up with a couple of those arrows might be just what the doctor ordered."
"Oh," Stan breathed, his eyes lighting with realization.
"You mean like follow-up appointments, booster shots, so to speak." "Exactly,"
Dimitri said, slapping his hand on the bar and adding a few ice cubes to Stan's glass. Stan sucked the last of the water down and pushed off the stool. Tears pooled in his eyes again, but this time for a different reason.
"Thanks, guys,"
he sniffed.
"You don't know what you've done for me. I can't thank you enough. Now, I need to go put some love back in the air."
He pulled me into a hug, mashing my face against his sweaty bare chest, and I did my best not to breathe. Pushing me back to arm's length, he said,
"You're the best. I really hope they don't give you the death sentence."
I furrowed my brow. Thanks?" With a huge grin on his face and the sparkle back in his eye, he strode down the bar. "Stan," I called, wrinkling my nose as Oda's stinky cherub lingered in the air.
"Yeah?"
he asked over his shoulder. "Shower before you do anything?" He raised his arm and sniffed, his face puckering.
"Oh, yeah. Good idea."
He looked down his body and peered into the side of his drawers.
"I could use a fresh loincloth, too."
"Too much information, buddy," I said, holding up my hand. "But don't be a stranger." Dimitri shook his head as the invigorated Cupid disappeared around the corner.
"We have the strangest jobs."
"That we do, Tree, that we do." I figured putting Cupid, or at least a Cupid, back on track was enough work for one day, especially given I'd done my shopping, about had my hair yanked out by somebody bent on killing or maiming me, and found a great new dive bar. It was barely past noon, so I decided to take a bubble bath with some of the new goodies Mila had given me, catch up on laundry, and watch some TV. You know what they say about the best laid plans. Chapter 19. As an on-site employee, I had my own cottage. The Enchanted Coast offered 3 different types of housing for folks who wanted to live there rather than commute: dorms, 1-bedroom cottages, and houses for families only. There was plenty of dorm space, but cottages and houses were limited and divvied out according to seniority. I'd lucked into mine when one of the managers had gotten married and moved into a house. It cost more than my standard board allotment, but not having to stare at somebody else's hair in the drain or share a sink while I brushed my teeth was worth whatever extra I had to pay as far as I was concerned. As a water witch, I wasn't much for growing things, but I'd picked up some tricks along the way when Mila's mom had given her lessons. I liked to cook, too, though baking was beyond me. I was more of a dash of this and pinch of that kind of girl, much to Tempe's chagrin. She loved pastries, but about the best I could manage was boxed brownies. I waved my hand to undo the wards on my gate, and was surprised when I didn't feel the little magical poof that happened when the spell dissipated. I paused. "That's not right," Tempest said, the fur standing up on her back. "Are you sure you said them this morning?" If I didn't, it would shock me because it was so ingrained that I did it automatically. I couldn't remember doing it specifically that morning, though. I'd grabbed my coffee and had been lost in thought. Maybe I hadn't. The door to the house was always spelled too, and when I released those wards a few feet before I reached it and nothing changed, I stopped in my tracks. I was a sitting duck where I was at, but there wasn't really a good hiding spot. It's not like I had a car or anything to hide behind. Putting myself tight against the house was my best option. I'd be visible to anybody watching the house from the outside, but anybody inside wouldn't see me if they hadn't already. I skittered to the side and forward, squatting down under my front window, then muttered a few words to erect a one-way mirror ward around just the cottage. That should take care of anybody watching from afar, but I could still see anybody approach. "Stay here. They'll be looking for somebody human-sized," Tempest thought, then moved toward the door before I could stop her. She had her own pet door, or rather, familiar door, and she slunk toward it. I held my breath as she shot forward through it, praying she'd be okay. She was no magical wimp, but she was a long way from bulletproof. Less than a minute later, she came back outside. "It's clear. Nobody's in there, though it does look like somebody searched the place. They didn't make a mess, but things have been moved." I started to take down the mirror ward, but changed my mind. I'd feel better leaving it up, even though it was technically against resort rules. Too bad. So was going through my house. Speaking of, I needed to call Blake and let him know what had happened. He picked up on the 3rd ring. "Somebody broke into my cottage," I said without preamble. "I know," he replied. I'd been about to tell him the story, but clamped my mouth shut when he said that. "You know?" I said after taking a couple of seconds to process it. "Yeah, they showed up right after you called, demanding to see you. When I told them you were off today, they insisted on seeing your house, and they weren't exactly the people you say no to." "What does that even mean?" I asked. Blake was a lot of things, but a wimp wasn't one of them, and he was king of the Enchanted Coast castle. "I mean, 2 of them were from the PCIB, and they were yes-sirring and no-sirring the other 2 men with them. And there was a blonde woman with a black eye that those 2 yes-ma'amed." "A blonde woman? Tall? Trench coat? Long hair? Looks like she eats nails for breakfast, but wouldn't chip a nail while doing it?" "That's a really weird way to describe her, but yeah." "That's the woman who was following me in the gate this morning, and the one I stunned. Since she wasn't rocking a black eye the last time I saw her, that's probably on me. So what did they want?" "They didn't say. I did insist on being there while they searched your place." The magical world worked a little differently than the human one. Because it was easy to make evidence disappear in the blink of an eye, literally, search warrants weren't a requirement in criminal cases. That being said, probable cause was. It was a compromise most everybody except criminals, of course, thought was fair. So, that meant they thought they had probable cause to search my house. My face flamed as I wondered if he'd seen the pictures of him with his eyes scratched out and the little vulgar dialogue bubbles penned in. Oh well, not my problem if he did. Thanks for that, I said, meaning it. Though I didn't have anything of real value, the thought of somebody pilfering through my undies drawer didn't sit well with me, and it was nice to know that at least somebody I trusted was there to keep things on the straight and narrow. And yes, in a situation like that, I trusted him. As a matter of fact, unless it involved his lips, I realized then that I trusted him implicitly. Did they take anything?
Not that I saw,
he said.
But they were silent the entire time they were doing it. It was weird. One of them just stood in the middle of the room with his eyes shut like he was meditating the whole time. When the rest of them were finished, they looked at him, he nodded, and they left.
He nodded. What did that mean? Was he just saying he was finished, or was he saying he found something? No matter whether you're innocent or not, you're always a little guilty of something, and that naturally plays on your fears in a case like this. And there was always the irrational fear that something benign to me could be stretched into something significant to them. People were convicted on circumstantial evidence all the time. Or what if whoever killed Cass planted something at my place? I mean, my wards were good, but I didn't go out of my way to reinforce them. Crime on the resort was minimal because most of us were friends, and Blake and crew vetted the crap out of everybody who applied. Still, I want to put extra wards up around my cottage, I said.
Are they the same wards you've always used?
Meaning, did I still set them so he could come and go as he pleased? When we were together, it was a pain to make him wait for me to get home, so I just built the modification into the spell. When he admitted to swapping spit with Helena the homewrecker, I'd switched back to the standard spells and maybe added a couple of booby traps. No, but they can be. He paused, and I got the awkward feeling that his feelings were hurt. But why on earth would he expect me not to change them?
All right,
he said.
Change them so that I have access, and I think it's a good idea to leave them up.
Thanks. I'll change them now. And how did you get past them earlier?
That was all them. Just to let you know, though, they struggled with them a bit.
I smiled a little at that. At least I'd made them work for it.
And Des, I need to talk to you about Lucy,
he said. Who's Lucy? I don't know why I was pretending. Maybe I just wanted him to have to say it.
The woman you saw me coming out of the elevator with.
Oh, her. Yeah, it's no big deal.
It kinda is,
he said.
Be in my office tomorrow at noon, please.
You're making it official?
Of course I'm making it official,
he said, sounding confused. I wanted to punch him in the throat.
Why wouldn't I?
I opted to just stop fighting it and get it over with. Fine. I'll see you in your office tomorrow at noon.
Thank you. Oh, and Destiny?
Yeah. He paused for a minute, and when he spoke, his voice was soft.
I saw the pictures. I'm sorry I hurt you.
Yeah, I said. Me too. Chapter 20. I went through the house and put things to rights, though there wasn't much disturbed. At least they'd been considerate enough not to trash the place. I called Michael, who picked up for once, and told him what had happened.
Well, we know the woman's an angel assistant, at least according to your friend. 2 were PCIB guys, and I can find that out in a heartbeat. The other 2 stumped me, though.
Maybe the one was some sort of psychic or energy tracer or living X-ray machine or something. He gave a dry laugh.
You covered a lot of ground there. I don't know, but I'll do my best to find out. Till then, don't leave the resort, please. I may want to disembowel Blake for what he did to you, but I know he'll keep you safe.
That pissed me off a little. If you remember, I was always better at self-defense spells than you were, and I'm a stronger witch by far than Blake is, even if he does brag about his levels. I'm pretty sure I'm capable of taking care of myself.
Don't get your panties in a wad. I meant with the law. He's got some pull and can hopefully keep your neck out of the noose until we can figure this out. From what I've been hearing, the natives are getting restless. They want somebody's head on a pike.
Oh, I said. Even though none of my brothers doubted my abilities, they did still tend to be overprotective big brothers. What they didn't understand was that just growing up with them had prepared me better for defending myself than any class could have. Yeah, staying alive to see this through is kind of a goal of mine. Speaking of, any luck with the gargoyle?
Not yet, but I did find out something about Colin Moore.
Do tell, I said. I've been trying to pin down his game since I met him. I don't feel like he's lying per se, but he's not laying it out all on the table either.
Right as always, little sister. He's an attorney, all right, but one of his biggest clients is, drumroll please, the DAB.
Shut up, I said, shocked. The DAB, or Divine Advisory Board, was the liaison between angels and deities and the rest of us peons. What does a lawyer for them even do?
No clue, but I think it would be a good idea to find out.
My mind popped back to Colin's sudden change in attitude. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea too. And I'd kind of like to know why he didn't bother to mention it, you know? Seeing as how a member of his biggest corporate client ended up dead and stuff. The hair rose on my arm, one of the warning signals from my ward. I looked out, and who should be standing outside of it but Mr. Angel Lawyer himself? I'm going to let you go, Michael. It looks like I'm going to get a chance to ask questions sooner rather than later. He's standing right outside my house.
Text me when he leaves,
he said. Will do. And let me know if you hear anything about the gargoyle. I replied, then hung up and opened the ward so Colin could get in. He took a step backward when I did. I giggled when I realized what it must have looked like to him. One second he's staring at himself, the next he's looking into my yard and at my house. Come on in, I yelled. We need to talk. He stepped through the space, then I closed it up again. He turned to look behind him and reached out to touch it. I didn't feel anything that time because I wasn't trying to keep anything in, just out. Of course, from inside, you couldn't even tell there was a ward in place. The view was the same as it always was.
That's impressive, he said. How much energy does it take to maintain it?
None, I said. I'm a water witch. I set them to draw off the ocean. This close, it's a snap. Even inland, it's not a big deal. There's almost always extra water energy of some sort in the air or ground. I thought back to the one trip I'd taken to a major city. No water, no real plants to speak of, no breeze. I didn't know how any witch could live there, but then again, I was raised in the country. I didn't have a porch, which was one of the few things I didn't like about my cottage, so I invited him inside and motioned him toward the kitchen. He looked around, then took a seat at my little glass-topped table. Tea or water? I asked. Though I drank water at work most of the time, I still held on to the sweet tea habit I'd had all my life when I was at home.
Tea,
he replied. I just got off the phone with Michael. I poured us each a glass of tea, then handed him his. He tells me you have some powerful clients, one in particular. He pulled in a breath and huffed it out.
I was wondering how long it would take him to find that out.
I gave him a small half-smile. He's sharp, and he's connected. It doesn't take him long.
In my defense, I wanted to tell you, but I'm bound by a non-disclosure agreement. Like, literally bound. I'm tongue-tied. I couldn't have told you if I'd wanted to.
What about now that I already know? I asked, taking a sip of my tea. He lifted a shoulder.
Not sure. Nobody that isn't authorized has ever asked me anything, so I've never tested the boundaries of the NDA.
What was your business with Cass? I asked, testing the waters. Of course, even if he could tell me doesn't mean he would. He shook his head.
Client attorney privilege. I'd tell you if I could, but I can't.
You mean you physically can't, or you won't? I didn't mean it as a jab. I was curious.
I mean I won't,
he answered, then looked at his glass.
That's some strong tea.
That earned a real smile. Everybody who drank my tea said the same thing, but I couldn't stand it weak. I'm from the South. It's the only way I know how to make it. He rolled his eyes.
Good grief, I should have known. Where the tea is sweet and the witches are wicked.
And don't you forget it either, buddy. Chapter 21. I didn't accomplish much the rest of the day, which was kind of my goal. I needed some time to decompress. After we finished our tea, I asked if he wanted to go to the beach. The idea of rattling around the house doing various forms of nothing had lost its shine, and I wanted to get out.
Don't you get sick of the beach working and living here?
He asked. Are you crazy? I asked, only half kidding. I love it. There's just something about the ocean that's humbling. Plus, I'm allowed to do whatever I want in the hotel, too, as long as I don't do anything that can harm the reputation of the Enchanted Coast Resort or engage in any behavior, criminal or otherwise, that could cause legal liability or harm to the corporation, the brand, or the individual stockholders. I put most of that in air quotes. He laughed.
As an attorney, I have to say that leaves quite a bit of gray area. How do you feel about gambling?
His eyes took on the gleam specific to lovers of the game. It surprised me because he didn't strike me as a risk-taker. How do I feel about it? I feel like I could take your money at 5-card and beat the pants off you at blackjack. He narrowed his eyes at me.
Is that because you're a witch and can cheat?
Oh, no, I said. The whole casino is spelled against any kind of magical cheating. I have no idea how they managed it, but I couldn't cheat if I tried.
What about counting cards?
He asked, curious. I tilted my head and narrowed my eyes toward my fox, but didn't rat her out. She'd gotten into some trouble for exactly that a few months before, and Blake had barred her from playing. I don't know about card counting. I'd assume there's something in place, but all I know for sure about is the magical enchantments. That was actually the truth. I didn't know how they'd caught her. I only knew they had.
Then how about this? We spend a couple of hours in the casino, then head to the tiki and spend some time in the water.
It occurred to me that he'd just mapped out my entire day. Does this sudden desire for my company have anything to do with earlier? He shrugged.
It's about 50-50. I think you don't have eyes in the back of your head and could use an extra set, but I also find myself enjoying hanging out with you.
Well, points for honesty anyway. Tempest only had to hear the word casino, and she was ready to go. That little fox was a gambler through and through, and she was good at it too, and not just at blackjack. She butted me with her head, pushing me to hurry. I didn't go up often because between working and hanging out at the beach, it just wasn't something that held much appeal, so when I did want to go, she didn't give me a chance to change my mind. She was banned from playing, but Blake still allowed her to go in as long as she was accompanied. I changed clothes and grabbed the beach bag on the way out the door. The one good thing about our resort was that unlike many casinos, the only dress code was that you had to be dressed. There were always folks in everything from casual dress to damp bathing suits, so I didn't feel out of place in jean shorts. We were almost to the casino before I remembered I'd told Michael I'd text him when Colin left. No need to scare him or have him put a hit out on Colin, so I fired off a quick text to let him know I wasn't dead or in jail. The casino was busier than I'd expected it to be, and after playing a few hands each of 5-card and blackjack and beating Colin more than I lost, I was starting to get claustrophobic. I looked around to see if Tempest was anywhere in sight and jolted when my eyes landed on Lucy, Blake's new squeeze. I wondered if she worked for the resort now or if she was just vacationing and visiting him, then tried to push all thought of it clear out of my mind. The task became much easier when Colin bumped me with his shoulder.
"Everything okay?"
he asked. I tore my eyes off the pretty brunette and focused on the hot guy I was with. His blue eyes reflected concern and a little confusion. He'd noticed where I was looking.
"Do you recognize her from somewhere? Do you think she's following you?"
After pulling in a deep breath and huffing it out, I shook my head. "Nope, it's not me she's following. Come on, I could use some sunshine and surf." Tempest was nowhere to be seen, but answered as soon as I called her through our link. "I went to get a drink of water, and I saw the woman you were staring at. Is that her?" "Yeah, that's her. Let's just go." The infinity pool was back open when we got there and seemed to be the place to be. Siri and Aiden were there, Bob was there with his wife and kids, and Amber and Dax had come up through the ocean channel too. The pool was another genius idea and was one of the most popular features of the resort. I waved at everybody and dropped my bag off on a lounge chair in the shady area, but then headed to the beach. The pool would be great in a bit, but first I wanted to do a little communing. The Gulf of Mexico didn't have big waves, but I was a water witch. That wasn't a problem. We kept a few surfboards in a storage locker, and I grabbed one while Tempest went into the bar and hopped into her customary spot in front of the fan. Colin reached around me and grabbed one a bit longer and followed me to the water. "You surf?" I asked, surprised. He shook his head.
"Nope, never been on a surfboard in my life."
"Then I'll be gentle," I said, closing my eyes and calling to the water. The waves increased in front of me, and I pushed out into the surf. "Follow me," I said, grinning. "I'm sure you'll be a natural." He so wasn't a natural, though he did give it his best shot. Even though he fell every time, he still came up laughing. "Come on there, Kahuna," I said after an hour or so. "Let's go grab something to drink and find some tamer entertainment, like hanging out with a couple of merfolks and a family of Sasquatches." We were stepping out of the surf, laughing, and something sharp dug into the bottom of my foot. I instinctively shifted my weight, then lost my balance and bumped into him. He grabbed my shoulders to steady me, and I looked up to thank him. Whatever I was going to say flew out of my brain as I found myself eye level with his generous mouth, still curved into a smile. I looked up into his eyes, and the smile slipped. His eyes went from ice blue to smoldering gray, and he leaned forward. I rose up on my toes to meet him. As luck would have it, Tempest's voice sounded in my head, breaking the moment. "Destiny, your phone's ringing, and it's Michael." "Okay, I'm coming. Answer it, or tell Bob to. You have the worst timing ever, just so you know." "Or maybe I have the best. We still don't know what his deal is with the angels, so maybe sucking face with him isn't the best plan right now." I pulled back and patted Colin on the chest with a wry smile. "Duty calls."
"Let me guess,"
he said as I pulled back.
"Tempest."
I gave him a wry smile. "Ding, ding. Got it in one. Michael's calling. She's answering, but I need to go see what he has to say."
"He has the worst timing ever,"
he said, repeating what I'd just told Tempe. "Yeah," I agreed, smiling. "I think it's the big brother gene. He has some kind of warning ward attached to my lips," I joked, but I couldn't help but think that maybe Tempest was right. Chapter 22. Bob was talking on my phone when I got to the pool, but said goodbye and handed it to me. "Hey, Michael, what's up?"
"What's up is that your boss was working with the gargoyles. We've captured some conversations where they were talking about Cass backing out of a deal and getting what he deserved."
"Any idea what?"
"No, but the other gargoyle he was with is a thief and low-level thug. Still, he has some deep connections with people who would be able to get the elixir."
"Huh. So have you found anything new on the guy who attacked me? I don't understand where I'd fit into any of this. Cass and I were the exact opposite of bosom buddies," I said, noting that Colin was making a point to stand close enough to hear the conversation. Stupid werewolf hearing. I muttered a quick muffling spell so that Colin wouldn't be able to hear what we were saying, then walked to the other side of the pool.
"Not yet, and I haven't figured out where Werewolf Boy fits in either."
He admitted to working with the angels, but also says he's under a magical NDA. But then, when I asked what his business was with Cass, he wouldn't say. Wouldn't, not couldn't. Claimed client privilege.
"Well, don't trust him. Angels are tricky and don't always follow the same rules of logic and morality that mortals do. I gotta go. I'll check back with you."
The line went dead, and I was left wondering how in the world I, a peon waitress by design, had managed to land myself in some kind of angel drama. When I was a kid, Mom used to tell me that I attracted more trouble than all my brothers together, but this was ridiculous. There was nothing I could do about it right that moment, though, so I tried to relax and enjoy my friends. Bob's wife Jolene was from Tennessee and had packed fried chicken. The smell when she opened the basket made my stomach growl. Employees ate for free when we were on the clock, but if we were just hanging out on our off days, we only got a 10% discount, and that didn't apply to families. Considering they had 3 kids that each ate more in one meal than I ate in 2 days, I understood why they chose to picnic rather than pay. We made good money, but not that good. She invited us to eat with them, and I jumped on it. Fried chicken was my Achilles heel, and hers was every bit as good as my mom's, though I would never utter those words out loud, at least where Mom might hear it.
"So I've been thinking,"
Bob said, waving a chicken leg. I had to stifle a giggle because the chicken looked more like a wing drum in his baseball mitt hand. "Well, there's a scary thought if there ever was one," Jolene said, bumping him with her elbow. Watching the interplay between them made me both happy and sad at the same time. I was glad Bob was happy. Nobody deserved it more than he did. But at the same time, less than a year ago, I'd thought that level of happiness was within my reach. I'd even tried to forgive Blake and get past it in the relationship because it was so out of character for him, but I just couldn't do it. So I found myself alone again.
"Ha ha,"
he said.
"Count yourself lucky I don't tend to put a lot of thought into things, woman. Have you met our kids?"
Jolene grinned. "Yeah, they're just like their father." He snorted.
"If I didn't know you better, I'd take that as an admission that you cheated on me with a demon 3 times.
His kids were a handful, but they were just rambunctious. Like Bob and Jolene, they had good hearts. Plus, unlike Bob, Jolene cracked the whip. "Let's hear it then, boy genius. What evil plot have you come up with now?" She took the sting out of her words by smiling and handing him another piece of chicken and plopping more potato salad on his plate. Nothing says love like homemade potato salad.
"What if all this angel crap has nothing to do with Cass? I mean, it's not like he was a well-loved, upstanding member of our community. He treated everybody like dirt, and we have some powerful guests. And employees, for that matter."
I'd thought about that, but most of our clients were upscale, and I couldn't think of a single one of them who seemed shady enough to pull something like that. Of course, he'd offended people on a daily basis, so that didn't mean he hadn't hit on somebody's wife or called somebody a dumbass one too many times. "Maybe so," I said, shrugging and pushing my empty plate back. He was an equal opportunity dink of the highest order.
"He may be onto something, though,"
Colin said, licking chicken grease off his fingers.
"If I've learned anything in my career as an attorney, it's that criminals come from all stations in life. Plus, some creatures live hundreds or even thousands of years and haven't necessarily caught up with modern thinking. Murder hasn't always been such a big deal. If somebody insulted your wife or stole from you, killing them wasn't just okay, it was a matter of honor. People that old tend to be connected, too, so getting the elixir or hiring out a hit wouldn't have been a problem.
We tossed around some ideas about possible suspects, but nobody jumped out. In general, he preferred open disdain to picking fights, which meant he did his own thing and left us to deal with the riffraff, even though many of said riffraff were millionaires or better. "Well, I think that's enough speculation and murder talk," Jolene said, digging a couple of pies out of the basket. "Apple or cherry?" "Yes, please," Tempest replied as she finished off a chicken breast.
Bob laughed. "Little one, I don't know where you put it. You eat your weight in food a day."
She puffed herself up. "I'm a growing girl. It takes a lot of calories to keep Destiny out of trouble." "Pfft," I said. "You're growing all right. It about broke my back carrying you yesterday." In truth, she hadn't gained a pound since she reached her full adult size. But Bob was right. She tore through the groceries. She'd eat sweets until she was sick, though. "Just give her a sliver of each," I told Jolene. "We still have candy at the house, and I know she's going to get into it when we get home." Tempe's eyes lit up. "Oh yeah, chocolate-covered bacon." By the time we finished eating, the sun was setting. Full and content, I considered porting home, but figured I should walk off some of the calories. I made Tempest walk too, and Colin walked with us. I invited him to stay for a movie and told myself it was for extra security. That was partly true because even though I had complete confidence in my abilities, these were angels. I was many things. Stupid wasn't one of them. Plus, the idea that strangers had tromped through my house made it feel off to me. If I were honest with myself, though, I also wanted to spend a little more time with him. I'd given him the option of choosing the movie, but he'd declined. He just kept telling me that whatever I wanted to watch was good with him. "Fine," I said. "American Werewolf in London it is, then." He groaned.
"You've got to be kidding me. That movie is almost single-handedly responsible for why werewolves have to stay locked in the closet. It's the same as if I asked you to watch The Wizard of Oz. I changed my mind. I'll help pick the movie."
I laughed because he was right. Don't get me wrong, I love me some Judy Garland, but there's no actress that could have made that movie good from a witch's standpoint. Plus, everybody knew the movie was cursed, probably by a witch who'd read the script. "So what about Thor?" I asked.
"Let's settle on Avengers. Then we both have eye candy as well as action."
"Deal." I made some microwave popcorn and broke out the candy, then settled onto one end of the couch while he claimed the other. Tempest settled between us, a piece of chocolate-covered bacon in each paw, and we lost ourselves in gratuitous violence and destruction that wasn't aimed at me for a couple of hours. I'd drawn the line when Colin suggested sleeping on the couch so he could keep an eye on me. I had enough wards set on the place that, at the very least, I'd have enough warning to grab Tempest and port out if necessary. I was also ready to be alone. I needed to sort through my feelings about Colin and shove them in a box, at least until I figured out what his angle was. He pulled his phone out of his pocket as he was leaving, and I'm not ashamed to admit I cast a quick eavesdropping spell. What I heard didn't instill much confidence. A woman picked up and asked if he'd managed to get the job done.
"Not yet,"
he said.
"I don't think she'd do it, no matter what we offered her. I think we may have misread her, and her brother has more influence than we'd thought."
"That's not your decision," the woman answered. "Just do what we sent you there to do." She disconnected without saying goodbye, and my heart sunk. I ended the spell and closed my ward behind him. "That didn't sound good," Tempest said as I closed the door and twisted the deadbolt. Not everybody had magic, and locks were just as effective against them as my wards were, maybe more. No, it didn't. I sighed and dropped onto the couch, wondering how he'd made it past my bullshit meter so completely. Chapter 23. I tossed and turned most of the night, so when I dragged myself into the bathroom to get ready for work the next morning, I looked like death warmed over. I didn't feel much better. I jumped in the shower and used some of Mila's mood-boosting shampoo. It smelled heavenly and did the trick. By the time I stepped out of the shower, I'd managed to shove the conversation to the back of my mind and was ready to face the day. As usual, people were already in the pool and on the beach when I got there. Bob was off, so I was serving, and Dimitri was bartending for the day. That was kind of a good thing because I needed the upbeat energy he brought. He was already slicing fruit, and the Bloody Mary mix was out. I raised a brow. Hair of the dog, or is somebody just starting early?
Hair of the dog, I think. Lila's out there and has more bags under her eyes than you do.
Scowling, I touched my face. I don't have bags under my eyes. I should know, because that was yet another concoction Mila had given me, and it had worked like a charm. Probably because it was one.
You have some smudges,
he said. Smudges aren't bags.
They're baby bags,
he said, handing me a couple slices of cucumber.
Here, put these on.
I tossed them back at him, along with a suggestion for what he could do with the ones he hadn't already sliced and put in the water cooler. That was another of his concoctions, cucumber lime water. It wasn't horrible, and a lot of people loved it, but I thought it was weird. As far as I was concerned, cucumbers were just pickles that hadn't been made yet. After I took care of the paperwork from the day before, I went out to check on the guests. In addition to being the acting manager, I was also waitressing. Blake needed to find somebody soon because I wasn't interested in advancing my career. My first stop was at the pool. It was designed in a T-shape with a lounging ledge that went all the way around the deep end. One side of the T had a canopy drawn over it, which made it nice for anybody who wanted to be in the water but couldn't or didn't want to be in the sun. I set my tray on the table and stepped down onto the lounging ledge beside Lila, enjoying the feel of cool water on my feet. "What's up, Chica?" I asked. She took a sip from her Bloody Mary, but her heart wasn't in it.
"I'm about to give up on the whole man thing," she said.
Lila was an undine, which was a water nymph rumored to need a man to obtain a soul and achieve immortality. That was just an old wives' tale perpetuated by undine mamas looking to keep their daughters out of trouble and get them properly married off. However, it was also a common misconception that if the man cheated, he died. Well, it wasn't really a misconception so much as the method behind it was wrong. There was no major death woo-woo behind it. Nymphs just got super pissy when their men cheated, and sometimes it got out of hand. I was pretty sure Southern gals and undines played significant roles in starting the whole wrath of a woman scorned thing. However, it did tend to scare off potential suitors. Stephanie, the Valkyrie I'd talked to the day Cass bit the big one, was sunbathing on a lounger a few feet over, just barely out of the shade. She put her hand over her eyes like a visor to block the sun. "What do you need a man for, anyway? I've never seen the draw." Speaking of the wrath of a woman scorned, except a Valkyrie didn't really need to be scorned to rain down some wrath. It was just what they did.
"You know,"
Lila said, blushing. "Oh," Stephanie said with a snort. "Just pick one up that appeals to you, then. You don't need to keep him."
"But I want one to love and to love me back,"
the nymph said, stirring her drink. "Then I don't know what to tell you," Stephanie said. "Long-term relationships really aren't my thing." She put her head back on the lounger and closed her eyes, withdrawing from the conversation. I pulled in a deep breath and released it. What was it about love recently? First Stan, now Lila. Different points of view, true, but affairs of the heart seemed to be the problem of the week. "Look," I said, slathering some sunscreen on my pinking arms. "The right guy will come along." I offered up some of the options I'd given to Stan. She could transform into a humanesque form with legs and could even choose to live on land if she wanted. Thinking back to Blake and the conversation I'd overheard Colin having the night before, I was kinda leaning in the same direction as Steph was, at least for the moment. I pushed to my feet because, frankly, the conversation was depressing me. I'd no sooner made it back to the bar than the alarm on my phone went off. Speaking of cheating men, it was time to go meet with Blake about the whole Lucy thing. Even though I was wishing for some distraction that would give me a legitimate excuse to blow him off, it came in a form that made me wish I'd been more specific with my wish. A bald goblin dressed like an accountant was waiting at the bar with Dimitri and pushed off the stool when I approached. He was several inches shorter than I was and looked like he'd smelled something dead.
Destiny Maganti?
He asked. I narrowed my eyes, unwilling to fess up to who I was to a stranger, given the events of the last few days. Who's asking?
Dwight Nightingale, PCIB. I assume you are Ms. Maganti?
He flipped out his creds, and I examined them. They were real. I huffed out a breath. Yeah, I'm Destiny Maganti.
Then you're under arrest for the murder of Cassiel, former Angel of Temperance. Please come with me.
A familiar voice sounded behind me, and my knees went weak with relief.
I'm Colin Moore, Miss Maganetti's attorney. From here on out, she'll be speaking through me, and I'll need to see what evidence you have against her.
Mr. Nightingale curled his lip.
I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to discuss that. And I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist,
Colin replied, stepping in front of me. For once in my life, I was happy to zip it and let somebody else do the talking because I was afraid I was going to throw up.
Very well, then,
Mr. Short and Snippy said.
We found traces of death elixir in her home.
Chapter 24. I plopped backwards, and for once, something went my way. Dimitri was fast enough to see me toppling and made it over the bar in time to scoot a stool under me. Thank goodness for that fleet-footedness I mentioned earlier. Had Bob been bartending, I'd probably be bleeding out on the bricks. What do you mean you found traces of death elixir in my house? That's not possible, I said, my mind spinning.
Actually, it was in several different places, he said. We found traces in your bathroom, as well as on a dirty apron in your laundry basket. That's easy enough to explain,
Colin said.
She cleaned up the mess after they took Cassiel away. She must have gotten it on her at that point. Or it could have leaked out of the vial into the pocket of the apron, he said. It's up to the tribunal to decide. Until then, I'm going to have to insist that she come with me.
Colin held up one finger.
Before you take her anywhere, I need to make a phone call. Trust me, it would behoove you to allow me the latitude.
Nightingale heaved a disgusted sigh, but motioned for him to go ahead.
You have 2 minutes. I'm a busy man.
Colin pulled his phone out and slid through till he found the number he was looking for. Stuffing his finger into his ear, he walked to the other side of the bar out of hearing range. I longed to know what he was saying and who he was saying it to, but didn't want to bite the hand that was feeding me by eavesdropping. Then I noticed Tempest sitting on a stool just a few feet from where he was at, her head tilted, listening. He returned in less than his allotted time and smirked at the little troll, excuse me, goblin, as the man's phone rang. You'll want to get that, Colin said, crossing his arms and smirking at the agent. Just as Colin had, Nightingale turned away from us to answer his phone. He came back less than a minute later, and if looks could kill, Colin and I would both be goners. It seems you've been granted special treatment, Miss Maganti. You're under house arrest until your trial. You're not to leave the resort. He waved his hand, and a golden band appeared around my ankle. I knew I shouldn't, but I couldn't help myself. I held out my ankle, examining the new piece of jewelry. Do you have this in silver? Yellow gold really isn't my thing. No silver, Colin said, wagging his finger. Werewolf, remember? Oh, yeah, I replied, turning back to the agent. White gold or titanium, then?
Just now, Miss Maganti. The penalty for your crime is death. You have 2 days.
With that, he snapped his fingers and disappeared.
You probably shouldn't have goaded him,
Colin said. I waved him off. I was more interested in learning who my benefactor was. So, who'd you call?
I'm not at liberty to say, but I'll be sure to pass on your gratitude,
he replied. Tempe's voice sounded in my head. He didn't say any names. All he did was give them a brief rundown of the situation, and the woman on the other end said she'd take care of it. Great. Even with an eavesdropping fox, I was still as clueless as I had been 5 minutes ago. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and called Michael. He didn't pick up, so I left a voicemail asking him to call me back. I also sent an 811 text. That was our code for, death isn't imminent, but I am in a world of shit. My next call was to Blake.
Where are you?
He snapped.
You were supposed to be here 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I said. About that. As much as I wanted to discuss your love life, I was in the process of being arrested for killing Cass.
Discuss my... Wait, what?
Yeah, a Dwight Nightingale showed up to arrest me, but Colin somehow managed to get me house arrest instead. It seems when I cleaned up the mess after they took Cass away, I got some of the death elixir on my apron. They found it when they tossed my house. He was silent for a minute.
They're supposed to go through me whenever there's any kind of issue at the resort.
I just told you that I've been arrested for a crime punishable by death, and your takeaway is they left you out of the process? It's a good thing I was talking to him on the phone rather than in person, because he would have been in danger of being turned into a mosquito.
It has nothing to do with ego, Destiny, and everything to do with proper representation. As an employee of the resort, you have access to a number of legal resources.
As usual, Colin was within hearing distance and eavesdropping. I'd get on to him, except in my experience, it was almost impossible to shame a werewolf. He pasted a bored expression on his face and twirled a finger in the air, making the big whoop gesture. I thought about his connections to the angel world and couldn't decide if I was in good hands with him or not. Margot's words drifted back through my head.
When you have to make a choice, have faith.
I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and stepped off the ledge, hoping this was the situation she was referring to. That's okay. Colin's got everything under control. My new attorney and possible friend, maybe more, grinned and gave me a thumbs up. Margot, you better be right. Chapter 25. Blake offered to give me the rest of the day off, but I figured working would help keep my mind off the possibility that I may be dead within a week. That's really not something I wanted to dwell on. They'd set my tribunal hearing for the next day. Trials in the magical world followed the right to a speedy trial credo much better than in the human world, possibly because the process was streamlined with magic. Plus, on the whole, magical folks tended to commit fewer crimes for 2 reasons. First, punishments on our side of things were no joke. They weren't intended to rehabilitate the criminal, so there was no mollycoddling. If you stole something, there was a real possibility you could lose a finger for the second offense. First offenses, if they were minor, were often given special consideration, depending on the circumstances, but repeat offenders didn't get off with just a slap on the wrist unless it was with a cat o' nine. Next, if you committed a crime and were busted by the human police, you ran the risk of outing the magical world, or at the very least, finding yourself unable to use your powers while you were locked up. Magical punishment for doing so was uber bad for doing that. You know those cases of when people just die in their cells but there's no apparent cause? There's a cause. Anyway, all of that was exactly what I was trying to avoid thinking about, so I trotted down to the water bar to check on a group of merfolks and sirens Dax and Amber had brought to celebrate a 200th wedding anniversary. Those were always fun because there were no fines for drunk swimming and they couldn't drown. Since they were strictly off limits to sharks and other predators, There was no real reason for them to hold back. The only downside was that it wasn't unusual to be tipped in treasure rather than cash. Sometimes it was an old spoon that had a fancy design. Merpeople were attracted to shiny things, and if they weren't familiar with land-dwelling currency, what was extremely valuable to them would end up as a regift to another water-dweller later. However, there are many shiny things that do have value in the sea. I received 3 gold coins once that, thanks to time and wear, were just discs of gold. Those netted me a couple killer pair of boots and were a nice addition to my nest egg, too.
Hey, Des.
Dex called.
Any updates? We haven't been up to the pool yet.
Meh, I said, unwilling to rain on their parade. It's not going as well as I'd hoped, but I have faith things will shake out the way they're supposed to. Atta girl, Amber said. No need to borrow trouble. You're a good egg. They'll do the right thing. She gave me a conspiratorial glance and waggled her eyebrows. Not that we were being nosy or anything, but we couldn't help but notice that a certain werewolf couldn't take his eyes off of you yesterday.
Yeah,
Roxy, the one celebrating her bicentennial anniversary, said. And rumor has it there was almost some lip-locking going on after you pulled your boards out of the water. I shook my head. The worst thing about the resort is that just because you thought you were alone didn't mean you were. Elves and fairies would wander in the custom-built rainforests to commune, and water folks lived for a good love story. Or any story, for that matter. They were a gossipy bunch and had a better information decimation tree than my grandmother's beauty salon did. That was saying something. Smiling slyly, Dex said,
Oh, is there finally another love interest we need to know about?
The sirens were smiling too, though they were a little scary because of all the sharp, pointy teeth. Sylvia, one of the youngest in the group, gave me a toothy grin. You'll have to bring him swimming so we can get a close-up. Even though I knew the girls were harmless, at least to me, a little shiver still ran down my spine just thinking about them swimming underneath of me. Of course, they were better than dolphins when it came to keeping sharks at bay, so at least I had that thought to comfort me. I smiled back. I'll be sure to do that. Though we're just getting to know each other, there's no love in the air just yet. I shook my head. There it was again, and it wasn't even spring. Of course, we did live in the land of eternal paradise, so I guess that contributed to the warm and fuzzies, especially when you threw in a couple of Bob's margaritas or Dimitri's Mai Tais. I don't know what he added to those, but I suspected it was a fairy thing rather than just supplies that were readily available behind the bar. Speaking of, that's what Steph was drinking, and she was probably ready for another. There were a few empty cups that had blown out of the trash, and I couldn't help but think about the crappy exchange I'd had with Cass the morning he died. He was an ass, but as much as I disliked him, I hadn't meant it when I'd wished him dead. Much. Off the coast and away from me forever? Absolutely, but not dead. I wondered what had happened to his soul. I mean, nobody really knows what happens when you die. Even folks that come back as ghosts don't get a glimpse of the other side. Some report seeing a bright light, while some just say they woke up dead. We had a crew of ghosts who lived in Georgia who liked to come to the resort to vacation. We had a post-living bartender named Jeff, we called him when they were on property. I wasn't exactly sure how it worked because ghosts typically couldn't eat or drink, but he'd keeled over in his own bar and somehow managed to bring his booze and mixers with him to the other side. Needless to say, he was a huge draw once word made it through the living impaired community. Blake had been searching for a chef that had died under similar circumstances. If he could find one, we'd have the whole ghostly resort market locked down. We wouldn't make money off them, but they'd bring their living friends and family who had real cash to spend. Anyway, the point is that none of them knew how they'd ended up ghosts or what was on the other side. Wherever Cass was, I hoped he was happier there than he had been with us, and that he didn't decide to come back, regardless of form. I'm generous, not masochistic. Chapter 26. Scooping up the cups that had brought on the ghostly rabbit trail, I shoved them into the trash and headed to the pool to check on Steph and Lila. Both were ready for a refill, and Lila's mood had improved considerably. Thank goodness she was a happy drunk. I'd had a group of harpies in a few weeks before, on vacation after the death of a loved one. Let me tell you, those gals gave new meaning to the term ugly crying. It wasn't a situation I was eager to repeat anytime soon. A vampire family had joined the mix and asked me about renting a cabana. Even though the resort was spelled to allow them to enjoy the sunshine, they were prone to sunburn just because they were so white. I took their drink orders and told them to take their pick of cabanas since they were the first people of the day to ask for one. I slapped my tray up on the bar and gave Dimitri my order. While I was waiting, my phone rang. It was Michael.
Des, I just heard they sent Nightingale after you. Where are you? I assume since you answered your phone that Blake has a resort rep dealing with them? Nightingale's a jerk with Napoleon syndrome, though. Don't say a word to him without having an attorney present, and—
Michael, I barked, stopping his doom and gloom chattering. Colin was here when the Nightingale tried to arrest me. He made a single phone call, and all of a sudden I was placed under house arrest rather than being hauled off to jail.
Who did he call?
Suspicion laced his tone, just as it had mine when I'd asked. I don't know. He wouldn't say, and even though Tempest overheard the conversation, he didn't say anything other than I was being arrested and why. No name or anything. Less than a minute later, the agent's phone rang, and I was wearing a golden anklet.
Speaking of that, do not leave the boundaries. It would be unpleasant,
he said. Yeah, I kind of figured that when they made me sign that my relatives would be responsible for replacement of the device if I were to breach the terms of the house arrest.
So what do they have on you that made them arrest you?
He asked. I must have gotten death elixir on my apron when I was cleaning up the mess, I said. I guess they found it when they searched my house yesterday.
That's not good,
he said.
Good thing for the resort, it's only toxic to angels, too. If they'd followed protocol, a hazmat team would have come in to clean it up.
Nobody wishes that would have been the way it went down more than I do, I replied, my tone wry as I placed the drinks Dimitri'd lined up in front of me on the tray. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. My neck was cramping from holding my phone between my ear and shoulder. Listen, Michael, I'm working and need to go. Is there anything else I should be doing?
As bad as I hate to say it, do what Colin says. If he took you on, he did it for a reason.
Okay, I said. Keep in touch if you find out anything. I disconnected and scooped up the drink tray, already way beyond being over the whole situation. I hated feeling helpless, but this was way outside my wheelhouse. For better or worse, I was going to have to do exactly what Michael said, trust Colin to have my back. I just prayed he didn't do it to make me a sitting duck rather than a free bird. After settling the vampires into their cabana and putting in their lunch orders, I decided to join Steph and Lila back by the pool. Steph was regaling her with the details of one of her recent battles with great flourish, her face flushed with memories of glorious beheadings and perfect mid-air heart shots. Lila, on the other hand, was trying to smile and be supportive, but she was a little green around the gills. I smiled and brought them a cracker tray, figuring if it worked for nauseated pregnant women and people with the flu, it might help somebody with vivid descriptions of violent death and destruction floating through her head. She gave me a wobbly smile and nibbled on one, her Bloody Mary forgotten in favor of the Sprite I'd brought. Steph was amazing, but I was glad she usually came alone. The last time she'd brought friends, the place had turned from peaceful seaside resort to something that resembled a Civil War reenactment zone, except the war whoops were louder. I'd had to put a sound dampening spell around the pool area because people were complaining and canceling food orders. We just made it through the lunch rush when Michael called again. "Hey, that was quick," I said when I answered.
Well, I figured we don't have much time. I have to solve an angel murder in less time than it usually takes me to catch somebody selling war charms or military-grade armor.
That sounded like something that would take months, and the fact that he was implying it only took a week for him to catch somebody doing that made me rethink talking to the strange but nice guy in line behind me at the coffee shop. What did you learn? Have you figured out who Colin talked to? Because if so, I owe them a huge thanks. I crinkled my brow, thinking about other reasons somebody may have for keeping me locked to the resort. Or at least I think I do.
No,
he said.
No luck there yet, but I have even better news. I've managed to track down the gargoyles Cass hung out with. And boy, did they have a story to tell.
Steph waved me over, and I cringed when I saw why. Poor Lila was experiencing round 2 of her Bloody Marys, and not in a good way. I held up a finger, then went to grab a wet towel, a bucket, and some ice. People didn't realize that heat accelerated the effects of alcohol, especially for folks who weren't used to drinking. "So don't keep me waiting," I said, getting irritated from the combination of his procrastination and Lila's heaving. When it came to somebody being sick, I always tried to take myself out of the equation as soon as I could. I got them out of any area I was responsible for cleaning up, then bailed before I joined them. Steph gave me an apologetic smile when I handed her the cool rag and bucket of ice. I winked at her in thanks as I turned back around and took my phone from between my cheek and shoulder. I hated being on the phone while I was dealing directly with a guest, but not nearly as bad as I hated the idea of dying a painful death before the week was out.
"Okay, here's the thing,"
Michael said.
"The gargoyle said he got the death elixir. We're still trying to get him to tell us from where, for Cass. But when he went to hand it to him under the table, it was gone from his pocket. He said it was there when he arrived at the tiki, so it disappeared there. Apparently, Cass was going to take out another angel in order to get back into the flock, and he was pissed."
"That's really the name for a group of angels?" I asked.
"Focus, Des,"
he said, exasperated.
"Whatever they call themselves, he thought he'd figured out a way to get back in, and that meant killing another angel."
"That sounds like a horrible plan," I said, then remembered who I was talking about.
"It was, but at least we know now who brought the elixir, who wanted it, what it was going to be used for, and that it disappeared sometime between when they got to the tiki and when he reached into his pocket at the table."
"Yeah," I said with a big sigh. "Now we just need to figure out how it ended up in Cass's drink."
"Yeah, I haven't really worked my way around to that part yet,"
he said. "I'd appreciate it if you would," I replied. "I don't have time to be executed next week. I have a nail appointment."
"You know, lots of women have their nails done post-mortem, so you really don't need to cancel the appointment,"
he said. "Thanks for the confidence boost, bro."
"Anytime, little sister. And Des?"
"Yeah?"
"I love you, and I'm doing everything I can, okay?"
My throat tightened. "Okay," I croaked. Considering the source, those 2 phrases together both terrified me and comforted me at the same time. I love you too. Chapter 27. I figured I'd better call Colin and bring him up to speed. I was glad when he picked up after a couple of rings because after the exchange with Michael, I felt the noose tightening and hoped the feeling stayed proverbial rather than literal.
"I'll call you right back,"
he said after I explained what Michael had learned, then hung up before I could say anything else. What was it with people just hitting the end button without so much as a goodbye? The vampire family's food was up, and I did something I never did. I snapped my fingers and magicked it down to them along with fresh drinks. I'd go check on them in a couple minutes, but I needed time to process the new info first. Dimitri was standing directly across the bar from me, gazing at me with sympathy.
"I can't believe they're trying to put this off on you,"
he said.
"Of all the people on this resort that I'd peg as a killer, you'd be the last on the list. At least in a situation like this.
Yeah, I sighed, deciding to let the last part of his statement slide. I need to learn to keep my mouth shut. If I hadn't wished him dead, this wouldn't be happening.
You don't know that,
he said, reaching across to pat my hand.
Tell me what's going on, and I'll help you think. I can tell from the look on your face you're trying to puzzle it out, so 2 heads are better than 1.
He gave his head a shake.
Especially when one of them has hair this fabulous.
I smiled at his attempt to cheer me up, then relayed the story for the second time. My brain still wasn't collating the info, and I felt like there was still huge chunks of the puzzle missing.
Well, that's easy then,
he said, looking at me as if I were 5 and struggling with a math problem. I raised a brow. Really then? Please do tell. He put his hand on his hip and rolled his eyes at me.
It was the Jezebels, honey, or at least one of them. It couldn't have been anybody else.
Thinking back, he had a point. All 3 of them had been sitting in a lap, and I'd sort of felt the need to call for a hand check, though I was afraid of what they might have pulled up along with their hands if I did. Aside from how cute it is that you just used the term Jezebel, you're right, I said. It would have been cake for one of them to pick the gargoyle's pocket. I don't know how easy it would have been for her to get it into his drink, though. Dmitri reached below the bar, and in less than a blink of an eye, there was a wedge of lime on the bar in front of me. He'd been so fast that, to my eye, it hadn't been there 1 second, but was the next. I barely saw his hand move.
Don't forget, sweetie, the hand is often faster than the eye.
I glanced down again, and the lime was gone.
I wish I'd been here that day,
he said.
I've worked in some shady places in my time, and maybe I'd recognize them.
I perked up. I have video, actually, or I can get one in a heartbeat. Pulling my phone from my pocket, I texted Michael and asked him to send me the security video Blake had sent him the day we'd been in Abaddon's Gate. While we waited, he poured me a lime water, and I took a gulp of it. My phone dinged with an incoming text less than a minute later. I pulled up the video and handed him my phone. He squinted at it, trying to make out the faces.
I know these 3,
he said.
But there's a problem.
He turned the phone so I could see it and pointed at the one sitting on Cass's lap.
This one here, Ronnie, married a vampire. He just turned her like a month ago. I know because she's actually a sweetheart who's gotten more than her fair share of kicks to the face in life. I was happy for her when she met her husband and left the life. Pardon the pun.
You're telling me there's no way that girl, I jabbed at the pic, is this Ronnie chick? He shook his head.
Nope. The real Ronnie is happily living out her undead life with the new vampy hubs. Well, maybe not so happy right now because going through the change is a bitch, but still, 100% sure it's not her. Plus, she'd never go for Cass.
He took a closer look at the photo.
Or be caught dead in that dress or lipstick. She has more taste than that.
My mind flashed back to the split second the girl's glamour had slipped. I'd thought she was just trying to make herself look better, but she'd made herself look like somebody else altogether. She wore a glamour, I said.
Did you get a look at whoever was underneath?
He asked, sliding a coaster under my water. Not really, I said. It only slipped for a second. I saw brunette hair, but that's it.
Then it seems we're one step closer to figuring it out, except there are about 100 different species that can pull off a glamour.
Yeah, but we have to figure it was at least humanoid because he was actually touching her. She had to feel, right, or he would have picked up on it. He sighed.
It probably helped her cause that he was likely either already drinking or still half drunk from the night before.
A little of both as usual, I said. I picked up my tray and went to check on Steph and Lila. Dax and crew had moved from the water bar to the pool and asked for another round. I'd no sooner delivered them than Colin waved to me from the end of the bar. Once he had my attention, he motioned me over to a table. Somebody else was sitting there, her face covered by her hair, tapping away on her phone. When she looked up, I didn't know whether to run or sling a spell at her. The woman who'd been following me in Abaddon's Gate looked up at me and smiled, though the black eye she was trying to hide with a pair of aviators definitely made it look a little evil rather than welcoming. Colin put his hand on the small of my back, and I didn't know whether he was doing it to reassure me or to keep me from bolting. Either way, I was grateful for it, even though the moment felt surreal.
Destiny Maganti, I'd like you to meet Eva, 9th level witch and assistant to Era Riel, Angel of Water, and founding member of the Enchanted Coast.
Chapter 28. I looked back and forth between them. You gotta be kidding me.
I assure you, we're not,
Eva said.
I'm sorry we got off to a rocky start, but I was just supposed to follow you.
Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she gave me a pained smile.
It seems I'm not cut out for subterfuge.
No, I said, putting my tray on the bar and sliding into a chair across from her. You should probably stick to whatever else it is an angel's assistant does.
I agree,
she said, her full lips turning up into a wry smile. I sent out a magical tendril to see if I could figure out what kind of witch she was, but no bananas. My witchy sensor wasn't always reliable, though, so that didn't mean anything. That wasn't a priority at the moment anyway. Listen, I'm not sure why you're here, but before we go any further, I need to tell Colin something. I explained the whole Ronnie situation and was surprised when Eva narrowed her eyes and steepled her fingers in front of her.
You say the person behind the glamour was a brunette, but that's all you saw?
Yeah, I said. That's really all I can tell you about her. It was only a second, more like a double exposure blur than an actual glimpse.
That's okay,
she said, tapping out something else on her phone.
That helps tremendously.
So do you mind if I ask why you were following me to begin with? I asked. I mean, if Ari wanted to talk to me, why didn't he just come here? And are you the one who pulled the strings and got me house arrest?
Yes, to the house arrest. Regarding Ari, I'm not at liberty to discuss exactly what he's doing, but he's got his hands full with a mess in D.C. right now.
She rolled her eyes.
Politicians, I swear, they cause more trouble than the rest of humanity combined. And before that, one of his brothers was throwing a temper tantrum about the movie industry and had decided to crash a tidal wave onto the shores of L.A. I swear, the Angel of Water was not created to put out fires, but it seems that's been his role lately.
She sighed.
And since he had to take his most hands-on assistants with him to help with the whole tidal wave thing, that leaves me to fill roles I'm not suited to, even though I've been given additional clearance.
Shaking her head, she added,
I'm the tech geek in our little group. I do paperwork and research, not field work.
Okay, I said, feeling her pain on a much smaller scale since I was looking at a yawning future of managing the tiki while also working at it. Tourist season was going to be insane if Blake didn't find somebody between now and then. But I still don't know what that has to do with me.
Well,
she said, clearing her throat and looking anywhere but at me.
I definitely don't have the security clearance to go there.
I scowled at her, and she held out her hands, brows raised.
But I promise it's not anything bad. It's just Ari wants to present the idea to you himself.
I pulled in a deep breath, then released it. Then what exactly is it that you can tell me? She brightened, and I guessed she was relieved I'd dropped it. Rather than continue, though, she motioned to Colin and nodded, giving him permission to spill.
They were considering bringing Cass back in. This tiki bar assignment was supposed to be an eye-opening slap on the wrist intended to bring him back in line. It was never meant to be a permanent exile, and some felt it had gone on long enough. Believe it or not, Cass wasn't always bitter. He had quite a few friends up there,
Colin said.
But there was a certain faction that was all for leaving him here to rot. They considered him an embarrassment to their kind. One angel in particular was adamant. Several more were on the fence, but she'd whipped them into a frenzy of righteous indignation.
I raised my brow at the term.
Well, that's what it was,
he said, his tone a little defensive.
In the most literal form possible. But my guess is that Cass figured if he took her out, the rest would scatter, and he'd be back in.
I thought it over and bounced my head left and right. To be fair, you can't really blame some of them for writing him off. The guy was a drunken tool with no self-control whatsoever. A small smile flitted across Eva's face. And that's what you were talking to him about? I asked. Why were you here to begin with? Dimitri brought us over a pitcher of citrus water and 3 glasses, and I poured us all one just to give my hands something to do.
Yeah,
Colin said.
My job was to evaluate his performance here, but what I observed didn't help his case any. When I tried to explain that, he'd get mad and huff away. I had 2 options for him that had been decided on by the majority. If he was willing to stop drinking, he could have his old position back. If not, Diana, the angel who was dead set against his return, insisted he be stripped of his wings and left here mortal.
I whistled. Wow, you'd think that decision would be a no-brainer, but Cass didn't have the best judgment. I bet he thought they were bluffing. I remembered Bob mentioning the threat he'd heard Colin throw at Cass. So that's what you meant when you said he was making you do something you didn't want to do? Colin nodded, picking at his coaster.
Yeah, I didn't like the guy, but I didn't want to do that to him either. And it would have been so easy for him. Angels aren't susceptible to human addictions, or at least not drugs and alcohol, so it's not like he couldn't quit drinking and being a jerk. He just wasn't willing to.
And this chick who was all for knocking him clear off the ladder once and for all? Do you think that's who he'd planned to kill?
Yeah, though how he was planning to do it is beyond me.
Oh, Eva answered. I can explain that. Diana, the angel who didn't want to let him back in the fold, was coming here to vacation with Ari next week while he does all the end-of-year paperwork. I think she wanted to make sure she was doing the right thing. That's who you think killed him, then? She gave a little shrug. I guess we'll never know, will we? You can bet there will be an investigation, but angels play by much different rules than we do. I'd often wondered what the final straw had been for him, the one that got him the boot, so I asked. Eva pulled in a deep breath and released it. Just like any other society, angels have politics and hierarchies, 2 groups that have been feuding for millennia. The archangels of 2 very powerful war-torn countries had finally ironed out an agreement, and the daughter of one was supposed to marry the son of the other to seal the deal. Cass got drunk at the prenuptial celebration and promptly got caught in a compromising position with the bride. I leaned back in my chair, the implications of his behavior settling over me. Wow, he did it big then. She sighed and nodded. Yeah, he did. And it took another 50 years to bring the 2 archangels back to the table. Thousands of humans died, and the bridegroom lost it. He wanted to kill Cass right then and there, and many angels thought he was within his rights to do so. Wait, I said, scrunching my brow in confusion. How can that be? Cass was just assigned here recently. Smiling, she said, Yeah, there are a couple reasons for that. First, this isn't the first place he was assigned, but most importantly, time works much differently in Celestial City. What's millennia there can be a year here and vice versa. Also, time itself is fluid. You can go any direction in history to any point in the timeline. It exists outside of the mortal timeline. I held up a hand. Okay, that's making my brain hurt. We'll just go with, it's complicated. Yeah, she said with a dry half-smile. That would probably be best. My mind was whirring, trying to think of questions that would tie up all the loose ends. Tempest jumped into my lap. "Who is the man in front of the chocolate shop?" she asked. "And why were you rushing toward us like that?" Her black eye was still visible around the edges of her aviators, and I felt a twinge of guilt. I reminded myself she'd been following me, then had rushed toward me like she was going to attack. There had been no way for me to know she was aiming at the guy behind me rather than at me. Speaking of, another question popped to the front of my head. Who lured me there? Who was the fake Michael? "Yeah," she said, cringing. "I'm afraid that's another piece of information that's above my pay grade. To be honest, I only have speculation and personal suspicions about that at this point anyway. Maybe the gargoyles were worrying that you were getting too close." I scrubbed my hand over my face. "No offense, but for somebody who's here to give me information, you're not telling me much." "I know, and I'm sorry, but you'll have all the answers soon, I promise." She cast an unsure glance at Colin, who just shrugged. "Maybe," she added, and I rolled my eyes. "Well then," I said, pushing up from the table. "Now that everything's clear as mud, I have guests to attend to." Eva stood too. "And I have a pile of celestial paperwork with my name on it. It was nice to finally meet you, Destiny." She scooped up her tablet and briefcase, then pulled her purse from the back of the chair, giving a tug when the strap snagged on the decorative curlicue on the cast-iron chair arm. Yeah, our chairs are durable by necessity. The strap broke, and she groaned as the contents went flying. From the looks of things, she was one of those people who like to be prepared for every eventuality. Gum, hand sanitizer, a Band-Aid dispenser, pens, lipstick, travel-size sunscreen, and even a set of chopsticks rolled across the brickwork. She plopped her tablet back on the table as she squatted down to chase a runaway can of bug spray before it could roll under the table. "Wow," I said, bending down to help her pick everything up. "You're prepared for just about anything." She smiled. "When you travel as much as I do, it pays to be. Otherwise, I end up buying the same thing over and over." That didn't explain the chopsticks, but hey, it was her life. Besides, I couldn't even remember the last time I'd cleaned out my bag, but it wasn't uncommon when I did bother to find year-old receipts and sticks of gum that crumbled when I touched them. I had no room to judge. "Oh, and Destiny?" she said. "Yeah?" "Ari will fix things. He won't let you go down for this. It's just, right now, they're looking for a non-celestial to hang it on, and you're the easiest target because they don't want to think another angel could have done it. Some angels see humans as disposable, but Ari's different." "That's where they screwed up," I said, and she tilted her head sideways, curious. "They saw me as an easy target. That's a choice somebody'll live to regret." "Angels," I thought as I walked away. That's what happened when you gave a bunch of spoiled, narcissistic brats power over the earth. Chapter 29. The rest of my shift went off without a hitch, which wasn't too surprising. A couple of sirens from Amber and Dax's group got a little rowdy, but when one started singing ballads, Amber called it a day and paid out. She and Dax both had a bit of a buzz, and Dax gave me a goofy grin when he paid the check.
"And we voted for you and made sure everybody else filled out the form too."
What? I had no idea what he was talking about. Amber elbowed him in the ribs and glared at him. "Have an awesome day, Des. We got a jet." With that, she pulled him away from the water bar and shoved his head under, then waved with a big smile on her face before diving under herself. I shook my head and waved back, smiling as her turquoise tail slapped against the water before she disappeared.
"Are you guys hungry?"
Colin asked as I finished wiping down the outside tables a few minutes later. I always liked to give them a final swipe manually, just to make sure all the sticky grossness was gone. Since the dinner rush was about to start, I wanted all the tables set up and ready when Elena came in to take over.
I'm starving, he continued. But to be honest, I've had my fill of burgers and bar food. I saw an Italian restaurant up in the main resort that looks good.
Oh, said Tempest, her expression rapturous. She was a sucker for meatballs and tiramisu. Marcos, we haven't eaten there in forever. I'd love to, Eva, who'd come back down to talk to Colin about some resort issues, replied. But I have a ton of paperwork to do. I'm falling behind on my regular duties, and if I don't catch up, it's going to be a nightmare once I get back. Yet another reason I loved my current job and didn't want to take on any further responsibilities. I came to work, did my job, and went home. I hated paperwork in all forms and had no interest in a job I had to worry about when I was off the clock. You sure? I asked. You gotta eat no matter how much work you have to do. She shook her head, and I couldn't help noticing how her eyes kept straying to her laptop. I'm sure. It's gonna be a room service night for me. There are too many distractions down here for me to focus, and believe me, the last thing I need is to make some sort of rounding error or fall behind on the annual financials.
If you change your mind, the offer stands,
Colin said as she pushed up from the table and stuffed her laptop in its case. Thanks, but I'm leaving tomorrow, she replied, then inclined her head toward me. Destiny, again, it was a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to getting to know you better. She was already around the corner of the tiki and out of sight when it occurred to me how odd that statement was. I couldn't think of any reason why we'd be interacting further, at least after the investigation was closed. I asked Colin about it, but he just shrugged.
Who knows? I haven't had much more interaction with her than you have, at least recently. She's always been bookish and quiet. I'm surprised Ari assigned her to keep an eye out for you.
It's a mystery, Tempest said, waving a dismissive paw and glancing toward the main resort. Let's go eat. I laughed and motioned to my shorts and tank top. I'm not exactly dressed for Marcos. I need to run to the house and change and maybe run a brush through my hair and put on a little makeup. Colin shot me a questioning look.
I thought the dress code here was beach casual. People were wearing swimsuits in the casino.
It is, I said. But the atmosphere there is a little more upscale. Plus, Marcos is stickler. He can't say anything to guests, but he won't hesitate to call me out for it. He says people should put as much care into the experience as he does into the preparation. He laughed.
Fair enough, then. I think I'll go back to my room and change, too. Do you just want to meet me there?
I took in his khaki shorts and blue button-down shirt. Don't dress up a whole lot more than you are, I said. I'm just going to change into something that doesn't have margaritas splashed down the front. That's what we consider evening wear around here. Tempest huffed a breath out her nose. That's what you consider evening wear, you mean? Whatever, though. If it gets us to the restaurant faster, then jeans it is. Colin's eyes sparkled.
I think it's going to be an interesting meal, if nothing else. I'll see you there.
My stomach growled as he strode away from the table, and for once, I decided to take the lazy girl's way home. Tempest climbed up on my shoulder, I snapped my fingers, and after a split second of what felt like a mix of vertigo and wind, I was home. Tempest jumped off my shoulder and onto my bed. Okay, now would you like to tell me why we're here getting ready to dig through your closet rather than up at Marco's eating calamari? You know as well as I do that what you're wearing is perfectly fine. There are no margarita stains. It's not perfectly fine, I said, heading to the bathroom to turn on the shower. I feel crusty from sweating all day, and I don't have a stitch of makeup on. That's never stopped you before, she said, following me. I'm starving, and if we wait much longer, the place is going to be packed. Too bad, I said, peeling my damp clothes off. Plus, I wanted to take a few minutes to myself to unpack what we learned today. Why was Ari having me followed?
Why would somebody really want me dead? I'm not buying the whole gargoyle thing. They had no way of knowing I suspected them.
Well, they sorta did,
she said as I stepped into the shower.
They were sitting right there when you were talking to Colin about it.
Yeah, but do you really think they heard anything? She huffed.
It's as good a reason as any. Can you think of any other reason somebody would try to hurt you?
I don't know, I mused, sighing as the cool water washed away the funk of the day. Then something occurred to me. And he didn't necessarily say he was going to hurt me. He said I was going with him.
Semantics,
she said, and I could hear the irritation in her voice.
Why would they go to all that hassle just to talk to you? It's not like you're not accessible. He didn't have to lure you off the property to talk to you.
I don't know, but it makes just about as much sense as Eva following me around. There's something going on that we don't know about, but you can bet your boots we're going to find out. I finished up with the fastest shower I'd ever taken, then pulled on a pair of white cotton shorts and a wine-colored blouse that set off both my hair and my tan. After adding just a bit of eye makeup, some lip gloss, and twisting my hair into an island version of a French twist, I was ready to go. Tempest leaned against my leg, and I ported us to the front entrance of the resort. I was surprised to find there wasn't anybody around, but glad, too. It gave me a chance to talk to Margot again. She had a good head on her shoulders and was a good listener to boot.
"Hello, Des,"
she said, tilting her giant head a little to look at me.
"What brings you up here? It wouldn't be a certain handsome werewolf, now would it?"
Her lips curled into a knowing smile. I cast her an appraising look. "It might be, but why do I get the feeling you already knew that?" She chuckled.
"Let's just say I know things."
"What things?" I asked, intrigued.
"Nothing you don't already know. Well, maybe. I saw you sitting with him in the witch, and when he came past me, let's just say there wasn't any anger in his heart."
That was all well and good, but I was more curious about what she got from Eva. I said as much, and she pursed her stone lips.
"I don't get much at all from her, to be honest. All business, that one. As a matter of fact, she feels light, for lack of a better word."
"That makes sense since she's Ari's assistant. I suppose that would require a certain amount of light." She hummed.
"That explains it, then. I get the sense she could do with some days off, though. She seems terribly preoccupied."
"She's pulling double duty right now," I replied. "Have you gotten any weird vibes from anybody else?" The sun glinted off her golden necklace, temporarily blinding me.
"No, and I've been paying close attention, too."
When she shook her head, a little bit of sand trickled down, then blew toward me when the wind caught it. So much for going in clean. Such was life on the beach, though. You learn to live with sand in all the wrong places. Tempest nudged me, impatient. "I gotta run now because Tempest is obviously going to starve to death if we don't go inside right now. But I'll catch you on the way back out. Maybe we can watch the sunset."
"That would be nice,"
she said, returning her head to her watchful position.
"And maybe you can introduce me to your shifter."
I scowled a little. "He's not my shifter. I'm just having dinner with him."
"Keep telling yourself that, dear,"
she said before her gaze fixed back on the horizon. Colin was waiting for us at the bar, and I was glad I'd taken the time to clean up. Though he was dressed just as casually as I was, he'd taken the time to shower too. The curls at the nape of his neck were still damp, and he smelled like rain and the beach. I had no idea what cologne that was, but it needed to be outlawed for public safety reasons. He smiled when he saw me.
"You look great. I hope you're hungry."
"Famished," Tempest said, darting ahead to jump into the booth Jonathan, the host, led us to. "I am, and thank you. You look nice, too."
"Here you go,"
Jonathan said, handing us the menus.
"Tempest, I assume you don't need one?"
She shook her head. No thanks. I'm having the same thing I always have. It seemed every restaurant person in the hotel knew her, probably because she used her cuteness to charm them out of food. Little did they know.
Okay then,
Jonathan replied.
Your server will be right with you.
After he was gone, we examined the menus for a few moments in comfortable silence, though I didn't know why I was looking. I'd end up having the same thing I always did. Grilled chicken in a lemon butter sauce topped with goat cheese and piled on top of linguine. Tempest always got the kids' spaghetti and meatballs, but only because I wouldn't let her have the full adult portion, and Callan ordered audiobook. It probably would have been smart to pump him for info about Ari's intentions, but my brain needed a rest from the murder and mayhem. Instead, we spent the meal enjoying the ambiance created by the low lighting and brass and cherry decor and getting to know one another. Even though we were stuffed after the salad and entrees, I talked him into tiramisu. No visit to Marco's was complete without it. I have no shame when I admit I declined the offer to share in favor of pigging down my own piece, and when the very last crumb was gone, I leaned back in the booth and sighed, hands on belly. I always forget exactly how good the food is until I come here. I don't, Tempest replied, her little white stomach visibly extended as she reclined back in a position mimicking my own. I swear, I don't know how she did it. The hair on the nape of my neck stood up as the feeling of being watched washed over me. I looked around and locked eyes with the hateful woman from the tiki. She was sitting at the bar, martini in hand, and arched a carefully drawn, condescending brow at me. I had no idea what I'd done to the woman, but it was starting to make me mad. I turned back to Colin. Do you see that woman sitting at the bar, the middle-aged brunette? He turned to look, but the woman was gone.
What woman?
I glanced around the rest of the bistro. I swear, she was sitting on the third stool, glaring at me like I was poop on her shoe. She was nasty at the tiki earlier, too. He looked around.
Sorry, I missed her. Who is she?
Who knows? I huffed. Probably just another entitled millionaire who's never walked a mile in anything cheaper than Prada's.
That's not fair, he said. Most of the people who come here have money, and they don't treat you like that, right?
Yeah, I replied, sighing. It's just that it irritates me when people act like that. For the most part, I just grin and bear it because they're guests, at least for the first day. I don't know what they're going through, but sometimes they're nice people just having a crap day. That's why you go on vacation, right? It may not be cool to take it out on me, but sometimes I'm just the closest person. I get that. But this woman just seems to have a mean streak. He pressed his lips together.
Normally I'd say to shake it off, but since somebody seems to have it out for you, maybe we should check into it.
I think we should, I said, stacking our dessert plates to make it easier on the busboy. If somebody could kill me with a look, I'd be dead already. I doubt she'd be so open about it if she really had it out for me, though.
Still,
he replied, putting his room card on top of the tab in the check holder.
I'd feel better at least knowing who she is.
There's an easy way to find out, I said. Blake was going to check into her too, but I don't know if he's gotten around to it yet. Come on. I grabbed my bag and motioned to Tempest, who practically had to roll out of the booth. The bartender was waiting on a guest when I slid onto a stool, but when he was finished, he turned to me with a smile.
Hey, Des. What's new? I haven't seen you in a while.
Hey, Derek. Yeah, I know. I've been working my tail off, and I'm sure you have been too. Been a good season so far. Listen, what was up with the martini woman? He wiped down the bar where she'd been sitting.
No clue. She just came in, ordered the martini, then left without saying much. As a matter of fact, I didn't even see her go.
At least it wasn't just me then. I furrowed my brow because it didn't make any sense. Nobody could pour in or out of the resort, but I couldn't think of any other way she could have disappeared that quickly. Did you catch her name?
Nope, but I can tell you whose name is on her room. I need to pull it up anyway since she didn't bother to fill in a tip." He turned and touched a few buttons on his point-of-service screen, then lowered his brow. "Sorry, Des, no name, but she did bill it to the house account. Blake should know since it's one of the bigwigs." The house account was for founders, investors, and other people high up on the Enchanted Coast food chain. If there was one of them in-house, Blake would know. "Okay, then. Thanks," I said, tapping the bar. "Have a good one. Come down to the tiki one of these nights when you get off. I'll hook you up." "I'll do that," he replied, turning to greet 3 centaurs who bellied up to the bar. Chapter 30. After we left Marco's, I started to text Blake, but decided a call would be better. Since I wasn't sure if it was my phone or Michael's that had been hacked, I figured it was better to be safe than sorry. It went straight to voicemail, though, so I left a message, then followed up with a text to call me ASAP. With nothing else going on, that pretty much put a cap on things until I heard back from him. The temperature had dropped to something below hellfire as the sun had gone down, and I paused in front of Margot as we crossed the front courtyard. The feeling of being watched skittered over my skin again, but when I looked around, there was nobody in sight. "Are you okay, Destiny?" she asked, and Colin about jumped out of his skin. I laughed at his attempt to be casual, because, of course, all giant Sphinx statues talked. Why would that surprise him? "Colin, I'd like you to meet Margot, Sphinx, guardian of the resort, and a good friend of mine. Margot, this is Colin Moore, legal counsel for the resort." To his credit, he recovered without batting another eye. "It's a pleasure, Ms. Margot. When I was briefed prior to taking the resort on as a client, I was assured the security was unusual but effective. I had no idea until now how unusual, but I have found that it works. Now I know a big part of why." She inclined her head, closing her eyes briefly. "I'm afraid it's not been particularly effective this week, but I can assure you it's not due to anything I've missed." He started to say something, but snapped his mouth shut. Margot's stone lips curled into a smile. "It's fine, Mr. Moore. Ask your question. I'm sure you have more than one." He rubbed a hand over his face. "You're not wrong. I admit to being close-minded enough to believe that Sphinx were myths. It was presumptuous of me, and I'm sorry. What type of security service do you provide?" "Oh, that's easy," Margot replied. "And refreshing. People usually start asking me about the pharaohs right away, which just seems weird to me. I see into the hearts of men and women. I sense the intent to do harm, and I act on it." "You act on it?" he echoed, tone flat. She nodded. "I do. My job is to protect every guest, to provide them with a safe environment so that they can cut loose a bit. And if I sense evil, I typically report it to Blake." "Typically?" He raised a brow, trying to puzzle out where she was going. "Yes. If the guest isn't an immediate threat, I notify Blake. If harm to another being or to the resort is imminent, I manage the situation myself." "And how exactly do you do that?" Colin crossed his arms, and I was thankful to see that his posture remained relaxed and curious rather than judgmental. "I chomp them, of course," Margot said with a decisive nod. Again, surprise flitted across his expression before he managed to mask it. "Of course," he replied. "How silly of me not to have foreseen that." She lifted a shoulder. "To your credit, you didn't even know I was anything other than a statue, so it's not like you've had time to work out the mechanics in your mind." That got a laugh. "I guess you're right. So how do you know if they're just crummy people or if they're actually plotting something?" Margot lifted a shoulder, and the late evening sun glittered off her golden necklace. "It's just something I've done for millennia. I suppose I had to learn to separate the two in the beginning, but I don't remember. She tilted her head to look at me. "Speaking of such ugliness, I've been worried about you, Destiny. Has there been any news?" I sighed and held my ankle up, pointing to the bracelet that kept me on lockdown. "Other than being under house arrest? None. We have a couple of things we're looking into, but it's not looking good. I have until tomorrow to figure it out." Worry crossed her stony features. "And what happens if you don't figure it out?" I didn't want to freak her out, but I wasn't going to lie to her either. "I go before the Celestial Tribunal and they decide. They found the elixir on the clothes I was wearing that day, but aside from that, they don't have anything on me. Well, other than the fact that I'd wished him dead 5 minutes before he keeled over." "But the penalty is death, and sometimes angels aren't as in touch with humanity as they need to be. They have a distorted view of reality because of that. What if they convict you?" I pulled in a deep breath and tried not to let the fear I'd been covering with sarcasm and bravado take over. "Then I die?" "But that's not going to happen." Colin's tone was firm. "I won't let it." I gave him a half smile and pulled him toward Margot. "Let's enjoy the moment. Margot and I have had many long heart-to-hearts over sunsets," I said. "She has the most impressive view of the resort and is one of the best listeners I've ever met. Plus, she has incredible stories," I said. Colin turned from me to the horizon, where the sun was just about to dip below the horizon. Brilliant pinks, purples, and oranges shot across the sky, turning the fluffy clouds almost neon. "Breathtaking," he said in a low voice as his gaze wandered back to me, and I had the odd feeling that he wasn't talking about the sunset. Margot's lips curved up into a half smile, and she dipped her head, motioning toward her pedestal. "Please, join me." I looked askance at Colin, who nodded. "I'd love to." I hopped up onto my regular spot between her paws, then scooched over so he could join me. "I'm going back to the cottage," Tempest said, strolling toward the sweeping staircase that led away from the resort. "I'm ready for a nap, but y'all enjoy." As her fluffy white tail disappeared from view, I settled in, intensely aware of how close my hand was to Colin's. Margot shifted her foot just enough that she pushed me closer, and I had a feeling it hadn't been an accident. When my fingers brushed his, he took my hand and squeezed it a little, smiling as he did so. It was nice to sit and watch the sunset without having to talk, and I realized I'd missed that part of a relationship. It was easy to find somebody to talk to. It was much harder finding one who felt just as comfortable when there was nothing to say. There was no green flash this time as the sun sank beneath the horizon and the colors faded to a deep purple, but that didn't take away from the majesty. "Wow," Colin breathed. "You guys really do have one heck of a job perk there." "We do," I said, laughing. "If I have to work, I'd much rather do it here than in a city somewhere where I can't feel the earth under my feet or smell the ocean." "You're a water witch? Or an earth witch?" "Water," I replied, "though the two are closer than you might imagine. Water is everywhere, in the earth, the air, the ocean, but I'm strongest when I'm near large bodies of water, and it suits my temperament, too. I'm not cut out to be a 9-to-5er surrounded by concrete. I like going at my own pace." "That sounds awesome," Colin said, his thumb tracing little circles on the back of my hand. "I haven't taken the time to enjoy a sunset in forever. I don't even remember the last time. And forget taking a walk or just sitting still for a minute. I hardly ever see you checking your phone. That must be amazing." I knew what he meant. I was as tech-savvy as the next person, and I could look at cute puppies and kittens on Instagram and Reddit all day long, but I wasn't tied to my phone like most people seem to be. I was glad, too. I felt like people missed so much when they were always looking at a screen. To be fair, though, I had a much better view than most, a fact that I tried not to lose sight of. "Speaking of," he said as his phone buzzed, "I have a pile of work I need to get to. I have a court hearing next week, and I need to do some research ahead of time. I also need to get some stuff done for Ari.
He pushed off Margot's pedestal, but didn't let go of my hand. How about a nightcap first? I said, sliding to the ground. The tiki looks quiet from here, and you haven't really taken any time to just relax.
I shouldn't,
he said. I bumped him with my shoulder, feeling weirdly giddy because he still had a hold of my hand. Of course you should. It's called a vacation for a reason.
Technically, I'm not on vacation,
he replied, his blue eyes sparkling. All work and no play makes Colin a dull boy. There's no way Ari sent you here and expected you to work 24/7. Come on, one drink? You're not going to talk her out of it, Margot said. To quote one of your movies, resistance is futile. Plus, she's right. Nobody should work all the time, especially in a place like this.
Fine,
he said, still smiling, and I noticed for the first time that he had the most adorable dimple. Not two, though, just one.
You've officially corrupted me. I'll have a drink.
I waggled my brows at him. Oh, sweetie, that's not me corrupting you. You'll know when that happens. Trust me. This is just a little friendly arm twisting.
Ms. Margot, it was a pleasure to meet you,
he said, grinning.
I'm sure we'll talk again, but for now, it looks like I have a tiki bar to get to.
Bye, Margot. Thanks for sharing the sunset with us. I kicked my sandals off and carried them in my free hand as we stepped onto the sandy path that led to the bar and beach. I love the feel of the sugar sand beneath my feet, and I hate having it in my shoes, so barefoot's the only way to go as far as I'm concerned. Ooh, watch out, I said, squeezing his hand and pulling him around a pile of rainbow-colored road biscuits. If you step in that, you'll never get all the goo off your shoe, and they'll forever smell like cotton candy. He raised a brow at me and gave a wry shake of his head.
Is it strange for you?
I tilted my head and glanced at him in the blue-washed light of dusk. Is what strange for me?
Working around so many different magical creatures.
We're magical creatures, I laughed, even though I knew exactly what he meant.
Yeah, but we're average magical creatures. You know, run-of-the-mill. I'm talking about unicorns and valkyries and mermaids.
Pfft, I scoffed. Normal? Speak for yourself, buddy. I'm nowhere near normal. He looked a little uncomfortable, so I decided to cut him some slack. But yeah, it was in the beginning. I moved here from a small town in North Georgia, so it's not like I grew up next to a mermaid family. The first time I saw a unicorn, I had to bite my tongue to keep from squealing. Gorgons are still a little scary for me, but then again, they should be scary to everybody. Those chicks can turn you to stone just by taking off their head wraps, for cripe's sake. I shrugged. But then it's just like living anywhere else. You get to know them, and the more you know them, the less you see the differences. The novelty wears off. Now they're just my customers, and some of them are my friends.
There's a lesson for everybody in there, Miss Maganti. It makes me like you even more.
I was processing that and trying to formulate a response when a scream rang out from Margot's direction. Our gazes locked for a brief second, then we sprinted back the way we'd come. Chapter 31. I'm not overweight, but that's mostly due to genetics and the fact that I work my butt off, literally, running back and forth in tropical temperatures. By the time we'd run back to Margot, I was out of breath, and a stitch was starting in my side. I struggled to pull in air as my brain tried to process what my eyes were seeing. Margot had a gargoyle hoisted high in the air by the seat of his pants. He was alternating between screaming invectives that would have made any sailor blush and begging her not to eat him. "Margot," I called. "What's going on?" She mumbled something through her teeth while still holding on, but I couldn't understand a word of it. I moved closer and raised my voice to project over the gargoyle's nonsensical ranting and pleading. "You're going to have to put him down so I can understand you." She drew her eyebrows down, then lowered her head.
When he was 5 feet or so from the ground, she released her hold and let him plop unceremoniously to the pavers. I cringed a little when he landed. Before he could stand, Margot lifted a giant paw off the pedestal and placed it on his chest. Well, really over most of his body, since it was a solid 4 feet in diameter.
"What did I do?"
He screamed, panicked when several tons of stone settled over him, pressing him flat against the bricks. Margot lowered her head so that she could look him in the eye.
"You gave something to a succubus the other day, right over there. What was it? Was it death elixir?" "What?"
His voice was pitched about 3 octaves higher than I guess it would normally be, but he seemed genuinely taken aback by the question.
"It wasn't death elixir. It wasn't nothing to do with that angel's murder."
Colin and I had stepped close enough to hear him. "Then what was it?" Colin asked. The gargoyle scowled at him.
"None of your beeswax, that's what. I can't go around blabbing about confidential transactions. It'll kill my business."
"If I drop my foot 3 inches, it won't be your business that dies,"
Margot growled, then punctuated her words by wiggling her toes a little. Sheer terror crossed the gargoyle's face.
"All right, don't. I gave her an elixir to help curb her appeal and suppress her appetite. She met some dude over in the gate and wants to give a real relationship a shot. You know, without enthralling him or accidentally sucking out his life essence."
I furrowed my brow. That's possible? I mean, the resort had some sort of enchantment that dampened their appeal and their appetite, but all the security charms on the place had been a coordinated effort by some of the most powerful beings in the magical world. He did his best to shrug.
"I don't know. Alls I know is she came to me and asked me to find something. We're sort of known for being able to find hard-to-get stuff."
"So you probably charged her an arm and a leg, and you don't even know if it works?" Colin asked, disgust tinging his voice. The gargoyle blushed, or at least I think he did, and muttered something under his breath.
"What was that?"
Margot asked. He muttered some more.
"One more time,"
I snapped.
"and this time loud enough for us to hear. I'm up on murder charges, so I'm not exactly in the mood to ask my friend here for mercy."
He scowled.
"I didn't charge her nothing for it. She seemed like a nice kid, and she done me right a time or two at the restaurant where she works when I didn't have no money, giving me meals out the back door."
I arched a brow. Gargoyles weren't known for their generosity. As a matter of fact, the only creatures tighter with their money were leprechauns.
"So you're saying you gave it to her out of the goodness of your heart?"
"That's exactly what I'm saying,"
he replied.
"Ask her. She's here nannying for a rich vampire couple."
"I'll do that," I said, though there wasn't much heat behind it. He really didn't have any reason to lie about that. Margot, however, wasn't inclined to let it go just yet.
"So where'd the elixir that killed the angel come from?"
"It came from us, like we told that one's brother. And it disappeared from George's pocket, just like we said."
"Who was it for?" Colin asked. "And don't give me the client confidentiality spiel." The gargoyle wiggled a little, trying to get comfortable. He was looking pretty claustrophobic. It wasn't hard to tell he was barely concealing his panic, not that I could blame him. My brothers used to hold me down and sit on me until I promised to do whatever they said, and I'd hated it.
"Ain't no client confidentiality when the client's dead. Cass wanted it, and don't ask what for, because I don't know. Ain't none of my business, and I wasn't the one who cut the deal anyway."
"Who's trying to kill Destiny?" Colin didn't waste any time cutting right to the chase. The gargoyle shook his head.
"That one I don't know nothing about."
Margot snapped her teeth at him, and he held up his hands.
"All right, but you can't tell anybody I told you. It was Cass."
I glanced at Margot, then at Colin, confused. "Are you serious? I mean, I know Cass hated me, but he wanted me dead? What on earth for?" The gargoyle shrugged.
"He said you were a threat and he wanted you dead. That's all I can tell you because it's all I know."
Margot glanced at me, a question in her eyes. I'd paid close attention to everything he'd said, running it through my bullshit detector. I hadn't picked up so much as a fib. I lifted my shoulder. What are you picking up from him? What's his intent? She studied him for a few seconds, then shook her head. Nothing bad, to be honest. Then let him up, please. After a second's hesitation, she lifted her foot, and he scrambled away from her crab style. He climbed to his feet, muttering, "This is what happens when you try to be nice," he said. "Almost turned into Sphinx kibble." "No," Colin said. "This is what happens when you hang with thugs and live a life where people automatically assume you've done something shady because history's working against you." "Whatever," he said, waving him off. "Bottom line is, if I hadn't gone out of my way to get the potion for her, I wouldn't have a sphinx trying to eat me." Margot sighed and shook her head. "Don't waste your breath, Colin. He's never going to get it, as you kids say." She turned and glowered at the gargoyle. "And if I were trying to eat you, you wouldn't be standing there to complain about it." "Wait," Colin said. "Is the hit still out on Destiny?" "No, they pulled it because Cass died. We got the money and didn't have to do jack for it. Plus, there's too much heat on her. We didn't realize who her brother was, and there's been some other powerful folks putting the word out to walk the other way when we see her coming. She's probably the safest person in the gate right now." That was handy to know, but it did beg the question. Who were my self-appointed guardian angels? Then I rolled my eyes when I realized I'd answered my own question. The cranky gargoyle snapped the lapels of his leather jacket and rolled his shoulders as he stomped off toward the tiki, glowering back at us a few times as he did. "Well, that went swimmingly," I said. "But thank you, Margot. At least now we know who was after my hide. We're no closer to figuring out who killed Cass, but at least we know nobody's going to pull my plug while we're looking." I made a mental note to thank Ari for that, and Michael too, for that matter. Chapter 32. Colin and I went for a walk on the beach, and we both went out of our way to talk about anything other than the hot mess that was currently my life. Instead, I told him stories about my childhood and what it had been like growing up a witch among werewolves. I also told him the story about when Mila, my other cousin Corey, and I found Tempest and her sisters, Calamity and Chaos, abandoned as kits in the woods. He laughed. "Did you choose the names because they earned them early on, or did you name them, then they lived up to them?" I gave a little huff and shook my head. "Oh no, even as kits they were a handful, but they came with the names. As a matter of fact, the whole thing was weird, considering Arctic foxes aren't exactly native to Georgia." I shrugged. "But they were meant for us, so they found us." "Funny how things work out like that, isn't it?" He stopped and pulled me around to face him. The moonlight turned his blue eyes almost silver, and as corny as it sounds, it felt like time stood still. The double meaning in his words echoed through my heart, and I leaned a little closer as he bent his head and touched his lips to mine. Everything except what was going on in that moment evaporated like smoke from my mind. All that remained was the clean smell of his cologne, the waves whooshing onto shore, and the warmth where his hands rested on my waist. My phone rang, shattering the moment, and he smiled against my lips. I was seriously considering swiping, but he shook his head. "You better get it." Not so silently cursing whoever had interrupted what had possibly been the best kiss ever, I stepped back and pulled my phone from my pocket. It was Michael. I swear, Big Brother radar. "What's up?" I asked as I slid to answer. "A lot, but I don't know how useful any of it is," he replied. "I have a friend who's a Reaper, and he says they have at least one leak in the organization. Apparently, that's what the gargoyles have been up to, cornering the market on hard-to-find potions and ingredients. I managed to flip one of them, though it took some work. Cass was a busy guy. He got the elixir to knock off some angel named Diana, and he also put a hit out on you. I made my displeasure about that known and suggested he spread the word about what would happen to anybody who touches a hair on your head."
I smiled, imagining how that conversation had gone. "I have every faith that you got your point across. I actually heard that from a gargoyle that Margot captured just a few minutes ago." I relayed what we'd learned both from the gargoyle and from Eva, and he whistled.
"Damn, little sister. Never let it be said you do anything by halves, even when it comes to getting yourself in trouble."
Yeah, I replied, a little irritated. It wasn't like I'd done anything to land in my current situation. "So what now?"
"I'm not sure,"
he admitted.
"I'm gonna keep knocking heads until somebody can tell me who stole that elixir."
"Oh, on that note," I said, smiling when Colin pulled me back against him and wrapped his arms around me. The woman who'd been with Cass that day wasn't just glamoring herself to look better. She actually took on the appearance of somebody else. Dimitri knew her and said beyond a shadow of a doubt that it wasn't her here that day. He was quiet for a minute.
"Then I need to track down the other two and find out what they know. I have a feeling whoever was behind that disguise is our girl."
"My money's on this Diana," I said. "Angels are weird, and after all, Cass had been planning to kill her. Maybe she got word of it and got proactive."
"Freaking angels,"
Michael snapped.
"I know many that are good and decent and fair, but I also know ones who are entitled, arrogant, and completely out of touch with reality. It wouldn't surprise me a bit to find out she decided to take matters into her own hands, and it would be one sure way to make sure he didn't get back in."
"Yeah," I said, drawing the word out. "Pretty sure death excludes him from pretty much everything." Colin nuzzled my ear, and a shiver ran down my spine.
"What about that werewolf? Is he still in the picture? What's he have to say about all of this? And I'm not sure I like the way he was looking at you either."
"He's definitely still in the picture," I said, then took a couple steps away from him because I was starting to feel like Michael could actually see through the phone. "He's been working hard to find out who did it, and he did keep me out of jail." He lowered his voice, and for the first time, I heard worry.
"Yeah, but Des, the clock's ticking. 1 day. That's all we have before you go before the tribunal, and we're no closer to finding out who did it than we were before."
"We'll figure it out, brother," I said. "We always do. Don't worry about me. Find those girls, make them tell you who they really were with that day. I'll do what I can from here. We're Magantis. No river too wide, no mountain too tall, remember?" That was something our father had always told us, and so far, it had been the truth. This time wasn't going to be an exception. It couldn't be, because I refused to die for something I didn't do. Chapter 33. Colin insisted on walking me home even though I was perfectly capable of porting there from the tiki. Truth be told, I was glad for the company. As badly as I hated to admit it, I was starting to feel the burn of the hot water I was in. Rather than ask to come in, though, he gave me a brief kiss and left it at that. When I didn't come straight in, the curtains twitched. I smiled, expecting Tempest to come out to say goodnight. She didn't, but she went straight on the attack as soon as I was inside. "How did I manage to miss so much in an hour?" she asked, jumping up onto the couch beside me. "You looked awful comfortable with him. What happened?" I told her about the gargoyle and the call from Michael, but left the part about the kiss out. She could be juvenile about things like that, and I didn't feel like listening to the "Destiny and Colin sitting in a tree" chant. I swear she knew how to hit every button. Even though I was wound up and figured I wouldn't sleep a wink, I drifted off almost as soon as my head hit the pillow and didn't wake up until I was nearly late for work. Jumping up, I pulled on the first pair of clean shorts and tank top I could find, then swiped on some eyeliner and lip gloss, pulled my hair into a messy bun, and shot out the door.
This time, I did take advantage of my porting privilege, but made sure to double-check all my wards before I left. I was still a little creeped out because strangers had been there when I wasn't. At that thought, I doubled down on them. Then, sure that it would take a damn skilled person to get through them, I snapped my fingers and went to work. The tiki was in good shape when I got there. Elena was great to work with because she always did what she was supposed to, and then some. Vampire speed. She could slice the fruit for the garnishing tray faster than I could even have the lemons sliced, and apparently she'd felt generous the night before. Since I didn't have to do any of that, I ordered a bagel and a side of bacon and sat down to do the paperwork from the night before. I gave Blake another call to see if he'd figured out who the hateful woman staying in the corporate room was, but he didn't answer. I frowned. That wasn't like him, especially when it was so important. I mean, it wasn't like my fate was in the balance or anything. Oh, wait. Yes, it was. Irritation coursed through me. Bob strolled in when I was almost finished, and I struggled to push back the sour mood and put a smile on my face.
"Darn, girl, you're here early,"
he said, twisting his long hair into a man bun. He gave me a closer look, concern etched on his face.
"Please tell me you figured out who killed Cass."
I shook my head. I'd love to, but I'd be lying. He sighed as he pulled out the drink mats and flipped them around the edges of the bar where they belonged.
"It's going to work out. It just has to."
"Of course it will," I said with a confidence I wasn't particularly feeling. Most people don't realize it, but Sasquatches are sensitive, caring creatures, and Bob considered me family. The least I could do was try to reassure him, even if he knew I was blowing smoke. Tempest piped up.
"We're going to get through this day and trust that Michael finds out who the woman behind the glamour is, and everything is going to be just fine."
Listen to the fox. She knows what she's talking about. I gave his arm a pat, then went to put the umbrellas up on the patio tables.
"There's that hot server,"
a deep voice said, and a shiver ran down my back. I turned, smiling, as Colin came around the corner of the tiki carrying 3 coffee cups. I shoved the last umbrella open, then wiped my hands on my apron and joined him at the bar. It was already heading toward 90, so the shade offered by the tiki felt nice. "For me?" I asked as he handed me a cup and slid onto the stool beside me.
"For both of you,"
he said, handing Bob one too.
"And good morning, Tempest. You're looking lovely this morning."
My little fox preened.
"Oh, thanks, man,"
Bob said, waving him off.
"But I don't drink coffee. Too bitter." "Which is why that's iced chai tea,"
Colin replied, looking pleased with himself.
"The barista in the lobby knew what you both drink. Chai tea for Bob, caramel latte for Des, 3 extra shots."
He raised a brow as he said it.
"If I did 3 extra shots on top of what was already in there, I'd hear colors,"
he said, and I laughed. I run on caffeine and sarcasm. I pulled the lid off the cup, and Bob dropped a couple of ice cubes in so I could have the instant infusion. Bob nodded as he pulled his drawer out to count it.
"That's not just the saying on her favorite t-shirt. It's who she is."
He scrunched his forehead.
"Des, the count's off on the drawer. I've counted it twice now, and it's short 20.
"Here," I said. "Let me triple check, then I'll go back and count the drop from last night. Dimitri worked a double, so maybe he miscounted." He turned the drawer around toward me and handed me the calculator, which I promptly dropped off the edge of the bar. It hit the pavers, and the back flew off, sending the battery skittering across the brickwork. I growled and hopped off the stool to get them, cringing when I dropped to my knees and a shard of seashell dug into my skin. Ignoring it, I went down on all fours to look under the edge of the tiki, shining the flashlight on my phone underneath. The battery was right there, but so was something else. My light glinted off a small glass vial, and my heart stopped for a second, then tripped into double time when I realized I may have just found the bottle that contained the elixir. "Colin," I said, stopping myself before I reached under there.
It would probably be a bad idea to pull it out, but I was irrationally afraid to take my eyes off it either. Tempest, who'd been sitting on the stool beside me, hopped down and waddled forward to see what had me in a dither. Unlike the others, she could feel what I did, at least to some degree, so she knew it was something important. "Don't touch it," she said as soon as she realized what it was. "I'm going for Blake. I'll be right back." She blinked out.
"What is it?" Colin asked, picking up the seriousness in her tone. He got down on all fours and looked in the direction my light was shining. "Holy crap," he said. "Is that what I think it is?"
"I'm not sure, but if it is, it might still have fingerprints on it. We can't touch it."
"No," he replied. "It's best if Blake is the one to retrieve it."
"Actually," said a familiar voice from behind me, "I'll take it, if you don't mind stepping out of the way." Chapter 34. Between the rush of finding the bottle and the way my mind was spinning the possibilities, the voice took me by surprise. I jumped, banging my head on the underside of the bar so hard I saw stars. Turning, I couldn't believe what I saw. Eva was standing there, hip cocked, a big ball of magical fire flickering and dancing in her hand. "I don't want to hurt you, but I can't let you turn that in either. Hand it over, and I'll wipe your memories and be on my way." "That doesn't work for me," I said. "I'll still be on the hook for the murder, and I'm not dying for a crime I'm guessing you committed." She snorted. "Quit being dramatic. You're not going to die. For some reason, you're Ariel's golden child. He won't let anything happen to you." She glanced around. "And where's your stupid fox?" Setting aside the comments about Ari, I realized she must have come around the corner after Tempest left and didn't know Blake was on his way. "She stayed home," I replied. "It's too hot for her." "Lucky for her," she said. "Animal minds are weird, and I'd have probably killed her or turned her brain to mashed potatoes trying to alter her memory." Rage seethed deep in my gut. Tempest and I had our moments, but I'd die for her. Or in this case, kill for her. I didn't give a crap what level witch Eva was. Everyone knows water trumps fire. I was surrounded by the source of my power and in one wicked mood. Miss Cray-Cray didn't stand a chance. I gathered my magic, ready to pounce. Before I could, Colin cut in.
"I don't understand, Eva," he said, his gaze flickering to me.
I wasn't sure what he was trying to convey, but I decided to let him take the lead for a minute to see where he was going.
"What did you have to gain? You're a witch, not an angel."
"I didn't have anything to gain," she said, acid dripping from her voice. "Honoria is my friend, and there's no way I was going to let that debauched, hedonistic piece of trash back into the celestial city." "Who's Honoria?" I asked, lost. "And what does she have to do with Cass?" Eva rolled her eyes. "I can't believe they're even considering you. Honoria is the woman Cass besmirched. You know, the one in the story I told you about? Her family worked for years to build that alliance. She'd been betrothed to Raziel since she was a baby, and she loved him. Once Cass put something in her drink and took advantage, her life was ruined. Her family disowned her, her friends abandoned her, and Raziel turned his back on her." That was a lot to unpack, and I had no idea what she meant by considering you. Plus, who used besmirched anymore? To my surprise, Colin snorted.
"I've met Honoria. She's no victim. She's almost as self-centered and reckless as Cass was, and it's no secret she and Cass had something going back then."
Eva snapped her gaze to him, and the flame in her hand surged. "You don't know anything at all. She's my friend. She was young, and he tricked her." I'd heard enough and wasn't going to just stand there while she toasted us like marshmallows. Nopey nope. While she continued to spout sycophantic baloney about the poor darling angel who got drunk then got busted with another guy at her own wedding, I called to my magic. I didn't want to drown her because I needed her confession in case her prints weren't on the vial, but you can bet your boots I wasn't going to let her fire a shot or climb around in our noodles. A flash of movement behind her caught my eye. Tempest was back with Blake, and I was surprised to see Ari with them. Before they could step in, I reached out to Tempest through our link. "No, stay back. Let her talk." Understanding, she put one paw on Blake's calf and the other on Ari's and shook her head. They stopped. By now, I was locked and loaded in case Eva decided to let one of those fireballs fly, but I wanted to keep her talking. Long enough to pull my own bacon out of the fire anyway. Maybe she'd confess. "So, indulge me here," I said, hoping she'd be one of those criminals that like to brag about what they did. "How did you do it? I mean, how did you set it up? It doesn't matter how I killed him. It's not like you're going to remember it in 5 minutes anyway." That settled that. Not a talkative type. She drew her arm back, and the fire doubled in size, but I wasn't going to give her a chance to use it. Ari and Blake both strode forward, but before they could reach her, I pulled the humidity from the air and drenched her where she stood. The flame went out, and she spluttered, her wet hair matted over her eyes. Ari pulled a set of magical cuffs from the ether and slapped them on her before she could recover. Adrenaline coursing, I made it to her in 2 strides, then busted her in the mouth as hard as I could. Blake shot me a look of disbelief.
"She's cuffed. What was that for?"
I pushed an escaped red curl from my cheek and struggled to rein in my temper before I asked Ari to turn her loose so I could really put a beating on her. "That," I replied, chest heaving, "was for everything." Chapter 35. With all the murdery stuff settled, Dwight Nightingale, the stuffy goblin who worked for the PCIB, had to eat a little crow and unfetter me. I thought he was going to have a stroke when I offered him a chocolate coin once I was loose. Some people just had no sense of humor. Blake insisted I take the day off, and now that I knew what Colin had been hiding, I was okay with him.
"I'm sorry I couldn't tell you,"
he said as we walked along the beach. "Nah, it's okay." I bent down to pick up a shell. "I get it. I mean, I have famous people, or infamous ones, who come in here, and I maintain their privacy. Samuel L. Jackson could be staying here, and as much as I'd fangirl, I'd do it in private. You'd never know." He cut his eyes sideways at me.
"Is he here?"
I widened my eyes. It had long been a suspicion that nobody could be that badass without being magical, but I'd never met the man. Still, I owed Colin a little payback, and I pasted my best sorry, not sorry face on and waved a dismissive hand. "Client Cabana Girl confidentiality. I'm not at liberty to discuss the identities of our private guests."
"I'm here for as long as I want to be, you know. If he's here, I'll see him."
Raising a brow, I rubbed my chin and narrowed my eyes in speculation. "Will you, though?" He gave me a little shove sideways. "Let's go back to the tiki," I said. "I'm starving."
"Not yet. It's nice out here, and I'm enjoying spending time with you."
He bent down and picked up a smooth, flat piece of stone that had probably been part of a ship at some point centuries ago. Rubbing it between his fingers, he turned to the smoothest glass surface of the water and skipped it across. "Ow!" a voice cried from several yards out. My gaze roamed the water until a flash of silvery green caught my eye. Sylvia was treading water and rubbing her forehead. "Why'd you do that?"
"Sorry," Colin called. "I didn't see you there."
"Yeah, okay," she replied before she sank back beneath the surface. "But watch it from now on. You could have put my eye out." He glanced at me, and I just shrugged. "Welcome to my world. Now," I said. "I'm tired of walking, and I'm starving. I haven't eaten today because I've been too shaken up worrying about dying and stuff." I turned back in the direction of the tiki, and he took my hand. We walked in silence for a while, just enjoying the ocean breeze and the sound of the ocean. We were almost back to the bar before I noticed about a gazillion balloons waving in the breeze from all around the place. They hadn't been there half an hour ago. I scrunched my brow in confusion. "What's going on?" He gave me a know-it-all smile.
"You'll see."
The wind shifted once we were past the water bar, and the smell of burgers made my stomach growl. Colin kept his eyes straight ahead, so I started moving faster. I planned to use every ounce of my considerable charm to con a burger and a dog out of whoever was partying. I stepped up onto the pool deck. A huge banner with "Congratulations" scrawled across it in giant colorful letters floated in the air at the end of the pool, and smoke billowed from the big barbecue grill we kept there for special occasions and private parties. Looking around, I realized I knew everybody there. Some were folks I worked with. Bob and Jolene and the kids, Dimitri, Elena, and others were regulars. Elsa and Tolf, Siri, Steph, Lila, who was looking less green, and even Amber and Dex were sitting on the edge of the pool, grinning to beat the band. "What's going on?" I asked Colin.
"Ask Blake,"
he said. I glanced over, and sure enough, there was Blake. He looked down at my hand, which was still intertwined with Colin's, and a little flicker of sadness shadowed his eyes for a second. Lucy was standing beside him, except she was holding hands with a linebacker-looking guy who was smiling at me too. I didn't have time to contemplate that, though, because standing right next to them was the mysterious, malevolent, middle-aged brunette. She gave me a slightly less evil smirk. I opened my mouth to ask who she was, but Blake cut me off. With flair, he turned toward the congrats sign and poofed his hands. Two smaller banners unrolled beneath it. One said Employee of the Year, and the other had my name on it. Blake and Lucy stepped toward me, and Tempest jumped into my arms.
"Destiny Maganti,"
Blake said, his eyes sparkling.
"I'd like you to meet Lucy Flanders, president of the Enchanted Coast Board of Directors, and her husband, Stephen. Lucy, Stephen, Destiny."
I tried not to brush them off, but I had to know who the woman was. I thrust out my hand to her, and after eyeballing it for a minute, she took it.
"Destiny,"
Blake said.
"This is Diana, guardian angel of servants. Diana, Destiny." "We've met,"
she said, though for the first time ever, her gaze was assessing rather than critical or even downright nasty. "Sort of," I replied. "I'm sorry. If you're the guardian of servants in modern terms, that means you're my guardian angel. So why the hate?"
"Not that this is really the time," she said. "But I thought perhaps you really had killed Cass. That would have been unfortunate on several different levels."
"Yeah," I said, nodding at her like she was a lunatic. "Murder is typically unfortunate." She surprised me by laughing. "Perhaps Ariel's case for you has merit after all. For now, though, I believe your fans await." They led me forward to the banner where there was a huge cake with "Congratulations, Destiny" sprawled across it. Blake leaned down.
"Red velvet on one half, marble on the other. Your two favorites."
I smiled at him and realized I still loved him, but somehow I felt like my future had taken a different path. Ari stepped forward and produced a large envelope out of thin air, then stood beside me.
"I asked if I could do the honors since, I witnessed your exemplary serving skills when you almost dumped an entire tray of drinks on the Angel of War's wife."
I grinned at him. "I always say, if you're going to do it big." He squeezed my shoulder and pulled a microphone out of thin air.
"Destiny Maganti, it's my honor to name you Enchanted Coast Employee of the Year. Your dedication, positive attitude, and spirit of teamwork combine to make you an employee others respect and admire. Thank you for doing your best to provide only the highest level of service to each and every guest who passes through here."
He handed me the envelope, and I tucked it under my arm.
"Open it, you little dope,"
he said out of the corner of his mouth, his eyes sparkling. I did, and there was the plaque as I suspected, and I held it up to show to the crowd, who cheered me on. There were 2 smaller envelopes in there too, so I pulled them out. One had a considerable bonus check, and the other held an invitation for me and a +1 to the Angels' Ball, an annual event that was the paranormal equivalent of the Oscars. He grinned and hugged me.
"Seriously, Des, thank you,"
he said in my ear.
"And just so you know, you received twice as many votes as any other employee on the resort."
So that's what Dax meant. My cheeks grew warm. It's my pleasure, Ari, truly. Is this why you were having me followed? That part still didn't make any sense to me.
"No, now's not the time to discuss that, but I had my reasons,"
he said.
"Patience."
Angels. I stood looking out over my friends and glanced to my right at the 2 men who represented my past and maybe my future. There was a fat check in my envelope, burgers on the grill, people I cared about surrounded me, and everybody was having a good time. That, to me, was one of those perfect moments in time. As the sea breeze whispered across my neck and happiness filled the air, I realized my life was truly enchanted, and there was nowhere else on earth I'd rather be. This has been The Deadly Daiquiri, an Enchanted Coast Magical Mystery. Enchanted Coast Magical Mystery Series, Book 1. Written by Tegan Maher. Narrated by Megan Kelly. Copyright 2018 by Tegan Maher. Production copyright by Tegan Maher.